Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. In reality, there are two paths from Saffron City to Vermilion City. One is Route 6, the option most people are familiar with. Though it passes through a forest with many wild Pokémon, it also has a road specifically built by the Pokémon League, and its safety is routinely maintained. Buses traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City usually take this path, as it's quick and safe. The other option is a more natural path, or rather, a tunnel. Between Vermilion City and Saffron City, there is a large number of Diglett and Dugtrio. These Pokémon are peaceful by nature and love to be near humans. They often dig in the ground, bringing various mineral elements to the surface that benefit plant and animal growth. For this reason, both trainers and the community highly appreciate Diglett and Dugtrio, to the point that even Pokémon hunters and trainers from the dark world avoid harming them. Disturbing a group of Diglett or Dugtrio could cause landslides or, in the worst case, alter the area's topography. Thanks to these adorable, mostly non-aggressive Pokémon, a tunnel has been dug between Vermilion City and Saffron City. At first, few people dared to use this tunnel. But, as always, someone ventured in first, and after the first person successfully crossed from Saffron City to Vermilion City, more and more people began taking this route. Over time, people started calling it Diglett Cave as a way of thanking the Diglett for their help in making the journey between the two cities easier. Inside Diglett Cave, there is a main tunnel and many branches, all dug by Diglett. Except for them, no one really knows how many caves are underground. As Diglett Cave became more accepted, the Pokémon League stepped in to ensure the tunnel's stability. They built numerous support pillars inside and set up a hut at the cave's entrance, officially establishing the entrance to the tunnel and placing Diglett Cave on the maps. However, human curiosity is limitless, and soon people began exploring beyond the main tunnel, venturing into the branches. This led to the emergence of explorers known as diggers. Some returned within a day without encountering any danger, but others got lost in the complex network of tunnels and encountered wild Pokémon, some of which could be aggressive. The worst case was a person who got lost in the branches of Diglett Cave for 2 months. They exhausted all their supplies and had to face hostile Pokémon, surviving only by eating soft dirt. Literally, they survived by eating dirt. It's said that when they finally made it out, they were so thin they were practically skin and bones, and their Pokémon were suffering from malnutrition. After this incident, the Pokémon League began warning trainers not to venture recklessly into unknown tunnels, and gradually, the number of explorers decreased. Of course, there are still those who ignore these warnings and continue to take risks. In these cases, the League takes a do-what-we-can approach. After all, they can't restrict personal freedom. Cain intended to travel through Diglett Cave and, if the opportunity arose, explore some of the uncharted branches. Unlike others, he had the ability to use Slowpoke's teleport, which would allow him to return safely. After Slowpoke established a psychic reference point at the Diglett Cave entrance, Cain and Slowpoke entered the underground tunnel. The tunnel was lit by a row of old yellow bulbs hanging overhead, and the ground, somewhat soft, was a bit more comfortable to walk on than a paved road. In Diglett Cave, there's a common phenomenon. No trainer has to worry about losing their belongings, because if something falls to the ground, a Diglett or Dugtrio will pick it up and return it to the owner. Of course, they don't just return lost items. If someone litters, the Diglett will pester them until they pick up their trash. After several unsuccessful attempts, trainers stopped littering in the cave, helping to keep it very clean and natural. In Diglett Cave, it's common to encounter other trainers, as well as some explorers equipped with large backpacks and tools like shovels and pickaxes, ready to enter unexplored branches. These explorers wear helmets with flashlights to light the dark tunnels. Although the cave is mainly inhabited by Diglett and Dugtrio, that doesn't mean there aren't other Pokémon. Cain saw some Zubat and Rattata scurrying around, but these Pokémon showed no aggression and quickly disappeared. Cain, along with Slowpoke, continued further into the main tunnel of Diglett Cave. At first, there were few branches along the sides of the main tunnel, but as they went deeper, the number of branches increased. Some of these branches were also lit, and at the entrance of some, there were signs indicating their function or purpose. For example, some branches led to small markets where trainers gathered to trade, which eventually led to the formation of an underground market. Although not as diverse as a black market, these markets offer valuable materials or tools trainers use on their journeys, similar to a large bazaar. Sometimes, you can find good products. The underground market in Diglett Cave is well known among trainers traveling between Saffron City and Vermilion City. Many vendors, concerned about the black market atmosphere, prefer to walk a little farther to sell their goods here. Unlike the black market, the items sold in these markets are legal and legitimate. You won't find anyone selling Pokémon illegally. It's, so to speak, a flea market in broad daylight. Some smaller branches have been occupied by people who have turned them into their underground homes. Although occupying public space in this way isn't something people appreciate, they haven't faced much rejection either. After all, if someone has no choice but to live underground, they're likely not in a good situation. Most people prefer to look the other way in these cases. 3 hours later, Cain had been walking through Diglett Cave for exactly 3 hours, passing an underground market and countless unknown branching tunnels. After buying a large amount of food at a restaurant specially built underground, Cain and Slowpoke ventured into one of those unknown tunnels for the first time. Cain held a torch specially designed for cave exploration. This metal torch could burn indefinitely with just a little fuel added. Even a breeze couldn't extinguish it, making it an excellent outdoor lighting tool. After walking for 15 minutes in the tunnel's darkness, Cain released his Pokémon to enjoy lunch. Skorupi, who had never spent so much time in a Pokeball before, jumped onto Cain as soon as he was released, refusing to get off. If not for the lure of food, it would have been hard to convince him to climb down. Lunch passed in a cheerful atmosphere. Cain decided not to return his Pokémon to their Pokeballs and continued venturing deeper into the tunnel. Earlier, he had Slowpoke mark a psychic coordinate at the entrance of the branching tunnel, which would allow them to return to the starting point in case of an emergency, either through the teleport move or by simply following the signal. So, Cain felt no pressure. He wasn't sure if it was luck or something else, but the first branching tunnel Cain chose seemed endless, so he decided to keep walking. As they advanced, they got further away from people, and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Most of them were Zubat and Rattata. So, Cain felt no pressure. He wasn't sure if it was luck or something else, but the first branching tunnel Cain chose seemed endless, so he decided to keep walking. As they advanced, they got further away from people, and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Most of them were Zubat and Rattata. Due to the lack of natural light, Cain was the first to bring light to this place, which startled the wild Pokémon, causing them to attack. The system detected that these Pokémon were not very high level, ranging between level 8 and 15, which made them perfect targets for Ghastly and Skorupi to train. Although Skorupi was only at level 5, his quality advantage exceeded that of the wild Pokémon, so the battle wasn't one-sided. Plus, Ghastly assisted him, allowing Skorupi to hold his own quite well. This was Skorupi's first battle, so sometimes he reacted slowly. After receiving an order from Cain, he would hesitate for a moment before executing the attack correctly. Sometimes, his slow reaction caused the wild Pokémon to hit him. Fortunately, Cain had brought plenty of potions, along with Miltank's milk for energy replenishment. As long as he wasn't defeated in one hit, Skorupi could gradually wear down his opponents. If necessary, Ghastly would step in, ensuring victory. However, the first time Skorupi was attacked, he nearly cried from the pain, as he had been protected by Cain and the rest of the team since birth and had never been hurt. But when he tried to seek comfort from Cain, he only saw his stern face, with no hint of consolation. With comfort from Slowpoke and Miltank, Skorupi managed to hold back his frustration, channeling all his anger toward his opponent. That's how Skorupi defeated his first Pokémon, a level 9, low-quality Rattata, a fairly weak rival, but the victory filled Skorupi with joy for a good while. After the battle, Cain immediately treated him and praised him for his effort. Skorupi, who had held back his tears, almost burst into tears again, but this time from happiness, feeling all his frustration melt away. From that moment, Skorupi understood that during battles, his trainer Cain would show him no mercy or compassion, and only by fighting with all his effort would he receive Cain's approval and the comforting hands that healed and massaged him. Skorupi, already a battle-loving Pokémon, showed an even greater desire to fight, knowing that if he defeated his opponents, he would gain Cain's recognition and could fight alongside the other Pokémon on the team, something he longed for. Especially when, after defeating an opponent, he leveled up, Skorupi became even more addicted to battles, showing a passion for fighting even greater than Murkrow, who had always been quite combative. "Bite when you get close," ordered Cain, directing Skorupi's battle from the side. In just 1 hour, Skorupi, who didn't have to worry about injuries or stamina, threw himself into battle frantically, defeating a level 13, yellow-quality Rattata with a strong, dark energy-boosted bite until the opponent was completely incapacitated. After defeating this Rattata, the system showed that Skorupi had leveled up again, reaching level 9, and learned his first bug-type move, Pin Missile. There's no denying that Skorupi's talent for battles, with his light blue quality, was incredible. In just 1 hour, he was able to react almost as quickly to Cain's orders as Sneasel, just a bit slower. That's impressive for only 1 hour of combat. Given a whole day, he would probably surpass Sneasel, who would become the Pokémon with the slowest reaction time on the team. Sneasel watched all this, and though he kept his typical cold expression, his eyes showed a bit of worry. Unfortunately, the Pokémon they had encountered so far were too weak, not even strong enough for Sneasel to use for training. Almost all of them fell to Skorupi's attacks, and very few made it to face Ghastly, let alone Sneasel, who was stronger than Ghastly. He had no choice but to hold back his impatience and wait for a more powerful wild Pokémon to appear. "Skorupi, that's enough. Take a break. Let Ghastly handle the next ones." Cain called Skorupi over after defeating Rattata. Gaining 4 levels in an hour was a huge advancement. Even his body, which initially was the size of a basketball, had grown to almost the size of 2 balls, marking significant progress. However, such rapid advancement isn't always good, as it could lead to losing control over his own body, especially for a growing Pokémon like Skorupi. The increase in size was already causing some lack of coordination in his body. For example, during one of his attacks, Skorupi nearly failed to control the force of his bite. Had he not applied more pressure in time, Rattata might have escaped from his mouth. Cain called Skorupi over, as this moment wasn't suitable for him to continue with high-intensity battles. With his body growing, what he needed now was to get familiar with the changes in his physique. Since Cain hadn't allowed Ghastly and Skorupi to use the 2 newly purchased poison-type items, he also hadn't made them learn the corresponding TM moves. Sometimes, learning too much can be counterproductive, making it difficult to assimilate everything. Many of Cain's Pokémon still hadn't mastered the moves they already knew well. For example, Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, still hadn't fully mastered his Ice-type moves, even though they were his specialty, which made his title of Dragon Hunter seem undeserved. Miltank had just recovered from the aftermath of her life in the wild and still hadn't had systematic training for her moves. Skorupi, who had just entered his growth phase, had incredible combat talent, and his battle experience was growing rapidly, but his training time had been very short. There were still many moves he couldn't master skillfully, such as the Pin Missile move he had recently learned upon reaching level 9. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Ghastly were the only ones who had completely mastered 1 or 2 moves. For this reason, Cain decided that before reaching Vermilion City, his Pokémon needed to master the moves they had recently learned. Although it might not be possible for all of them to master them completely, they should at least have a solid grasp of their main battle moves. From that point on, they began a routine in which the Pokémon would go out to battle in turns. Cain didn't forget his main goal of training Ghastly and Sneasel, so they were the ones who most frequently faced the wild Pokémon. Additionally, the moves they used were ones they normally didn't employ, making it a good exercise for practicing their less common moves. Compared to training without targets, though the wild Pokémon weren't very strong, training with real targets proved much more effective. As they delved deeper into the tunnel, the level of the wild Pokémon increased. Occasionally, small groups of wild Pokémon appeared. With the exception of Miltank and Skorupi, who stayed by Cain's side, the other Pokémon would throw themselves into battle. At those times, the narrow tunnel filled with energies of different types, which occasionally made Cain worry about the tunnel possibly collapsing. However, those concerns proved unfounded. The Diglett and Doug trio had built the tunnels with great solidity, so not even explosions caused by the hidden power move caused deformations in the tunnel, which reassured Cain. Skorupi stayed by Cain's side, not participating in further battles. A weighted vest was placed on him, and after feeding him some advanced poke blocks specially designed for him, Cain put him to train to become familiar with his body. Miltank, who was familiar with this type of training, helped Skorupi, giving him advice on what he should keep in mind. The tunnel seemed endless, and after an hour of advancing, it still showed no signs of ending. Although the tunnel didn't change, the level of the wild Pokémon did, reaching up to level 20. Some Raticate and Golbat appeared in the cave. These already evolved Pokémon were often accompanied by other Pokémon in earlier stages, forming small, low-power family groups. At that moment, Cain and his team encountered a small group of Raticate with around 13 or 14 members, among which there were 2 level 20 Raticate, a male and a female, who were clearly the parents of the other Rattata or their descendants. Disturbed by the light from Cain's torch, the Raticate attacked immediately. Ghastly, use Fire Punch on the male Raticate. Sneasel, use Hone Claws and then Ice Punch on the female, Cain ordered without delay. Murkrow and Slowpoke, take care of the smaller Rattata. Ghastly and Sneasel, as the primary training targets, were the first to move. Although Ghastly knew the Fire Punch move, he had almost never used it, while Sneasel still hadn't fully mastered Ice Punch, making these Raticate perfect targets for practice. Ghastly formed a hand using the purple gas surrounding his body and, by rubbing it against the air, sparks appeared, transforming into a fist engulfed in flames, which he launched at the male Raticate. It was clear that Ghastly had very little practice with this move, as it took him 3 seconds to execute it. If it weren't for the fact that Raticate didn't know how to perform energy-based moves and normal-type moves were ineffective against Ghastly, he would have taken multiple hits by now. Fortunately, Ghastly was immune to the normal-type moves of Raticate, allowing him to train his moves without worry. Sneasel, on the other hand, was more direct. After sharpening his claws, he launched the Ice Punch move, freezing the female Raticate in 1 hit. However, without waiting for Cain's order, Sneasel continued using Ice-type moves, throwing them one after another at the frozen Raticate. Perhaps due to Skorupi's influence, Sneasel showed a much greater desire for battle in his encounters with wild Pokémon, and his synchronization with Cain was improving quickly. Sometimes, even without Cain giving the order, Sneasel was already anticipating his next move. There's no doubt that real combat is the best form of training. Cain's Pokémon competed with each other healthily. Each of them was a standout figure within the group, and none wanted to be outdone, which motivated them to try harder in battles and training. Except for Miltank. What made her happiest was being able to help her teammates. Seeing them quickly regain their energy thanks to her milk made her feel very happy. Soon, the group of Raticate fell to Cain and his Pokémon. After defeating the male Raticate, Ghastly leveled up to 21, narrowing the gap with Murkrow and Miltank and nearing his evolution into Haunter at level 25. Upon reaching level 21, Cain finally decided to give Ghastly the residue from a quasi-elite level Weezing he had bought so he could further develop his Poison-type energy and prepare for his evolution into Haunter. Ghastly might be Cain's first Pokémon to evolve. Murkrow, keep watch on the surroundings. Ghastly, come closer. Cain instructed Murkrow to monitor the area to prevent any interruptions to Ghastly's first attempt to absorb the poisonous gas. Since it was his first time, there could be some risk. After all, this gas contained different types of toxins, so an adverse reaction was possible. However, as long as Ghastly could endure it, everything should be fine. If a strong Pokémon suddenly appeared to attack Ghastly during absorption, he could be in danger, unable to defend himself properly. Fortunately, the level of wild Pokémon in this area wasn't very high, so even if there were a surprise attack, Murkrow and the others could handle it. Even so, taking precautions was necessary due to the risk involved. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel surrounded Cain and Ghastly, forming a protective barrier. Miltank and Skorupi stayed close to Cain, ready to react to any unforeseen situation. Cain took out a device from his ring, a completely black vial containing the residual poisonous gas extracted from the quasi-elite level coughing. This residual poisonous gas was one of the most valuable components left from the coughing. It was loaded with a large amount of poison-type energy, but Ghastly couldn't absorb it all at once. Cain planned to release only a small amount so that Ghastly could develop an initial resistance. With everything prepared, and seeing the determination in Ghastly's eyes, Cain slowly turned the lid of the vial. This vial was specially designed to contain the poisonous gas, otherwise, any other material would have been immediately corroded by its toxicity. Carefully, Cain pressed a button at the base of the vial, releasing a small amount of pale purple gas that began to float slowly. Immediately, a strong, foul smell filled the air. Cain frowned, feeling a slight stinging on the exposed skin of his hands, as if the corrosive gas was approaching. Once the gas was fully released, Cain quickly closed the vial and put it away. Ghastly, already prepared, moved toward the poisonous gas as soon as it was released. The small amount of gas was instantly absorbed by the gaseous mass surrounding Ghastly's body. With the gas absorbed, the foul smell in the air began to dissipate. Suspended in the air, Ghastly closed his eyes, his unique face showing a mix of emotions: happiness, joy, discomfort, and pain. Aside from Skorupi, who showed slight unease at sensing the poisonous energy, the other Pokémon didn't react much and didn't seem uncomfortable. Being a poison-type Pokémon as well, Skorupi sensed the poisonous energy contained in the gas, and something in his instincts told him that if he could absorb this gas, he might become even stronger. Cain calmed Skorupi but couldn't help frowning. If this gas was strongly appealing to Skorupi, it was likely it would also attract other poison-type Pokémon. Pokémon are much more sensitive to the energy in the air than humans. The fact that Cain didn't sense much didn't mean other poison-type Pokémon wouldn't notice it. In this cave, poison-type Zubat weren't scarce, and there might even be some Golbat around. As if to confirm Cain's suspicions, sounds of flapping wings began to echo in the distance, approaching rapidly and growing more numerous. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Home Claws. While calming Skorupi, Cain gave orders to the others. It was best to be prepared. This way, even if many wild Pokémon showed up, with all his Pokémon at full strength, they could handle it. Slowpoke closed his eyes and began to meditate. Now, due to his familiarity with this move, he could enter meditation even while walking. Although doing so affected his efficiency, this progress was significant, bringing him closer to Cain's goal of meditating in motion. Murkrow, meanwhile, channeled flying-type energy around, increasing everyone's speed with the Tailwind move. Thanks to his prankster ability, Murkrow had a natural advantage with status moves, and he almost instantly completed the speed boost. As for Sneasel, he remained calm, emitting a sharp sound while sharpening his claws, entering a state of extreme calm. Perhaps due to his ice-type nature, Cain noticed that, although Sneasel's synchronization with him wasn't as high as Murkrow's, he always maintained a cool head during battles, allowing him to adapt quickly. Lately, his synchronization with Cain had improved notably, and the small barrier in Sneasel's heart toward him had begun to fade. With time and Cain showing sincerity, Sneasel would probably open his heart completely. Soon, the swift Zubat appeared in front of Cain. By then, Ghastly had barely managed to open his eyes slightly, looking at Cain with an apologetic expression. If he had been able to absorb the poisonous energy more quickly, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble for Cain and the others. Cain smiled and reassured him. Ghastly, don't worry, focus on absorbing the energy. These Pokémon are a piece of cake for Murkrow and the others. They haven't had a chance to unleash their full power, so now they can blow off some steam. To confirm Cain's words, Murkrow let out a powerful cry. Though Murkrow wasn't the strongest on the team, surpassed by Slowpoke and Sneasel, his position in the group was indisputable. He wasn't intimidated by his lesser power, nor did he consider himself the most important simply for being Cain's first Pokémon. Instead, Murkrow fulfilled his duty as a leader in his daily actions and in battles, without expecting anything in return, simply dedicating himself silently to the team. He did everything he could to help Cain. For example, when Sneasel joined the team, he was initially reluctant to cooperate with Murkrow and Slowpoke. Murkrow, knowing that such tension wouldn't benefit future battles, took Slowpoke to apologize to Sneasel, seeking his forgiveness. Thanks to this, Sneasel's reluctance toward them lessened, and now they could fight together. It's precisely because of Murkrow's selfless spirit that, even though he isn't the strongest on the team, he has earned the respect of all the Pokémon, becoming the undisputed big brother of the group. Murkrow took the lead in comforting Ghastly, urging him to absorb the energy without worries. Slowpoke and Sneasel, of course, didn't fall behind, also offering their support as they looked at the approaching Zubat with a smile that hinted at a touch of cruelty. Among the crowd of Zubat, a few Golbat were hiding, occasionally letting out cries that seemed to coordinate the many Zubat to attack. Cain let out a cold laugh. A bunch of trash thinks that quantity matters? Just what we needed to gain more experience. Both Zubat and Golbat are poison, and flying-type Pokémon. Slowpoke, with his psychic type, has an advantage over poison types, while Sneasel's ice type is effective against flying types. These two would be the main attackers, while Murkrow would handle support and eliminate any that managed to escape. Slowpoke, use Confusion freely. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them up first. Murkrow, use Gust to help Sneasel with his Icy Wind. In front of the crowd of Zubat, at least 100 strong, the tunnel was so full that any attack would hit several at once. That's why the Golbat hid among the Zubat, hoping they would absorb the first impact before intervening. After a round of meditation, Slowpoke's psychic energy was at its peak, almost overflowing. Slowpoke's ability to maintain an almost infinite amount of psychic energy is something Cain has never fully understood. It might be one of the special reasons Sabrina mentioned. With the first line of Zubat under Slowpoke's control, Sneasel rushed forward and exhaled a gust filled with snow, an intense cold that enveloped all the Zubat and Golbat. Since they were in a tunnel, Sneasel's Icy Wind move wasn't wasted at all, maximizing its effectiveness. The Icy Wind move, already highly effective, intensified when Murkrow used Gust, creating two small snow tornadoes that began to slowly advance on all the Zubat. Murkrow, use Gust again. Sneasel, keep up with Icy Wind and then use Ice Shard. Let them feel what a snowstorm is like. Slowpoke, don't worry about the Zubat. Focus on the Golbat. Use Psyshock. Now there were two snow tornadoes in the tunnel, but Cain had no intention of stopping there. He ordered Murkrow and Sneasel to increase their power further, aiming to take down all the Zubat at once. The Golbat, though their bodies had hardened from the cold, weren't as fragile as the Zubat. Still, Slowpoke's constant psychic strikes had them cornered, unable to do anything to stop the snow tornadoes. A few seconds later, 4 tornadoes loaded with snow and hail surged through the tunnel, completely surrounding all the Zubat and Golbat. Cain smiled with a hint of cruelty and added, Murkrow, give them a bit more flavor. Use Hidden Power. Murkrow's hidden power was Electric type, which amplified its damage against the flying-type Zubat. While Slowpoke and Sneasel continued their indiscriminate attacks, Murkrow quickly formed a sphere of electric energy and launched it at the center of the storm. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, causing the tunnel to shake slightly, though there were no signs of collapse. After the explosion, the The storm dissipated, leaving only a few Zubat and Golbat staggering in the air, clearly unable to continue. Only then did the Golbat realize the mistake they made in following the alluring scent. Did they think their numbers gave them an advantage? In the end, just a few attacks were enough to leave only a few standing. The Golbat, being more cunning and having survived in the wild for so long, knew the situation was bad and tried to escape. You think it's that easy to flee now? Sneasel, use Quick Attack followed by Ice Punch. Slowpoke, keep up your Psyshock. Murkrow, finish off the remaining Zubat, Cain said with a cold snort as he saw the Golbat attempting to escape. Snee, he responded coolly as he moved at a lightning-fast speed, appearing before a Golbat and hitting it with his powerful Ice Punch move, defeating it in one strike. Though the Icy Wind and Ice Shard moves hadn't defeated the Golbat, combined with Gust, they managed to partially freeze their wings, making it difficult for them to fly. There were 4 Golbat in total. Slowpoke focused on 2 of them, and with continuous psychic attacks, they were beginning to fall, unable to hold out much longer. They couldn't escape or attack. If they tried to attack, they'd be eliminated before reaching their target. If they tried to flee, they'd expose their backs to Slowpoke and Sneasel, as demonstrated by the Golbat defeated by Sneasel in one strike. Sneasel, after taking down one, immediately pounced on another, using Ice Punch with one hand and Metal Claw with the other, defeating it after a combination of attacks. This Golbat was stronger than the previous one and only fell after taking 2 rounds of attacks. But the result was the same. None could withstand Sneasel's consecutive attacks. After Sneasel eliminated the 2 Golbat, Murkrow had also finished off the remaining Zubat. After all, it was an easy task for him. Soon after, the 2 Golbat under Slowpoke's control also fell to the ground, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, indicative of the brain damage caused by Slowpoke's psychic attacks, finishing them off. Thus, all the Zubat and Golbat that followed the scent trail fell to the ground, with none managing to escape. Suddenly, Cain realized that this method for luring enemies seemed much more efficient. At the very least, after traversing the tunnel, they would probably no longer encounter Zubats and Golbats, or if they did, it would likely be a long distance before seeing them again. Just as Cain was about to call back Sneasel and the others, a nauseating stench suddenly flooded the tunnel. It wasn't the smell from the gas that Ghastly had previously absorbed, but a distinct odor, as if something was rotting or mold was growing, filling the entire tunnel with its foulness. The stench slowly spread throughout the tunnel, causing Cain to frown, unable to contain his disgust. There was no other way. The smell was simply too strong, and in such a confined space, it became even more intense. Not only did Cain notice it, but Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel also found the odor unbearable, covering their noses with their hands. Miltank even firmly covered its nose with its front hoofs. Except for Skorupi and Ghastly, who seemed immune to the smell, all the other Pokémon were affected to some extent. Soon, 2 purple sludge piles came into Cain and the others' view. It was evident that the stench was coming from them. As the closer they got, the stronger the odor became. Is it a Grimer? Cain observed the amorphous sludge piles and remembered the name of a Pokémon. Who would have thought that in this underground tunnel, he would encounter Grimer? It's known that Grimers feed on garbage, and most of the time, they're found in large city dumps. While they get their food, they also help humans dispose of waste. As the 2 Grimers approached, Cain's system scanned their data. Both Grimers had fairly high levels. Pokémon: Grimer Dark Yellow. Gender: male. Level: 24. Type: poison. Ability: Sticky Hold. Held item: none. Egg moves: Swallow, Lick. Basic moves: Pound, Poison Gas, Harden, Mud Slap, Disable, Sludge, Mud Bomb, Minimize. Learned moves: Snore. TM moves: none. This was the higher level and better quality Grimer of the 2, while the other Grimer had a yellow quality and level 22. It was clear that both Grimers, being poison types, had been attracted by the earlier poisonous gas. Their movement speed was slower, so they arrived later than the Zubats. As they crawled forward, they didn't forget to absorb the bodies of Zubats they found along the way. Being poison-type and flying, Zubats and Golbats were a feast for these Grimers, who absorbed them even if they were already dead, as Grimers can extract energy even from garbage. Cain frowned as he watched the two Grimers. Gradually, he understood why the tunnel had no garbage but did have Pokémon like Grimer that feed on waste. It was because these two Grimers fed on the bodies of other Pokémon in the tunnel. They hadn't stopped absorbing the Zubats' corpses, and now they were beginning to swell due to the amount they had consumed. They had even forgotten the poisonous gas that had originally attracted them, as the dead Zubats and Golbats were a much greater temptation for them. Cain didn't stop them. After all, although Grimer is not the most pleasant Pokémon to see or smell, its existence is extremely useful for humans. Without them, trash heaps would be a huge problem. Thanks to Ghastly absorbing all the poisonous gas and beginning to integrate it into its body, becoming resistant to poison, Cain knew that in the future, Ghastly would be able to absorb such gases more quickly, strengthening its poison-type moves. So, with the elimination of the poisonous gas that had attracted poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi, who needed Cain's calm to stay still, finally returned to normal. After the Grimers finished absorbing the Zubat and Golbat corpses, they turned to leave. Cain decided to ignore them, partly because the Grimers no longer showed any intention of attacking, but also because they really were too smelly. Too smelly. Even after being there so long, the smell in the tunnel only grew stronger, and there was no way to get used to it. It was no surprise that not even Slowpoke and the others had the slightest desire to fight. However, just as the Grimers were slowly moving away, Cain, almost instinctively, used his system to scan their data again. Suddenly, he realized something astonishing. The Grimer that had originally been of yellow quality, after consuming all those Zubats and Golbats, its quality had started to deepen, becoming more intense. Cain thought he had made a mistake, but after carefully comparing with his system, he realized it was true. The other Grimer, which had initially been of dark yellow quality, had also shown a slight improvement in quality, although not as noticeable as the first. Can Grimers improve their quality by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon? Or is it only possible with poison-type Pokémon? Is it an exclusive ability of these two Grimers, or is it something all Grimers can do? In the Pokémon World, it's known that a Pokémon's quality isn't immutable, but improving it is extremely difficult and costly, perhaps more so than training a Pokémon to be a formidable fighter. For example, on Test Island, Cain had sold a Weedle egg to Umbra that initially had a light green quality, but when he saw it again, it had already become a green quality Beedrill. So yes, Pokémon quality can change, but the cost is extremely high. Now, these two Grimers had caught Cain's interest. If, after digesting the Zubat and Golbat corpses, the pale yellow Grimer's quality improved, it would be quite valuable. After all, in terms of Pokémon, both Grimer and its evolution, Mook, are quite good. But what if the ability of Grimers to improve their quality has no clear limit? Who knows if they could continue improving beyond just one level? Suddenly, Cain began to breathe more heavily. If Grimer can improve its quality simply by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon, could it do so indefinitely? Even if it can improve indefinitely, what if it can raise its quality a few more levels? That would make its value skyrocket. After all, each time Cain had defeated the wild Pokémon that approached him, he always left the corpses behind, wasting them in the wild. Since some things can't be guessed, it's best to capture the two Grimer and study them more closely. Although they're quite smelly, when it comes to something that could yield great profits in the future, the bad smell becomes less important. Slowpoke, use Confusion and control the larger Grimer. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them. Murkrow, Dark Pulse. Determined, Cain gave the order to attack. At that moment, the coordination among the Pokémon became clear. Slowpoke and Murkrow, the instant Cain gave the command, stopped covering their noses, despite the unpleasant odor, and didn't let it affect their performance in battle. Sneasel, although it didn't question why Cain decided to attack, hesitated for half a second before acting. Cain noticed this, but said nothing more. After all, the synchronization with Sneasel wasn't perfect yet. However, he was confident that with a few more days of training, they'd achieve full coordination. Slowpoke enveloped the two Grimer with the Confusion move, focusing mainly on the larger Grimer, which had higher potential. Sneasel quickly followed with Icy Wind. After a full day of training with Ice-type moves, Sneasel had improved considerably, showing signs that it was about to fully master the moves. Since Sneasel had a natural talent for Ice-type moves, its previous lack of mastery was due to the fact that, in the ice cave where it lived, Pokémon had strong resistance to Ice-type moves, leading Sneasel to not pay much attention to those moves. For this reason, despite its high potential, Sneasel didn't have an easy life in the ice cave. Murkrow took to the air, flapping its wings forcefully, as if wanting to completely disperse the bad smell. Murkrow, who had already perfectly mastered the Dark Pulse move, launched a powerful attack at one of the Grimer. Glug! Both Grimer let out a cry as they were attacked. Originally, these two had been attracted by an extremely tempting scent. However, being slower, the Zubat and Golbat arrived first. By the time the Grimer finally reached the area, they could hardly detect the aroma that had initially lured them. But upon seeing the piles of Zubat and Golbat corpses on the ground, they found something much more appealing than the initial scent. So the two Grimer forgot about everything else. They didn't even notice they were being watched while they fed. It wasn't until they were attacked that they remembered the original purpose of their presence there. However, they were already slow, and after eating so much, their bodies swelled, making it difficult for them to even turn around, let alone fight. Soon, under the double pressure of Slowpoke's psychic powers and the successive attacks from Murkrow and Sneasel, both Grimer fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. From a safe distance, Cain threw two ordinary Pokeballs, capturing both Grimer. Only after capturing the Grimer did the strong stench in the tunnel begin to dissipate. Murkrow flapped its wings wildly toward both sides of the tunnel, trying to speed up the dispersion of the bad smell. Slowpoke used the Confusion move to return the Pokeballs with the Grimer to Cain's side. During the brief time the battle lasted, Cain noticed through his system that the Grimer that initially had a yellow potential had improved a bit more. These changes were subtle. Without a system, most people wouldn't notice them, but Cain could clearly perceive that the Grimer's potential was improving, and its overall stats were gradually increasing, though very slightly. At that moment, Ghastly, who had absorbed some of the toxic gas, finally fully recovered from the daze. Although it wasn't very noticeable, it was possible to see that the purple gas around Ghastly had darkened a bit more. In the data scanned by the system, Cain could also see that Ghastly's poison-type affinity was slowly increasing. Cain was sure this process would continue until Ghastly fully absorbed the gas. "How are you feeling, Ghastly?" Cain asked gently after storing the Pokeballs with the Grimer in his pocket. "Kikik." Ghastly floated around Cain, showing that it felt great and full of energy. Seeing Ghastly's energy, Cain nodded with a smile. It seemed that Ghastly had already developed a resistance to these toxic gases. Next time he uses them, he won't have to worry as much, as long as he doesn't exceed a certain amount. Skorupi, who had been under Cain's constant watch, looked at Ghastly with a hint of envy. As a poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi had found that smell extremely enticing. If it hadn't been for Cain's calming presence, it probably would have had difficulty resisting the temptation. Cain noticed Skorupi's expression and, amused, patted its head, jokingly saying, "Little glutton, don't worry, I have something prepared for you too. But first, you need to get used to your body and grow as fast as possible." Upon hearing Cain's words, Skorupi's eyes lit up, and it nodded enthusiastically. It even made a gesture as if doing push-ups, indicating it was in perfect condition. Its playful behavior made Cain, already in a good mood, burst into laughter. Cain and his Pokémon continued moving deeper. The appearance of the two Grimer had brought a great advantage. They no longer had to worry about clearing the Zubat and Golbat corpses on the ground. As they advanced, after a brief encounter-free period due to the battle, some Pokémon began to appear again. Among them were the active Rattata and Raticate, as well as some Sandshrew that suddenly appeared. All the Pokémon that attacked were defeated by Murkrow and the others. If Cain found a particularly weak Pokémon, he had Skorupi fight. With its training vest on, Skorupi was quickly getting used to its body. Although it could get injured in battle, it endured bravely. After all, for bug-type Pokémon, injuries like dislocated or broken joints are quite common. These Pokémon have a high regeneration capacity, and, with enough resources and energy, they can recover in a relatively short time. Moreover, Cain had plenty of medicine to heal injuries, along with Miltank to restore energy. Other Pokémon were also nearby, ready to intervene if the situation became dangerous. Cain was fully confident that, with one command, his Pokémon would save Skorupi from any danger. An hour later, Cain and his companions moved forward through the tunnel for another hour, finally reaching its end. This tunnel was clearly one of the deepest among the various branches of Diglett Cave. He gathered his other Pokémon, leaving only Slowpoke. He instructed Slowpoke to use Teleport to return to the previous entry point. As they exited, they didn't draw anyone's attention. Cain dusted off his clothes and continued deeper into Diglett Cave's tunnel. Today's exploration of Diglett Cave's branches had been sufficient, and the number of battles for the Pokémon was also considerable. What they needed next was to assimilate what they had learned and experienced in today's battles. By doing this, they wouldn't forget the lessons they had gained in the next battle. They continued a bit further into Diglett Cave until Cain began to feel hungry. Cain chose a small, already explored tunnel and placed a sign at the entrance, indicating that this tunnel was temporarily occupied as a camp, warning that entering without permission could result in an attack, and that the consequences would be on whoever attempted it. These small explored tunnels were commonly used by passing trainers as temporary camps. Many tunnel entrances had signs like these, so very few trainers dared to enter. After all, no one knew how strong the trainer inside might be. If they could win, all good, but if not, the trouble would be on them. Therefore, among trainers who visited Diglett Cave, there were some unwritten rules. First, no littering, which is very important. Second, if a tunnel is already occupied as a camp and has a sign at the entrance, you must not enter without permission, or the consequences are your own responsibility. And there's a third, don't attack other trainers in the tunnel, among other things. Although they aren't official rules, everyone accepts them as such. So, after choosing a branch of the tunnel and placing a sign, Cain went in directly. These explored tunnels that could be used as camps generally had some old light bulbs installed on the ceiling, like in Diglett Cave, so it wasn't completely dark. Moreover, these tunnels were fairly shallow, and most wild Pokémon had already been driven out, so there was no worry about encountering unexpected Pokémon. However, if one did dig its way in, that would be another story. Inside the tunnel, Cain took out some fine wires and small bells from his ring, tying them to the tunnel's entrance. Anything that touched them would make the bells ring, immediately alerting Cain and his Pokémon. After setting these small traps, Cain and Slowpoke went inside the tunnel. Cain took out camping tools from his ring. When he released his Pokémon, they all started working on their tasks. Slowpoke and Murkrow set up the tent. Miltank helped Cain prepare the ingredients, while Sneasel and Ghastly took care of the campfire and other small details. Only Skorupi, being in a growth stage, wasn't given any tasks. However, he didn't sit still. He knew his companions were looking out for him, so he went to the side to train his body, aware that his rapid growth had decreased his control over his own body. It couldn't be denied that Skorupi's progress was remarkable. In the hour of post-battle training, he leveled up twice, reaching level 11. Since he was always fighting against stronger opponents, the experience gained was considerable, resulting in rapid growth. Cain had already decided that if Skorupi didn't manage to fully master his body, he wouldn't let him participate in more battles for a while. Sometimes, growing too quickly isn't a good thing, as it can cause an unstable foundation, slowing future progress or even reducing potential. When Skorupi understood this, he trained tirelessly, making the most of advanced-level poke blocks and Miltank's milk for recovery. As long as he had energy, he kept training. Seeing Skorupi's dedicated attitude, Cain couldn't help but smile. Soon, the camp was ready and Cain and Miltank had finished preparing the ingredients. Knowing they would be spending some time in Diglett Cave, Cain had stocked his ring with a good amount of fresh ingredients. Since they were stored in a space where they wouldn't spoil, he didn't mind bringing plenty. However, once the Pokémon finished their tasks, Cain didn't allow them to relax. Except for Miltank, who continued assisting him, the other Pokémon were assigned to training. Only after completing their training tasks could they eat dinner. Murkrow, with added weight equipment, had to fly back and forth across the tunnel. Slowpoke, on the other hand, was instructed to combine its psychic abilities with water-type skills, ensuring that psychic control over the water wouldn't reduce the power of its attacks, allowing it to twist and change direction while attacking. Ghastly, who had absorbed a small amount of poisonous gas but hadn't fully assimilated it, was sent to the end of the tunnel, where it had to try controlling the purple gas around its body to see if it could corrode the walls. Sneasel was assigned to train its control over ice-type energy. It had to form an icicle without throwing it, holding it in its hand and expanding it until it became a ball of ice. As for Skorupi, without needing Cain to say anything, he knew what his task was. He stayed to the side doing simple but intense exercises to strengthen his body. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat filled the cave. If not for the training tasks, the Pokémon would have run toward the grill, eagerly waiting for the meat to be fully cooked. Cain, smiling, waved a small fan, fanning the coals to increase the heat. The golden exterior of the roasted meat began to release drops of fat, which fell onto the coals with a sizzle, raising the temperature even more. Soon, Murkrow, having finished its training, appeared by the grill. Although it was breathing heavily from the intense exercise, its desire for food hadn't diminished. However, it didn't start eating immediately. Instead, it restrained itself, waiting for the other Pokémon to finish their training so they could eat together. Some training tasks were indeed challenging, like the one given to Slowpoke, which clearly couldn't be completed in just one day. So, seeing it was enough for now, Cain called his Pokémon back. The training could continue later. His intention was simply to ensure that, while their bodies were still warm from the battle, they wouldn't forget what they had learned from that recent fight. After the meal, the Pokémon rested to the side. Beep. Data analysis complete. Database reorganization finished. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Cain's mind. Cain was surprised to hear the voice and then remembered that, 2 days ago, he had ordered the system to start analyzing the data obtained from the Lake of Rage research facility. Apparently, it was time for the analysis to be completed. System, what's the percentage of useful data? Cain asked. The rate of useful data is important because, although the system copied 15% of the data from the Lake of Rage research base, not all of it would necessarily be useful. There would surely be some useless data. That's why Cain wanted to know what percentage was truly valuable. Useful data percentage, 78%. The system provided a figure. Cain was surprised to see that the percentage of useful data was so high. It seemed that the Lake of Rage research base stored a significant amount of valuable information. Unfortunately, it was now impossible to obtain more. Does the data include information related to the previous missions? Cain had been concerned about several missions: the rapid evolution of a psychic type, the incubation of the Larvitar egg, and the specific effect of that half bottle of Pokémon Catalyst. Mission analysis beginning, missions resetting, estimated time, 1 day. The system would need to analyze the new data in relation to the missions, which would take another day. Cain thought that the system wasn't as smart as it seemed. Fortunately, this time it only needed to analyze the new data, so the estimated time was relatively short. In 1 day, Cain would have the results. System, establish a new mission, simulate the creation of advanced Pokeblocks for Metong, with the goal of not reducing its growth speed and minimizing weight gain. Cain still remembered the special Pokeblock recipe for Steven's Meting. If he could replicate it, he might gain a steady source of income and, perhaps, make inroads with the powerful Devon Corporation. Beep. Mission established. The system responded mechanically, indicating that the mission had been registered, though it didn't provide an estimated completion time. This was a considerable challenge, and the system wasn't sure if a formula meeting those requirements existed. Cain set these matters aside temporarily and took out his Poke Block crafting set from his ring. Since he had already prepared Poke Blocks for Murkrow and the others, which he wouldn't need for a while, he hadn't taken out the tools in quite some time. The main purpose of bringing out the tools this time was to prepare advanced Poke Blocks for Miltank and Sneasel. Since leaving the black market, he hadn't had time to do it, so he decided to take this moment to prepare the advanced Poke Blocks for these two Pokémon. Poke Blocks are something that gradually enhances Pokémon growth, so it's best to start using them as soon as possible. Cain began by preparing the advanced Poke Blocks for Miltank. He first ground some basic materials and placed them in separate containers. These materials are essential components for advanced Poke Blocks. Their main function is to improve Pokémon's physical constitution, allowing them to gradually improve their health and accelerate their stamina recovery to some extent. These are the basic effects of advanced Poke Blocks, and even mid-level Poke Blocks have these benefits, although to a lesser degree. Then, Cain added the key ingredients for Miltank's exclusive formula, some herbs that only work when combined, berries that enhance flavor and effectiveness, and most importantly, an adequate amount of powder made from leaves and roots rich in grass-type elements. Under the system's guidance, Cain added the ingredients in the correct order to the largest container, measuring each amount precisely down to milligrams. After adding each ingredient, he had to control the mixing speed and time, as this would affect the final effectiveness of the Poke Blocks and the material utilization rate. This is one of the main challenges in crafting advanced Poke Blocks. Many breeders who can make mid-level Poke Blocks get stuck at this step when attempting advanced Poke Blocks, sometimes for a long time. After adding the ingredients in the right proportions, the mixer combined all the materials, beating at a constant speed for a set amount of time. Then, Cain poured the mixture into the separator and turned it on to begin the separation process, a crucial step. Over-separating could cause the materials to break down excessively, resulting in an unbalanced mix that would drastically reduce the effectiveness of the Poke Blocks. On the other hand, under-separating could waste materials. That's why, to produce high-quality advanced Poke Blocks, the creator must closely observe the mixture and use their experience to control the separation time. However, Cain didn't have to worry about these details, as the system handled the precise calculations. This way, the resulting Poke Blocks were almost identical to each other, with uniform effects. Once the impurities were separated and the mixture rested for a moment, Cain poured it into pre-prepared molds, stacking them to solidify. Then, he repeated the process to transform all remaining materials into Poke Blocks. Unlike the rudimentary and inefficient tools he had used on Judgment Island, his current equipment allowed him to work much faster. In a little over an hour, Cain finished making all of Miltank's Poke Blocks. The first Poke Blocks he had poured into the molds had already solidified, taking on a crystalline green hue. Even in the dim light of the cave, you could see the broken bulb on the ceiling through the Poke Blocks. Cain handed one to the eager Miltank. After she ate it, a look of delight appeared on her face. This was very different from the mid-level Poke Blocks she had been eating before. Although those were also specially prepared for Miltank, they weren't made to suit her personal tastes. But now that Cain knew Miltank better, he had prepared the advanced Poke Blocks according to her preferred flavors. The look of satisfaction on her face said it all. Cain smiled as he stored the solidified Poke Blocks in a special container and, under Miltank's eager gaze, returned the container to his ring. With Miltank's Poke Blocks done, it was Sneasel's turn. Having seen Miltank's delighted expression after eating the Poke Blocks, Sneasel could no longer wait and sat patiently to the side, waiting for his to be ready. Different ingredients required different processes, so the preparation of Sneasel's Poke Blocks followed a completely different method. Sneasel's Poke Blocks were also quickly completed. After letting the eager Sneasel try one, Cain stored all the Poke Blocks and tools. Checking the time on his phone, he realized that a full 3 hours had passed in the creation of those two types of Poke Blocks. Cain took out the Pokeballs containing the two Grimer, and after scanning them with the system, he found that during this time, both Grimer had slightly improved their potential. However, the improvement was not very noticeable, likely due to the digestion speed. Suddenly, Cain had an idea. System, track the improvement speed of these two Grimer's potential, and analyze the possibility of unlimited growth. Is it possible for their potential to continue improving indefinitely? Cain thought that if, after every battle, he let the two Grimer absorb corpses, could their potential keep improving? If that were feasible, then Cain would have found a way to make a significant amount of money. Imagine if you could raise a Grimer with green potential and then sell it. Although Grimer isn't a popular Pokémon, if its potential is high enough, it would surely attract many buyers. After all, not everyone is swayed by appearance. Many are pragmatic. If Grimer is strong enough, it wouldn't be a bad Pokémon. However, Cain had no plans to use Grimer or Mook on his team unless he found one with green or higher potential, for instance, one with blue potential. In that case, Cain wouldn't rule it out, as his priority is strength. But for now, it's unnecessary. It's not just because of Grimer's unpleasant appearance or smell, it's also because Cain already has Ghastly and Skorupi, both poison-type, so he doesn't need to add another poison-type Pokémon at the moment. Moreover, both Grimer and Mook are pure poison-type Pokémon. While single-type specialists can be stronger in that attribute, in Cain's current team structure, there's no room for another poison-type Pokémon. Perhaps in the future, after training his other Pokémon, he'd consider it. For now, these two Grimer represent a possible large source of income, so Cain decided to monitor them closely. Of course, if in the future he recruits suitable subordinates who are interested in these improved Grimer, Cain would have no issue assigning them. After all, both Grimer and Mook are useful Pokémon, even if they're a bit slow and smelly. Following Cain's orders, the system established an analysis task where the most important focus was the improvement speed of Grimer's potential and whether there was a possibility of unlimited growth. Soon after, by gathering some data on potential fluctuations, the system was able to calculate Grimer's potential improvement speed. A complete analysis chart and data wave graph appeared before Cain. According to the system's analysis, a Grimer with yellow potential could increase to dark yellow potential in 3 days. As for the Grimer with dark yellow potential, it could improve to light green potential in 5 days. However, whether they can continue evolving, the system couldn't provide an exact answer. Nevertheless, the system's calculations indicate that even if indefinite evolution were possible, the resources required would be too much for Cain to support. By that time, it would be more productive to train other Pokémon. Furthermore, the system yielded another result. The Grimer with yellow potential had absorbed 49 Zubat and 2 Golbat, which should be enough for its potential to improve to dark yellow. However, the Grimer with dark yellow potential, which had absorbed 52 Zubat and 2 Golbat, wouldn't meet the evolution standard. It would only meet 1/3 of the requirements. This means that the Grimer with dark yellow potential would need triple the resources to evolve to light green potential, compared to what the yellow potential Grimer needed to evolve to dark yellow. If this continues, each evolution would require 3 times more resources. For a Grimer with light green potential to evolve further, it would need thousands of Pokémon corpses. Of course, the energy converted from common Pokémon and high-level, high-potential Pokémon would differ, but the number would be roughly that. That's terrifying. Although Cain is determined and ruthless, he's not a typical killer. After a while, the data obtained by the system wasn't just that. Based on its calculations and analysis, the yellow-level Grimer's potential limit would be light green, while the dark yellow-level Grimer's limit would be green. Of course, these are just preliminary results and the process could vary. This would need to be observed over time. However, the system also guessed the reason behind Grimer's potential improvement. Grimer is special because it has an organ that can decompose ingested waste and extract its energy, forming special crystals within. These crystals have already been discovered by human researchers, but so far they haven't managed to decipher how they are generated or what their function is. If scientists could solve this mystery, they could completely resolve the waste degradation problem. The system detected that the Zubat consumed by Grimer were also decomposed by this organ, forming those unknown crystals. However, during the decomposition process, some energy is released, which allows Grimer's potential to improve by enhancing the quality of its sludge. With the improvement in its physical condition, Grimer's potential would naturally improve as well. As to why no one had discovered before that Grimer could improve its potential by consuming Pokémon corpses, there are several key reasons. First, Grimer and Mook have always been associated with garbage. Even if they occasionally come across Pokémon corpses in dumps, these aren't enough to make a significant difference. Even if someone tested Grimer's potential before and after it consumed corpses, with the current technology in the Pokémon world, potential can't be measured that precisely, so this hadn't been discovered. Moreover, Grimer isn't a popular Pokémon. Not being despised is already a big achievement. In short, Cain had discovered a new way to make money. During his time in the wild, Cain would come across wild Pokémon corpses, which he used to simply bury. Now, he could make better use of them. After all, these are Pokémon that attack or provoke him, and Cain feels no sympathy for them. The next day, Cain took Slowpoke back to the main tunnel of Diglett's cave. Although traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City takes only a few hours by bus, walking the whole way could take several days. After all, there are many wild Pokémon along the path. If he went through Diglett's cave, he could save a day or half a day of travel. However, with Cain exploring each tunnel branch, the time extended considerably. Especially after discovering that the slight amount of toxic gas Ghastly had absorbed attracted a large number of poison-type Pokémon in the cave, Cain greatly enjoyed exploring these unexplored branches. He let all his Pokémon out to battle the poison-type Pokémon that were attracted, allowing Ghastly to absorb more toxic gas, increasing its affinity with the poison type. It was a win-win situation all around. The night before, Ghastly had already learned to control the gas around it, allowing it to create a slight corrosive effect on the tunnel walls. Although it required time, it showed that Ghastly's poison-type energy was increasing. Meanwhile, Skorupi was in his element. As he was already getting familiar with his body, Cain allowed him to join some battles, helping him better understand his own anatomy. After a day full of battles, Skorupi was more than happy, as with his sniper ability, those low-level Rattata couldn't withstand a single attack from him. As for the other Pokémon, they all improved in mastering their moves. The Pokémon they encountered tried to extend battles as much as possible to maximize their training, avoiding defeating their opponents too quickly. The day passed quickly, but the Pokémon's progress was very noticeable. Murkrow once again managed to adapt to the increased weight. He could now battle at a weight of 25 kilograms. Slowpoke continued refining his combination of psychic and water energy, managing to maintain 80% of his water-type moves' power with more agile and flexible maneuvers. He would soon reach Cain's goal of 100% power, and in the future, it's likely he'll further enhance his water-type moves. Ghastly, on his part, absorbed 2 more threads of toxic gas during the day, further developing his poison-type affinity. With a couple of poison-type moves, his ability to sustain long battles would become the best on the team. Miltank didn't progress as much as the others, but Cain never expected her to be a big fighter. Her role was to keep the others' energy up and occasionally use Heal Bell. However, Miltank wasn't easily content. After receiving Cain's approval, she started training her physical condition in her spare time, preparing to learn more moves in the future. Sneasel showed the most progress, apart from Skorupi. Sneasel and Cain had already established an almost perfect bond. Whether it was the new Pokeblocks or competition with Skorupi, Sneasel quickly adapted to Cain's commands and battle style. Lastly, there was Skorupi. Although he only gained 1 level during the day, reaching level 12, he had become so familiar with his body that tomorrow he could likely fight at full strength. When Cain recalled his Pokémon and was looking for a place to camp in a branch of the tunnel, he encountered an unexpected situation. A middle-aged man, with a hiking backpack, a shovel, and a pickaxe, blocked the entrance of the tunnel Cain had chosen to rest in. With a seemingly friendly smile, the man positioned himself in front of the tunnel entrance, preventing Cain from entering. Initially, Cain had no problem giving up the tunnel, as he had only chosen it randomly as a camping spot. However, Cain noticed a faint scent of blood on the man. It was a very faint smell, barely noticeable, but Cain, in both his previous life and this one, had killed enough people to be extremely sensitive to this type of scent. It wasn't the kind of blood from a Pokémon, but from a human. Cain always cleaned the smell of blood after dealing with someone with ill intentions toward him, to avoid being detected by people with a sharp sense of smell. This middle-aged man, though he had tried to cover the scent with some dirt, had clearly done it hastily and hadn't concealed it well. For most people, it might have gone unnoticed, but for Cain, it was like a beacon in the dark, impossible to ignore. Haha, sorry, young man. This tunnel is where I've been staying. I went out during the day. Would you mind finding another tunnel? I'm really sorry, the middle-aged man said with a smile, while subtly moving his foot to block Cain's view of the tunnel's interior. This movement seemed casual, but to Cain, who was already paying attention, it seemed even more suspicious. Cain's dark eyes sparkled intensely. This man definitely had something to hide. Or perhaps, this tunnel branch concealed something. With a smile, Cain replied, "So this tunnel was already occupied by you, sir?" "I didn't know, I'm very sorry." Hearing Cain's words, the middle-aged man seemed to relax a bit. He scratched the back of his head and smiled in an apparently innocent way. "Haha, it's fine. It was my fault for not leaving a sign at the tunnel entrance. Sorry for the inconvenience, would you mind?" The man pointed to other tunnels with light in the distance, suggesting that Cain should find another place to camp. "No problem, no problem. I'll look elsewhere." Cain's response made the man relax even more, and his smile grew more genuine. "But..." Cain's words made the man's face tense slightly. Cain gave a cold smile. "But I left some tools inside earlier. I need to go retrieve them, is that okay?" This phrase was a test. Cain had never entered the tunnel. He just wanted to see how the middle-aged man would react. The man's smiling face turned serious as he observed Cain carefully. After a brief exchange of looks, the man forced a smile, though his expression was hard to read. "Why don't we go together then?" "Agreed." As the middle-aged man led Cain inside, he intentionally looked down at the ground and noticed there were no footprints from Cain, making it clear what Cain was implying. The middle-aged man, realizing this, said nothing, but when he glanced at Cain from the corner of his eye, he no longer showed any emotion. Both continued walking toward the end of the tunnel, each with different thoughts. After 10 minutes of walking, neither stopped, and the middle-aged man didn't ask Cain why they hadn't found the tools he had mentioned. It seemed they had reached a tacit agreement. They wouldn't speak, but the distance between them kept growing. Gradually, the two, who had been walking side by side, moved apart, each to a different side of the tunnel. After walking another 10 minutes, almost reaching the end of the tunnel, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped, and the friendly smile disappeared from his face. With a grim look, he stared at Cain. "Brother, we're almost at the end. Where are the tools you talked about?" As he spoke, he took a Pokeball from his belt, ready to summon his Pokémon at any moment. Here it is. What you're looking for is my tool." Cain let out a cold laugh. In truth, at any point along the way, Cain could have had his Slowpoke take care of this middle-aged man, but he hadn't acted. He wanted to know why this man had killed someone. If Cain wasn't mistaken, he probably knew the person he killed. Perhaps they were even friends. In reality, Cain didn't care who he had killed. What interested him was the motive. To kill someone for the first time and remain so calm is rare, even in Team Rocket. He wouldn't be a bad subordinate, of course, as long as Cain could keep him under control. "What do you know?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing Cain, grew even more grim, his face darkening, his eyes beginning to fill with blood, on the verge of losing control. Cain looked at him and smiled mysteriously. "You look very strong, but your steps are clumsy, as if you're trying to hide it. However, the red veins in your eyes give you away, and the faint scent of blood on your body shows that you tried to clean the traces, but you didn't quite succeed. This is your first time killing, isn't it? And you killed someone you knew." Cain's words were like daggers, slowly stabbing into the middle-aged man's heart, hitting each of his weak spots. "What do you know?" the middle-aged man roared, immediately throwing his Pokeball to summon his Pokémon. A Graveler appeared in the tunnel. "Pokémon, Graveler Dark Yellow. Gender, male. Level, 26. Type, rock plus ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, block, endure. Basic moves, tackle, defense curl, mud sport, rock polish, rollout, magnitude, rock throw, smack down, bulldoze, self-destruct. Learned moves, stealth rock, snore. TM moves, takedown. Cain ignored the appearance of Graveler, seeing that his Pokémon was a Slowpoke, yet sending out a Graveler. That was unheard of. Cain continued, "It seems I was right in my assumptions. Is the item here in this tunnel?" Buried deep down. The fact that he waited until they were so far into the tunnel to act suggests two things. First, that here the battle noise wouldn't attract attention, and second, that the item he's looking for is here, and he wants to make sure no one has taken it. Neither Cain nor anyone else. From his reaction, it seems no one has taken it. He took out another Pokeball. Since Cain hadn't responded to his question, he began to lose patience and decided to use force. Although Cain's Slowpoke was a water and psychic-type Pokémon and seemed somewhat special, it should be easy to defeat by combining his other Pokémon. He hadn't even considered whether Cain had more Pokémon. From his appearance, Cain looked like a rookie trainer from the league, and given his young age, he was probably someone who had just started his journey. Slowpoke might be his only Pokémon. It was understandable that he would think this way. After all, a person's social environment influences their perspective. Given that Cain, at his age, only had Pokémon of such a low level, this indicated that he didn't have much talent as a trainer, which likely meant that the people he associated with didn't either. So, from his perspective, it made sense that Cain only had one Pokémon. Moreover, he had easily defeated several friends he believed to be on his level, which inflated his confidence. After a flash of red light, a Beedrill appeared in the tunnel. A yellow quality, level 22 Pokémon, quite strong for an average trainer. No wonder he could defeat his friends. Having two yellow quality Pokémon is rare among average trainers. However, he didn't stop after summoning Beedrill. He took out another Pokeball, and this time, without hesitation, threw it again with bloodshot eyes. Eradicate, another yellow quality Pokémon, level 21, appeared. In reality, these three Pokémon were fairly average, but what really concerned Cain was Graveler's self-destruct move. In such a narrow tunnel, even if he relied on Diglett's work, a collapse might be unavoidable. "Have you summoned them all?" Cain raised an eyebrow as he asked. Evidently, all his assumptions were almost correct. This man was acting this way because it was his first time killing someone. The stress of the murder, combined with the pressure Cain exerted by exposing all his hidden actions, had brought the man to the brink of collapse. Cain didn't hesitate and took out all his Super Balls. He summoned Murkrow, Sneasel, Ghastly, Miltank, and Skorupi. When it comes to the number of Pokémon, Cain has never feared facing anyone. If necessary, he could also bring out his Fiero and the two Grimer he had in reserve. The middle-aged man saw Cain's Pokémon appearing one after another, and upon feeling their powerful presence, his face paled. He finally understood that he had underestimated this young man, who, though he seemed friendly and easygoing, turned out to be far more dangerous than he had imagined. After summoning all his Pokémon, Cain asked again with seriousness, "Well, now you can tell me what you've hidden and why you did it." Cain looked at the middle-aged man, who now seemed desperate. This man was definitely killing for the first time, and in his current state, it seemed the murder had left a deep shadow over him. What kind of object would be valuable enough to make him take such a drastic action? If it was all simply about competing for resources, Cain would have no problem accepting it. After all, this is a world where the strongest survive. Avoiding a fight might not mean death, but it won't lead to success either. For ordinary people, achieving a high status in the league is the ultimate goal. Tell you what, damn it. Graveler, use Stealth Rock. Beedrill, focus energy. Radicate, use Swords Dance. The man, his face pale and eyes bloodshot, clearly planned to trap Cain there. But he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still maintained basic battle strategies. The move Stealth Rock could hinder fast Pokémon, while Beedrill and Radicate would use power-up moves. especially Raticate, who, if successful in using Sword's Dance, combined with its Hyper Fang move, could potentially defeat one of Cain's Pokémon in a single hit. Murkrow, use Snatch on Raticate. Slowpoke, control your water gun with your Confusion, aim at Graveler. Sneasel, use Icy Wind. Since his opponent showed no intention of talking, Cain could only resolve the situation by eliminating the 3 Pokémon first and then continuing the conversation. Cain was wary of the boost Raticate might get from Sword's Dance. However, with Murkrow's prankster ability and its Snatch move, any power-up the opponent attempted would be ineffective as long as there were no significant level differences. Raticate was enveloped by Murkrow's dark energy, nullifying the effect of Sword's Dance and empowering Murkrow instead. Slowpoke's water gun, enhanced with Confusion, struck Graveler with great speed. The combination with Confusion made the water-type move even more effective, and Graveler, being 4 times weak to water, couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, Sneasel used Icy Wind, taking advantage of the closed tunnel, which forced the opponent to endure the move with no way to evade it. Graveler, use Rock Throw on Slowpoke. Beedrill, fly up and use Fury Attack on Slowpoke. Raticate, use Hyper Fang after Quick Attack on Slowpoke. The man, realizing the threat posed by Slowpoke, tried to eliminate it quickly. Graveler, his strongest Pokémon and the one he had trained the hardest, was completely neutralized by Slowpoke. If the battle continued like this, he would have no chance of winning. But he forgot that Cain didn't just have 3 Pokémon, Ghastly and Miltank were also ready to join the action. Cain wasn't planning to fight fairly. This was a life-or-death battle in the wild. If you lost, you risked dying. They were both killers, so what was one more? Ghastly, use Fire Punch on Beedrill. Miltank, use Endure, then block to stop Raticate. Slowpoke's second water gun hit Graveler, leaving it on the verge of collapse. Beedrill was brutally taken down by Murkrow, who used Wing Attack, boosted by Sword's Dance. Ghastly took advantage of Beedrill's vulnerability, hitting it with Fire Punch, knocking it to the ground before it could do anything. Raticate tried to use Hyper Fang on Slowpoke, but Miltank, enduring the first attack, blocked its advance, nullifying the special effect of Hyper Fang. Then, Sneasel relentlessly attacked Raticate with Ice Shard while Miltank held it captive. Finish them, Cain said coldly. The battle was clearly one-sided. Even if Cain hadn't given orders, his Pokémon would have handled the situation with ease. Graveler and Raticate soon fell lifeless. The man had tried to use Graveler's self-destruct to take out Cain, but Cain stopped him before he could act. Now, can you talk? Cain approached, looking at the man with disdain. The man, with a vacant stare, collapsed to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Forgive me. Forgive me." He finally understood that to advance as a trainer, to gain power and resources, one must fight, compete. This world is brutal. Only the strongest survive. Cain knew this well. Cain no longer paid attention to the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Now he seemed like a stray dog, utterly useless. At first, that man seemed to have some courage, and it was understandable that he would be a bit confused after his first time killing someone. However, during the battle, Cain realized the man was beginning to regret his actions. But Cain wasn't looking for his regret. What he truly wanted to see was if the man had the ambition to keep improving, which might have made him consider recruiting him. After all, someone who could remain apparently calm after killing for the first time could thrive in Team Rocket. As for the possibility that this man might turn against him once he gained strength, Cain wasn't worried. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, wasn't afraid of elite-level powerful trainers, so Cain didn't fear a small-time trainer. The man had no chance of surpassing Cain, and Cain was confident he could keep him under control forever, just as he had with the other participants on Trial Island. But this middle-aged man, who had already lost the will to fight, likely had no more useful information to offer. Cain ordered his Skorupi to eliminate him. Why Skorupi? Cain didn't explain, but all the other Pokémon understood perfectly. Cain activated his system to scan the surrounding area. In a corner of the tunnel, the scanner detected something in the ground. Skorupi, having fulfilled Cain's command, headed to the corner and started digging with its claws, revealing a small package wrapped in silver foil. Skorupi, proud of its find, picked up the package and excitedly ran toward Cain, trying to hand it to him. But Skorupi realized that it was a bit short and Cain couldn't quite reach it. After examining the package and looking at Cain's shoulder, Skorupi tilted its head, wondering if its weight and size were still manageable for its trainer. Cain, seeing Skorupi's thoughtful expression, smiled, crouched down and patted its head, taking the package from its claws. Skorupi, happy for the praise, spun around, playing with its tail like a little puppy. Cain weighed the package in his hand. It wasn't very heavy, but the contents felt quite solid. He slowly opened it, revealing what was inside. "Is this a moonstone?" Cain murmured upon seeing the contents. There weren't just one, but 3 moonstones in the package, each emitting a soft glow that made the light in the tunnel more subdued and relaxing. Curious, Cain scanned the 3 stones for more information. Name: Moonstone. Quality: Initial. Description: a mysterious stone that can evolve certain Pokémon. It shines like the moon at night. Effect: can cause a Pokémon to evolve, but does not enhance its quality. The 3 moonstones were of initial quality. They could evolve some Pokémon, like a Nidorino turning into Nidoking. However, being stones of initial quality, they wouldn't improve the Pokémon's quality after its evolution. Cain still had an intermediate quality dusk stone he had found on Trial Island, which could slightly improve the quality of the Pokémon that used it. Cain's Murkrow could evolve into Honchkrow using that dusk stone, but Cain knew it wasn't the right time yet. Murkrow hadn't reached its physical limit, and Cain felt that even an intermediate quality dusk stone wouldn't meet his minimum expectations for Murkrow. Currently, Murkrow was green level quality, putting it on the lower end of potential among Cain's Pokémon. But Cain didn't plan to abandon it as he had in his previous life. His minimum goal was to find a high-quality dusk stone that might raise Murkrow's quality to light blue level. Of course, a high-quality dusk stone is not the limit. There exists a supreme quality, but it's extremely rare. In his past life, Cain had only heard of them, but had never seen one. It's said that a supreme quality evolution stone could sell for at least tens of millions of Pokédollars, although they are so rare that they are almost never available on the market. Cain stored the 3 moonstones in his ring. The price of an initial quality moonstone generally ranges between 300,000 and 500,000 Pokédollars, and if demand is high, the value could be even higher. It's no wonder that the middle-aged man decided to attack his own friend. 3 moonstones, even of initial quality, would be worth over 1,000,000 Pokédollars. For an ordinary citizen, 1,000,000 Pokédollars is a fortune. With such a figure, they could buy 2 green-quality Pokémon. If they planned carefully, they could buy a green-quality Pokémon that was easy to train, like a Beedrill, and then work a little harder to advance to the next level. Therefore, for a humble trainer, that 1,000,000 Pokédollars could be the ladder to the top. How could they not fight for it? If that 1,000,000 Pokédollars were divided among 3 or more people, it's likely that none of them would experience a significant change. Surely, that's what the middle-aged man thought. Cain looked again at the man lying on the ground, remembering his last whispers of regret. Probably, if not for that opportunity for progress offered by the moonstones, the man wouldn't have made such a drastic decision. In the end, it was Cain who benefited, which explained the man's final regret. As for where they found those moonstones or why they hid them instead of taking them when they fled, Cain didn't know, nor did he care. Cain released a dark yellow quality Grimer and ordered it to feed on the bodies of the 3 fallen Pokémon. As for the man's body, Cain still didn't want to see his Pokémon devouring human remains, so he ordered Slowpoke to bury him with its psychic powers. Grimer, having been well fed the night before, had already digested most of its meal. When released again, it once more brought with it a terrible stench, making Cain and his other Pokémon feel uncomfortable. The space was already quite small, which intensified Grimer's horrible smell. However, Grimer seemed to understand that it was now under Cain's control and showed no signs of resistance. Having food and a place to sleep was much better than staying in the dark tunnel. Grimer slowly absorbed the bodies of the 3 Pokémon into its sludge body, then stood still, waiting for Cain to return it to its Pokeball while it continued digesting the accumulated energy. These 3 Pokémon were much stronger and of better quality than the Zubat and Golbat Grimer had consumed before, so even though there were only 3, the amount of energy they contained was considerable. Cain, seeing that Grimer was behaving, returned it to its Pokeball and quickly left without looking back. That smell really was unbearable. Originally, Cain intended to find a tunnel to spend the night in, but after encountering this situation, he couldn't help but feel melancholic. This is not a utopian world like the one in cartoons. Man devours man is just one of the ugly truths behind this seemingly beautiful world, and it's not even the ugliest part. After leaving the secondary tunnel, Cain found another one. Only after confirming that there were no issues, he set up traps and made camp inside. Starting a fire, cooking, training, all repeated like a loop from a recording. Beep. Mission analysis complete. Displaying detailed information. After dinner, while the Pokémon trained and Cain studied the Psychic Power Manual, the system chimed again. Yesterday, after restructuring the database, Cain asked the system to analyze 3 tasks. The first was to reanalyze the conditions for a rapid psychic advancement, the second, to analyze the hatching method for the Larvitar egg, and the third, to analyze the evolution elixir. For rapid advancement in psychic powers, Cain, after all, is a psychic. Although he may be the weakest among them, he's still a psychic. If he didn't have powers, it would be a different story, but since he has psychic abilities, Cain doesn't want to stay at the lowest level. He wants to improve, even if just a little. At least, not to be the worst, right? However, the previous information from the system didn't include data on psychics, and the results of the analysis remained the same as before. A lot of unknown factors, with no clarity on whether they come from fictional data or if they're too advanced for Cain's current level. Of course, Cain didn't have high expectations regarding the requirements for psychic advancement, as the Team Rocket research base mainly focused on Pokémon. The Larvitar egg had been with Cain for quite some time, always under Ghastly's watch. However, after multiple examinations, it hadn't shown many changes. All information indicated it was in perfect condition, yet it simply wouldn't hatch. With the recent expansion of the system's database, Cain had renewed hope. Seeing the data provided by the system, Cain was surprised. Did the system really offer a solution? Was there truly information in Team Rocket's data on how to hatch the Larvitar egg? Suppressing his excitement, Cain continued reading. However, the more he read, the more his expression became indifferent. Yes, the Larvitar egg does indeed have a hatching method, and in fact, Cain already has part of what's needed. The evolution elixir. It's the half bottle of evolution elixir obtained from the Team Rocket laboratory, also brought by Umbra from the same place. According to the system's calculations, about 3 full doses of the evolution elixir are needed to hatch the Larvitar egg, though the success probability is not 100%, it's 50%. Additionally, Larvitar might be born with some unforeseen defects. Of course, these are just the system's results, whose accuracy is hard to gauge at the moment. Still, the system's calculation has a considerable basis. According to the scan results, the main reason why the Larvitar egg isn't hatching is due to 2 causes. The first is that shortly after being laid, the egg suffered a crack due to the side effects of a battle, causing the vital energy within the egg to rapidly dissipate. Although Tyranitar sealed the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the loss of vital energy caused an irreparable decline in the embryo's qualities, resulting in Larvitar's congenital deficiencies. The second cause is also related to the geocentric cleansing milk. Geocentric cleansing milk is a milky liquid formed by the concentration of rare elements in mountains and land. One of its biggest benefits is extending life. By sealing the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the flow of vital energy from the Larvitar egg was halted and even partially regenerated. However, some losses can't be compensated. Additionally, due to prolonged storage, the geocentric cleansing milk has formed an energy mineral membrane on the egg's surface, fully merging with the eggshell and doubling its hardness. A Larvitar with congenital deficiencies and a reinforced egg are the reasons Larvitar cannot hatch normally. If it weren't for the geocentric cleansing milk that significantly enhanced Larvitar's vitality, it would have already perished inside the egg, and Cain would never have obtained a perfectly preserved pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg. As for the system's analysis, the idea that the evolution elixir could help Larvitar's hatching has some grounds. The evolution elixir can accelerate Pokémon growth. If Larvitar receives it, its development would speed up, allowing it to face the eggshell not as a fragile newborn, but potentially even break it. It could also happen that Larvitar, after using the catalyst, grows and forms within the egg. In that case, Cain could break the shell externally without significantly affecting the fully developed Larvitar, although it might be born somewhat weak. Of course, the hatching probability is still only 50%. There's a chance that the evolution elixir, being unstable, could cause Larvitar's sudden death inside the egg, forever losing the chance to hatch. And that's not even the main issue. What truly matters is that Cain doesn't have access to that much evolution elixir. Umbra mentioned he traded half of his belongings to obtain 6 doses of the evolution elixir. For an elite-level trainer, half his wealth is unimaginable, even for someone like Cain, who has seen quite a bit in his previous life, where he had much less than he does now. Therefore, Cain can't even afford to gamble. 3 full doses of the evolution elixir? Where would he get that much? However, Cain thought about his half bottle of evolution elixir and, since it's not being used, why not give it a try? System, calculate the possible effect of using the half bottle of evolution elixir. Is there a chance of harming the Larvitar egg? 2 minutes later, the system completed the calculations and gave Cain the results. Essentially, using the half bottle wouldn't have a significant effect nor harm the Larvitar egg. If Cain wants to try it, he can. With this result, Cain sighed in relief. As long as it wouldn't harm the Larvitar egg, it was fine. Even if Larvitar doesn't hatch, at worst, Cain could always trade the egg for a large amount of resources. After all, even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg that can't hatch is still a pseudo-legendary and worth far more than common Pokémon. Of course, that would be the worst-case scenario for Cain. If possible, he certainly wants it to hatch, as it would be a great asset for the future. Cain took out the half bottle of green liquid from his ring and carefully unscrewed the cap. According to the system's analysis, if an ordinary Pokémon were to consume this liquid, its lifespan would decrease by 30%, but its growth rate would increase by 20%. However, in the case of the Larvitar egg, it wouldn't have a major impact, only increasing its growth rate by 5% to 10%. Moreover, it wouldn't affect Larvitar's lifespan at all. The system provided an explanation for this, which Cain found very logical. Geocentric cleansing milk has longevity properties, and considering that the Larvitar egg has been submerged in it for an indefinite time, it's reasonable that its lifespan would be longer. Cain asked Ghastly to bring out the incubator with the Larvitar egg. Observing the date displayed on the incubator, he slowly opened it. He tilted the bottle slightly, letting the green liquid flow out slowly. According to the system, he only needed to pour the liquid into the crack in the Larvitar egg. I hope this works, Cain thought as he carefully poured all the precious evolution elixir over the crack in the egg. Upon contact, the liquid was instantly absorbed. Cain, worried that the liquid would spill and be wasted, stayed alert with his limited psychic ability. After emptying every last drop of the green liquid, Cain watched and waited in silence. 5 minutes passed, and nothing happened. 10 minutes passed, and still, there was no change. Did this work or not? Even if it's just half a bottle, there should be at least some sign, Cain said, frustrated as he saw no changes in the Larvitar egg. Beep. Scan result. Larvitar egg activity has increased by 7%. At this growth rate, it is expected to hatch in 75 years, announced the system in Cain's mind. 75 years. Cain was speechless. It seems these matters always involve decades or centuries. First his psychic ability, and now the Larvitar egg. At least Cain felt relieved knowing that the evolution elixir had some effect on the egg, and that he didn't need to keep blindly searching for solutions. However, remembering how rare the elixir was, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Even if the elixir appears on Team Rocket's reward list, Cain wouldn't be able to redeem it right away. Plus, he was worried his interference might have altered the Lake of Rage research base, since in his previous life he hadn't heard of such a fierce battle, at least on the 5th floor of the base, which he had cleared before. No such severe damage had been seen. Even if the evolution elixir became available, Cain wasn't sure if it would appear again on Team Rocket's list. If not, perhaps Umbra would be the only one who had one. Thinking about the elixirs Umbra had, Cain felt a slight temptation, but quickly dismissed any wild ideas when he remembered Umbra's strength. When choosing between his life and a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Cain would choose his life without hesitation. It's not the right time yet. He should at least wait until he can prove his worth, and maybe then he could get something from Umbra. Besides, even if he managed to hatch Larvitar now, Cain, who barely had resources, wouldn't have a way to train a Pokémon that consumed so many resources. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon can become extremely powerful once it reaches its full potential, but the resources needed to raise it would deter most people. For example, Steven's shiny Metong. The value of 2 shiny Beldum alone is incalculable, not to mention the high-level Pokeblocks it consumes daily, which Cain now specifically makes for it at a huge cost. Only someone with Steven's unlimited resources could afford such luxuries. Cain returned the Larvitar egg to the incubator, which showed no signs of change. The incubation date now displayed, time remaining until hatching, 27,375 days. Cain was speechless at this calculation and decided to hand the incubator to Ghastly, choosing not to look at it anymore. After tending to the Larvitar egg, Cain spent a while reviewing the psychic skill training manual and then entered a meditative state. Now, meditating before bed had become part of his routine, using meditation to replace part of his sleep time, only lying down when he could no longer hold on. The next day, he even felt more alert than if he'd slept all night. For now, this was the greatest use of his psychic abilities. The night passed without incident. Another day passed, and Cain had already spent 2 days in Diglett Cave with his Pokémon. By his calculations, if everything went well, he should be out of the cave before sunset today. Under normal conditions, an average walker could cross Diglett Cave in about a day and a half. But since Cain often stopped to seek battles with his Pokémon, his time doubled. However, Cain had an advantage. He could walk faster than most. In the forest, where branches and underbrush obstructed the path, Cain could walk normally. On the flat, soft terrain of the cave, it's no surprise he was faster. Given his plan, Cain didn't venture into deep tunnels today, but chose a few at random. If he didn't reach the end within 40 minutes, he released Weezing's gas to attract Pokémon, defeated them, and then had Slowpoke use Teleport to change location. Surprisingly, this turned out to be more efficient, gaining more experience in less time than when he wandered through tunnels aimlessly. On his journey, Murkrow managed to level up, reaching level 24. Shortly after, Cain encountered a light green Sandshrew, which he captured. Yellow-quality Pokémon were no longer of much interest to Cain as a hunter, and if it weren't for completing some tasks, he wouldn't actively seek them. However, if he encounters any green-quality Pokémon, Cain will try to capture it to complete missions, or at least sell it to make money. At the end of Diglett Cave, the last rays of sunlight filtered through the exit. With Slowpoke by his side, Cain slowly climbed out, breathing in the fresh scent of grass. After so much time underground, Cain hadn't noticed, but upon emerging, he realized he was drenched in the smell of earth. Outside Diglett Cave, Vermilion City unfolded before his eyes. Without wasting any time, he headed toward the city. Upon returning to Vermilion City, Cain felt that everything was completely different. The last time, he had left Challenge Island accompanied by Umbra, burdened with a considerable mission, and hadn't yet left the killing environment on the island. Every time he saw someone, there was a latent coldness in his heart. But this time, Cain no longer felt so much pressure. When one possesses a certain level of strength, their perspective changes. Although Cain's strength still doesn't compare to Umbra's, to someone with such power, Cain isn't much different from an ordinary person. Now, Cain has 5 main battle Pokémon, 1 for support and 1 for utility. His strength has grown tremendously since leaving Challenge Island. Not only has the number of Pokémon increased, but their strength has also improved. For example, Murkrow and Slowpoke are now much stronger than before leaving the island. Although their levels haven't significantly increased, their mastery of moves is incomparable to back then, and both their awareness and combat techniques have improved remarkably. The one who has changed the most is Ghastly. Not only has he improved considerably, but he's also started developing his poison-type attribute. Ghastly is now at level 24 and only needs an opportunity to evolve into Haunter with the next level increase, which will bring his combat power to a new level. Every time he absorbs poisonous gas, Ghastly experiences some improvement, even leveling up faster. Cain took a taxi directly to the largest port in the Kanto region, Vermilion Port. Since he had decided to travel by ship to the Hoenn region, Cain hoped to board a luxury cruise ship, like the SS Aqua or the SS-N. These ships are like small floating cities, often rented by millionaires to host events and competitions with prizes. If a cruise of this caliber set sail in the next few days, Cain wouldn't mind spending a bit more. Thanks to the driver's effort, Cain arrived at Vermilion Port an hour later. It was Cain's first time visiting this port. When he returned from Challenge Island, he traveled on a cargo ship that docked at the freight port. Looking at the luxurious cruise ships lined up at the dock, Cain couldn't help but be amazed. Having money really changes everything. A ship this large could probably be traded for several pseudo-legendary Pokémon. This world is full of millionaires. What delighted Cain the most was seeing an imposing and luxurious cruise ship that stood out among the rest, with the name SS and in large letters. At the ticket counter, Cain learned that the SS-N would set sail in 2 days for Sunishore City in the Sinnoh region, but would make a stop in Slateport City in the Hoenn region. However, due to the SS-N's fame, basic tickets were already sold out. If Cain wanted to board, he could only purchase the luxury ticket. Of course, the price would be considerably lower if he disembarked in Slateport City. Upon learning that the ticket price was 100,000 Pokédollars, Cain was shocked. Even for a luxury pass, did it have to be so expensive? 100,000 Pokédollars is roughly the annual income of an average family. But there was no other option. The next cruise to Slateport City would arrive in 3 days and set sail a week later. Moreover, it wouldn't be as luxurious or large as the SS-N. According to the seller, the luxury pass included a private suite with a spacious, comfortable room and even a training area for trainers. Finally, Cain paid the 100,000 Pokédollars with his card and bought a luxury pass. Earning 100,000 Pokédollars wasn't a problem for Cain, who could make it back at any time. Traveling comfortably and having a training area on board during several days of sailing is essential to keep his Pokémon from relaxing too much. After buying the ticket, Cain headed to the Pokémon Center. Vermilion City is a port city imbued with a subtle scent of the sea. The entire city was built around the coast, with the economic center near the sea, and the Vermilion City Gym also located by the water. The Pokémon Center, therefore, wasn't far from the port. Cain and Slowpoke walked for about 20 minutes to get there. Using his League ID card, Cain entered and sat in the public phone area with video calls. First, he called Whitney, who had been pressuring him every few days. Her Miltank ranch was too large, and the Pokeblocks Cain made barely covered the demand. Cain had considered selling the Pokeblock recipe to Whitney's family, but he knew he wouldn't get a fair price with his current position. Pokeblock recipes, especially those with special effects, aren't something that can be bought simply with money. Moreover, Whitney's grandfather seemed to be a shrewd negotiator, and given the disparity of power and position between him and Cain, a fair deal wasn't possible. However, with someone like Steven, the story would be different. Cain reassured Whitney and sent her all the Pokeblocks he had made recently. Now even Miltank was using advanced Pokeblocks. Cain decided to send the entire stock along with the new ones, totaling around 300,000 Pokedollars, a rather modest amount for Whitney's family. They often mixed these Pokeblocks with others to extend their use, sacrificing some effectiveness, but ensuring enough supply. Shortly after, Cain received a message confirming that the money had been transferred. Cain had already decided that if he managed to connect with Steven, he would ask him to help sell the intermediate-level poke block recipe. Although making them was simple, it took time, and now more than ever, Cain needed money. He had to do everything possible to strengthen his Pokémon before the final trial on Challenge Island. After ending the call with Whitney, Cain dialed Steven's number from his mobile phone. After waiting for a moment, when Cain thought Steven wouldn't answer and was about to hang up, the video call connected. "Hello, Cain. What brings you to call me? Have you made any progress with the recipe?" Steven said, receiving a towel from a servant and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Millionaire." Cain looked at Steven in his comfort and couldn't help but silently curse. However, his face remained impassive as he smiled and said, "The recipe is almost ready. My mentor is working hard on it. Although there are still a few details, you can start preparing." Upon hearing Cain, Steven's eyes lit up immediately. "That fast?" It's no surprise that an advanced breeder capable of teaching a genius like you has achieved it. Most would have told me they'd need at least half a year of research, without guaranteeing success, and at exorbitant prices. Cain couldn't help but frown. "You, with your excessive wealth, still worry about money? For you, isn't it just a number?" Steven continued, "Tell me, what materials do you need? I'll prepare them." Cain nodded and replied, "Soft gold and silver powder, which is the material used to make metal coatings. Both are quite valuable and hard to get. Also, you know that your requirements are, let's say, demanding, so these materials are necessary." Steven touched his chin, nodding thoughtfully. He wasn't ignorant on these matters. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, he wasn't easy to fool. Although he wasn't a Pokémon breeder, he knew the basics, especially concerning Steel-type Pokémon, his favorites. And honestly, Cain and he had only met once. Although they got along well, sometimes you can't fully trust people you've just met. Who knows if he would vanish with the valuable materials? It's worth noting that these two materials together are worth around 2 million Pokédollars, something only someone like Steven could afford. Cain suspected that Steven might be concerned about this, so he said nothing more and patiently awaited his response. Sometimes, trust between people can't be measured by words alone. "What if I don't have?" They both spoke at the same time and paused, looking at each other and smiling. Cain laughed first. "You go first." Steven also smiled and, not bothered by the small interruption, continued, "I was thinking that I don't have any silver powder left. Would refined silver powder work for you?" Silver powder is the basic material for making metal coatings and is of the lowest quality. Using it can result in a Pokémon's evolution not reaching its maximum potential, similar to low-quality evolution stones. Refined silver powder is a higher quality material. Although both are powders, refined powder contains more steel-type energy, and its weight is significantly higher, equivalent to a small pile of ordinary silver powder. If you want to use refined silver powder, that's fine with me, but the manufacturing costs will increase quite a bit. No problem. A few days ago, my Medong ate the last of the silver powder, so I only have the refined one left. If you hadn't asked me today, it would have eaten it tomorrow anyway, Steven said with a carefree gesture. It seemed that for him, both silver powder and refined powder were mere snacks. Cain realized that talking with Steven had been a mistake. If he had known, he would have just sent a message requesting the materials without worrying about whether a millionaire feared being scammed. Truly, poverty has limited my imagination. Cain wasn't wrong. Nobody fully trusts someone after just one meeting. Steven wasn't a naive boy. He was the heir to the Devon Corporation. He knew perfectly well who to trust and who not to. Steven simply saw potential in Cain as a breeder and, above all, in the supposed mentor figure behind Cain. If there really was a high-level breeder behind Cain, he wouldn't see a problem in investing a little to win his favor. For a businessman, this is an investment. Steven is investing in Cain, or more specifically, in the mentor behind him. Besides, for Steven, the materials Cain had mentioned really weren't that costly. These details were unknown to Cain, who had never had contact with a corporation the size of Devon Company. He couldn't even imagine its power, and poverty became a real barrier to his imagination. Then, Steven disappeared from the screen. Cain managed to overhear him giving instructions to his servants to prepare the materials. What Cain described as hard-to-get materials were nothing more than common reserves for Stephen. Moments later, Stephen reappeared on the screen. All set, Cain. I've sent you everything you need. Next time, if you need more materials, just call me. I'll be home most of the time, and even if I'm not, a servant will answer the call. I've already given them instructions. Hearing Stephen, Cain wondered if it would be possible to ask for a superior quality evolution stone when Stephen wasn't around, and if his servants would hand it over without question. Of course, he only thought about this since he knew Stephen's servants wouldn't be foolish. Cain stored the materials in his ring. By the way, do you need me to transfer the research funds now? Not for now. When my mentor finishes the research, I'll let you know. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll leave you. I have a meeting shortly. Stephen didn't insist, understanding that research funds aren't a small sum and that Cain would want to consult his mentor. What Stephen didn't know is that Cain didn't have a mentor, nor did he need research funds. He simply wasn't sure how much to charge for his services. He had a figure in mind, but after seeing Stephen's attitude, he decided to reconsider. He felt that even a high amount wouldn't affect Stephen, which made him rethink how much to ask. Actually, there's a small thing I need your help with. Cain hesitated before speaking. Oh, really? Tell me. Stephen, who was about to end the video call, stopped his hand and asked. I'll get straight to the point. You know I developed an intermediate-level poke block that increases Miltank milk production, and that I've been selling it to the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City. So far, I've been making them myself, but the number of Miltank is so high that I can no longer keep up. And producing these poke blocks consumes a lot of my time. That's why I want to sell them the recipe, and I'd like you to help me as an intermediary. I previously declined their offer, and you know I don't have connections. But didn't you mention you have a mentor? Stephen suddenly asked. Advanced level breeders are highly respected in the league. Even the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City wouldn't want to offend one. Wait, did you say it's an intermediate level poke block? Not a basic one? Did you develop it? Stephen realized another key detail. During their conversation on the magnetic train, Stephen had assumed that Cain produced basic poke blocks. An intermediate-level poke block completely changes the value of the recipe. Yes, because my mentor isn't aware of this. He still doesn't know that I can already make mid-level poke blocks on my own, Cain nodded. Until now, Stephen had finally realized what was going on. He'd been wondering how a basic-level poke block could have those effects, but if it was an exclusive mid-level poke block, it made sense, as their effects are much better than basic-level ones. And their price is quite affordable. Many trainers, even those with some resources, prefer to choose mid-level poke blocks. Are you sure you want to sell the recipe for the mid-level poke block? Wouldn't it be more valuable if you kept it to yourself? Some breeders value poke block recipes above all else, as they are directly tied to their income. If they're disclosed, their recipes could become common, eliminating their profits. Yes, I'll sell it. After all, it's only intended for Miltank, and you know Miltank isn't a very common Pokémon among trainers, so... Cain didn't finish the sentence, but his intention was clear. Since few trainers have a Miltank, there isn't much money to be made. After all, supply and demand rule, and if there's no demand, no matter how valuable it is, it's meaningless. That's true as well. All right, I'll see if I can help you with that and give you an answer within 3 days, Stephen responded, understanding Cain's perspective. For Stephen, helping Cain with this request was simply a matter of passing along a message. Although Cain was using his influence, Stephen also saw it as an opportunity to establish a connection with the supposed advanced breeder behind Cain. Especially after learning that Cain could prepare exclusive mid-level poke blocks, Stephen was even more willing to invest in him. Considering that someone outstanding among advanced breeders might be behind Cain, and Cain himself being someone who could make mid-level poke blocks, then with the right resources and training, he could easily become a mid-level breeder. Furthermore, Cain was still young. Stephen estimated, based on his height and voice, that he was younger than him, probably around 15 or 16, just at the start of his physical development. This made Cain's talent even more impressive. Imagining Cain in the future, Stephen saw the possibility of a collaboration with two advanced breeders, and he wasn't even sure if Cain's mentor was the only influential person behind him. The more he thought about it, the more certain Stephen became that it was worth building a relationship with Cain. He could also tell from Cain's Pokémon that he had great skill in raising them and a good relationship with them. In Stephen's opinion, a trainer who could get along well with his Pokémon couldn't be a bad person. He trusted his ability to judge people. Of course, Stephen was aware that Cain had secrets, but he didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? As for why Cain asked for his help, it wasn't hard to understand. His father was the current president of Devon Corporation, something anyone with a bit of resources could easily find out. Cain was undoubtedly aware of this too. After finishing the call, Cain went to the registration counter at the Pokémon Center to request a room. After paying the fee and receiving the room key, he headed straight there. Although Vermilion City isn't particularly large, its coastal location allows its economy to be quite developed. The Pokémon Center here is one of the best Cain has visited, only surpassed by those in Saffron City and Goldenrod City. Moreover, the dining area at the Pokémon Center offers a delicious selection of seafood, which was a real feast for his Pokémon, allowing them to enjoy different flavors. After dinner, instead of returning to training, Cain decided the Pokémon deserved a break. The last few days had been a whirlwind of intense battles during the day and training at night. Although the Pokémon showed no signs of exhaustion, Cain knew it was important to give them a break to avoid long-term issues. Training isn't just about working hard. Sometimes, relaxing a bit can lead to better results. Cain spent that night giving massages to each of his Pokémon, except for Ghastly, who couldn't be touched due to its gaseous nature. All the others enjoyed a relaxing massage that helped them release tension and fall asleep. Thanks to this, the next day, his Pokémon would wake up in their best shape. Ghastly, being a Pokémon without a physical body, doesn't experience the same kind of fatigue as long as it has enough ghost energy and its gas doesn't dissipate. After all his Pokémon were asleep, Cain immersed himself in his meditation practice. Once he felt tired enough, he lay down to rest. The next morning, all his Pokémon, except Skorupi, woke up almost simultaneously. Since the incident with the mid-level trainers from the league, his Pokémon had become more diligent, adjusting their biological clocks to wake up alongside Cain. It was still very early, so Cain and his Pokémon did some basic exercises inside the Pokémon Center. Recently, Cain had noticed that his body was entering a phase of accelerated growth. His voice was beginning to change, and he was growing quickly. Even with his daily physical exercise routines, he no longer tired as easily as before. The constant intake of milk and nutritious foods had helped him overcome the malnutrition he suffered on the trial island. If he continued this way, his physical condition would keep improving until he reached a qualitative change. After completing his morning training and enjoying a breakfast with his Pokémon provided by the Pokémon Center's dining area, Cain changed clothes and, accompanied by Slowpoke, left the Pokémon Center. The SS and wouldn't set sail until the next day, meaning Cain would have to spend one more day in Vermilion City. So, how to spend this day became important. Cain walked to the beach in Vermilion City. Watching the vast ocean, he felt small before the immensity of the sea and decided that today he would spend it fishing. While training was important and time was of the essence, Cain, like his Pokémon, needed a break. Since he had been reborn on the trial island, his life had been a constant marathon, making use of every minute as if he had 36 hours in a day. Thanks to this intensity, he had progressed quickly, leaving many of his peers behind, but his body was starting to show signs of fatigue. So, taking advantage of today's good weather, without sun or wind, Cain decided it was the perfect time for a relaxing day of fishing. Cain bought a regular fishing rod at the largest fishing shop in Vermilion City, and then, under the enthusiastic recommendation of the owner, he also purchased bait that supposedly had a great effect. Additionally, he bought a small chair and headed straight to the beach. Although the weather today was average, there were still quite a few people fishing on the beach. The fishermen probably knew that, in fact, the better the weather, the the harder it might be to fish. Of course, for experts, there isn't much difference. Cain walked through the crowd and continued on until he reached a secluded part of the beach where there were almost no people. He found a spot under a rocky cliff, set up his chair, sat down, and began working with the fishing rod. In truth, Cain had never fished, not on Earth or in his previous life. He didn't know anything about the skill and had simply decided to try it on a whim today. He just wanted to find a way to relax, to ease his always tense body. Suddenly, he thought of fishing as a way to calm his mind, and being so close to the sea, he decided to give it a shot. Cain, somewhat clumsily, placed the bait on the hook. After casting the rod several times, he finally managed to get the hook to fall in the right spot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and realized that fishing wasn't as easy as it looked. Slowpoke, meanwhile, was lying calmly next to Cain's chair, watching his clumsy movements. It tried to suppress a laugh, attempting to stay composed, although Cain had already noticed. Cain coughed awkwardly to get Slowpoke's attention, suggesting it keep its composure, and then released Skorupi and Miltank. With Cain's current identity in the league, the presence of Slowpoke and Miltank posed no problems. Since Skorupi was appearing for the first time and Cain hadn't yet decided what role it would play among his Pokémon, he let it out to enjoy a bit as well. Skorupi, as soon as it appeared, was very interested in the sand. It soon buried itself completely, leaving only its tail visible, moving above the surface. In the last battle the day before, Skorupi had leveled up twice, reaching level 14. However, from now on, its leveling speed would likely slow down. The quick level up was because, during its juvenile phase, it had accumulated enough to enter the growth phase, experiencing a rapid level increase. In the future, further improvements would require constant honing. Leaning back in the chair, Cain planned his Pokémon's training, feeling completely relaxed. Even the smell of the sea felt fresh and invigorating. His mind was completely clear, and the gentle breeze brushing his face seemed to open all the pores in his body. Slowpoke, surprised, looked at Cain, noticing something strange. Through its psychic perception, it felt that Cain was gradually disappearing, though it could still clearly see him. Understanding Cain's state, Slowpoke quickly connected telepathically with Miltank and Skorupi, explaining the situation and asking them not to disturb Cain or let anyone else interrupt him. Miltank nodded seriously, and even Skorupi, who was usually playful, emerged from the sand and positioned itself quietly next to Cain, watching for any movement in the sand to prevent anyone from approaching. But what was Cain actually doing? Cain wasn't clear on what he was doing. If he had to explain it, he would say he was simply in a blank state. However, this blankness was a bit special. Cain felt his mind was empty, without needing to think about anything, simply enjoying the moment. Slowly, he seemed to see the system in his mind, a black card glowing with a peculiar light, flashing again and again. When he tried to touch it, he came out of that state. Opening his eyes, Cain saw Slowpoke and the others on high alert and quickly asked, "What's going on? Is there an enemy nearby?" Slowpoke, noticing Cain had awakened, hurried to use telepathy to explain his previous state. "So, I entered what psychics call a rare state of deep meditation?" Cain said in amazement, recalling what he had read in the psychic training manual Sabrina had given him. Psychics, in their daily lives, can occasionally enter a state called deep meditation. No one knows exactly how to access the state, but those who manage to often experience a significant increase in their psychic powers. To confirm Slowpoke's account, Cain took out his psychic power training manual and compared the descriptions. Finally, he confirmed that he had indeed entered a state of deep meditation. "System, scan my entire body and check if there are any changes," Cain ordered, wanting to know what had changed in his body. And for that, the best option was to ask the system, which constantly monitored his body. Beep. It has been detected that the user entered an unknown state. Brain activity reached 300% of normal and has now returned to normal. However, the user's overall brain activity has steadily increased to twice the usual level, the system reported, showing a 3D model of Cain with his brain activity levels. So, has my psychic ability improved significantly? Cain asked excitedly. For him, his psychic abilities had always been a serious issue, almost more frustrating than if he hadn't awakened them at all. Cain focused and began to move the sand with his psychic power. First 1 grain, then 2, then 3. The number of sand grains started to increase, but so did the pressure on Cain. He soon reached his limit, his face turning red with effort. In front of him was a small pile of sand, about the size of 2 thumbs, contrasting with Cain's reddened face as he struggled with all his might. Although he had experienced an improvement in his deep meditation state, and his psychic ability had doubled, considering his original skill, the improvement wasn't much. Cain couldn't help feeling frustrated. After all the effort, and with the system and others on high alert, his psychic power had only marginally improved. Such a rare opportunity for deep meditation seemed to have been wasted. If Cain had psychic abilities as powerful as Sabrina's, another deep meditation session would have meant a remarkable improvement in his abilities. Although his psychic ability hadn't improved much, Cain still felt much more relaxed. That constant feeling of having a dagger hanging over his head had disappeared, and after the deep meditation, he felt in a state of total emptiness, as if not only his mental strength had grown, but every cell in his body was enjoying it. He twisted his neck, making his bones crack, and with a smile, patted his Pokémon on the head before turning his gaze to the bobber in the water. It was a beautiful day, and Cain thought that when his strength was great enough that no one could influence him, finding a beach and enjoying this life would be wonderful. Yadin. Slowpoke let out a soft grunt and lay back down to rest. Perhaps other Pokémon didn't notice much, but Slowpoke, being very sensitive to psychic abilities, could perceive the change in Cain. It was as if a stormy lake had calmed down. However, that didn't mean the lake was harmless, but rather that it was gathering strength for an explosive moment. As Cain watched the bobber, he noticed it move slightly, bobbing up and down a few times. Cain was perplexed, as he had never fished before, and wasn't sure if this meant a fish had bitten the hook. While he was still hesitating on whether to pull on the rod, the bobber suddenly sank. Even someone with no experience knew that something had been caught. Cain stood up and grabbed the rod with both hands to keep it from being pulled away. After familiarizing himself with the fish's resistance, he gave a firm pull and pulled a red Magikarp out of the water. It started wildly jumping around on the sand, spitting bubbles, looking quite lively. Magikarp is known as one of the Pokémon with the greatest survival capacity in the aquatic world, the equivalent of persistent little insects on land. They can survive in any kind of water, no matter how dirty, and in the ocean. They make up a large part of the marine fauna. Additionally, Magikarp is a classic example of a Pokémon whose potential transforms drastically after evolution. Its base value is only 200, but upon evolving into Gyarados, its base value rises to 540, practically tripling. Gyarados' combat power is well known to everyone, and its fierce temperament and tendency to appear in groups make most trainers prefer to avoid facing them. However, since Magikarp practically has no combat abilities, it is considered a fairly weak Pokémon in the water, so few trainers choose to raise them to evolve into Gyarados. Most trainers who have a Gyarados have directly caught one that has already evolved. Cain was quite interested in capturing a Gyarados if he found a suitable one. However, Gyarados isn't called that for nothing. Its violent nature makes it difficult to tame, and this is the main reason why, despite being such a strong Pokémon, so few trainers have one. For now, he set aside the idea of Gyarados and didn't pay more attention to the Magikarp that was jumping on the sand. Cain knew these Pokémon have incredible survival abilities, and that even if they stayed out of the water for a day, they would still be very active. When Cain finished fishing, he would return them to the sea. He baited the hook for a second time, and he already felt much more skilled at it. He cast the rod, sat down, all in one smooth motion, and was starting to look like a real fisherman. However, he hadn't been sitting long before the bobber sank again. Another fish had taken the bait. Cain, thinking about how good the bait recommended by the seller was, saw another Magikarp fall onto the sand next to the first and start jumping. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, all Magikarp, and each time at shorter intervals. In the end, as soon as the hook touched the water, a Magikarp was biting it. Cain looked at the dozen Magikarp jumping on the sand and thought his fishing day might be over. They were too intense. Even knowing there was a hook, they kept biting without fear, and Cain could clearly see that in the area where he always cast his line, there was a group of Magikarp lurking, waiting for Cain to fish again. Cain wondered if this area of the ocean had so few resources that the Magikarp were desperate for any food, even if it was on a hook. However, aside from Magikarp, Cain didn't see any other aquatic Pokémon. Could it be that there was an overpopulation of Magikarp? It didn't seem to be the case because if there were so many Magikarp, the fishermen on the beach wouldn't be so interested in fishing here. Just then, Slowpoke suddenly got up and Cain frowned, looking toward the horizon. A large dark cloud was approaching the coast. Additionally, beneath that cloud, there were several water whirlpools and some brief flashes of lightning in the sky. Is a storm coming? Cain murmured as he watched the scene. Cain just wanted to relax and fish, but first, he encountered a horde of Magikarp, and now it seemed an unusual storm was approaching. Not only Cain noticed the approaching cloud, but the other fishermen as well, who began gathering their gear to take shelter from the rain. But as the cloud approached, Cain felt something wasn't right. The cloud was too solid and contrasted too much with the surrounding sky. It didn't look like a natural storm cloud. Is this a cloud formed by the rain dance move? Cain asked in a doubtful tone, but he was almost sure it was. He gathered his few fishing tools and kicked the Magikarp back into the water. Cain was ready to leave because the situation didn't seem normal. Other trainers also noticed the peculiarity of the cloud and quickly decided to leave. Was that cloud formed by the rain dance move? It's huge. Could it be from just one Pokémon? That cloud is getting closer to the city. What are we doing standing around? Let's go to the shelter at the Pokémon Center now. If something happens, someone will handle it. Yeah, hurry, let's leave before it's too late. The trainers on the beach, seeing that the cloud didn't seem friendly, rushed to leave the area. Just as Cain was about to leave the beach with his Slowpoke, several police patrols stopped on the road beside the beach. From the cars stepped out several uniformed Alliance officers, led by a determined and energetic officer, Officer Jenny. It was clear that everyone wore very serious expressions as they looked toward the distant dark cloud. Officer Jenny took the vehicle's loudspeaker microphone and positioned herself at the front. Attention all beach visitors. The nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe. I'll repeat, the nearby marine area may experience storms and even high waves. Please evacuate in an orderly manner and remain calm and safe. Officer Jenny repeated the message constantly, and tourists, following the police officer's instructions, began leaving the beach in an orderly way. Trainers, a Level 2 Alliance mission is now issued. Those who help us resist this Pokémon invasion on the beach will receive Alliance points according to their level of contribution. Officer Jenny organized the trainers who initially planned to leave and informed them of the policy that Vermilion City had established to handle this situation. Alliance missions are designed for Alliance trainers, allowing them to earn mission points by completing tasks. These points can be exchanged for various items or materials useful for Pokémon. Although any trainer can earn points, the ability to redeem certain valuable items varies according to their status within the Alliance. Core members have unlimited access, while trainers like Cain face restrictions. However, whether you're an elite member or a regular trainer, Alliance points are extremely valuable because they represent a key resource for a trainer's development. There are things that money alone can't buy, but Alliance points can. For civilian trainers, earning points can be even more efficient and useful than earning money. Therefore, when the Level 2 mission was announced, many trainers who had planned to leave stayed and joined the police officers in preparing for the storm. Cain, upon reaching the road, noticed the empty beach and the street filled with patrols, police officers, and trainers. Cain frowned upon seeing them and, for a moment, thought they were there to arrest him. But remembering his Alliance identification card and assessing his own strength, he relaxed a little. He chuckled to himself, knowing it wouldn't take such a deployment to catch him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cain headed toward the group of police officers and trainers. To leave the beach, he would have to pass through them anyway. Officer Jenny, seeing Cain approach with his slowpoke, smiled with interest and walked toward him. After showing her police ID, Officer Jenny said, "Hello, trainer. We've issued an emergency level 2 mission to help repel the Pokémon coming with the storm. From what I see, you seem to be a strong trainer. At the end of the mission, points will be distributed according to each person's contribution. Would you help us?" Cain looked at Officer Jenny calmly. To him, Alliance points weren't particularly necessary. The Team Rocket exchange list didn't impose status restrictions. As long as you had enough mission points, you could exchange for anything. Compared to this, the Alliance's exchange policies weren't as attractive. "Can I exchange them for Pokedollars?" Cain asked. Few people chose Pokedollars over points. As expected, Officer Jenny was a bit surprised by Cain's request, but then she smiled and said, "No problem." For her, making an adjustment and exchanging points for Pokedollars wasn't complicated at all. Although most prefer points, she understood that some, like Cain, might need money instead of points. Cain agreed, and with Officer Jenny's quick approval, he decided not to refuse the offer. Moreover, with so many trainers around, if the Pokémon turned out to be very strong, he could always stay at the end of the line of retreat. And with Slowpoke and his teleport move, Cain wasn't worried at all. As he joined the line of trainers, some tried to start a conversation with Cain. They had seen Officer Jenny personally invite him, which meant he must be a strong trainer or have a special connection, especially with a uniquely colored Slowpoke, suggesting a possible member of the Alliance elite. However, as they approached to greet him, the dark cloud over the sea suddenly sped up, enveloping the beach in moments. Roar! With the arrival of the dark cloud, everyone could see why there were water spouts beneath it. Each of those spouts was, in fact, a Gyarados. Cain counted at least 20 Gyarados under the cloud. Officer Jenny maintained a serious expression, but with no surprise, clearly aware of the nature of the storm and the number of Gyarados involved. She recruited the trainers because she knew the number of Gyarados could exceed her officers' capabilities. Many trainers were already aware of the threat, as reflected in their calm and prepared demeanor. Taking advantage of the little time left before the storm arrived, Cain, curious, turned to a trainer beside him who showed no surprise. "Hey, aren't you surprised at all to see so many Gyarados here?" The trainer, who had wanted to speak with Cain, smiled and replied, "It seems you're not from around here. This beach is called Gyarados Beach. These Gyarados raid the beach twice a year. Anyone who has lived in Vermilion City for more than 6 months knows about it because it's their mating season now." At the mention of the mating season, the trainer gave a sly smile, as if recalling something amusing. The trainer's words helped Cain understand why he had only caught Magikarp while fishing. Now that he knew it was the Gyarados mating season, it made sense that so many Magikarp were gathering in these waters. Although Gyarados is not a common Pokémon, in an area as large as the sea, there can be an uncountable number of them. This beach is clearly a regular spawning ground for a group of Gyarados. If it weren't for how easily Gyarados becomes enraged, such a scene would be an incredible wonder. A group of Gyarados began swirling together as the rain under the dark clouds intensified, falling noisily onto the sea. Several Magikarp started floating at the surface of the water, watching with envy the Gyarados caught in the whirlwind of water in the air. This is a form they have always dreamed of becoming, but of all the Magikarp, very few succeed in evolving into Gyarados. This is truly impressive. "If it ends like this, we probably won't have anything to do," Cain commented as he watched the ever-growing water vortex in the distance. "Don't get excited too soon. This is just the beginning. Soon the Gyarados mating season will come, when they become even more enraged. When that happens, it'll be total chaos. If we don't stop them, residents near the beach will be in trouble," said the person from before, hearing Cain's comment. "Oh." Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed the dozens of Gyarados in the distance. They're coming. With a low warning from the person, the Gyarados began shooting out of the water vortex, their eyes completely red with rage as they charged toward the beach, bringing waves that flooded the shore in an instant. Many of the recruited trainers were locals from Vermilion City, while the other half were trainers from out of town. Seeing the terrifying horde of Gyarados approaching, panic ensued. Not all trainers have the courage to face a horde of Gyarados, especially those just beginning their journey, who descended into complete chaos. Some trainers with less mental fortitude even triggered some panic, running around like headless chickens. They never imagined that this mission would make them face a group of enraged Gyarados. Fortunately, Officer Jenny was prepared for such a situation. A group of police joined the trainers, each one leading 4 or 5 trainers, forming small teams and calming their terrified hearts. With clear leadership, the panicked trainers began to settle down. Guided by the police officers, each team of 5 or 6 people faced one Gyarados, ensuring that as long as no major mistakes were made, there would be no problems. If a Gyarados was stronger, it was assigned a larger team to face it. If it was weaker, a smaller team handled it. The idea was to make sure that each Gyarados was confronted by someone. Of course, among the Gyarados, there were also some that were extremely powerful. The strongest of all was directly confronted by Officer Jenny. An enraged Gyarados was fighting against a much smaller Blastoise in size, while an Arcanine helped keep it under control. Although Arcanine is a fire-type Pokémon, it showed no disadvantage against Gyarados. Occasionally, it fiercely charged at Gyarados with explosive flames, blackening and scorching its scales. Meanwhile, Officer Jenny, standing at the sidelines, remained completely focused, directing Blastoise and Arcanine, giving them various commands. Powerful orange beams and huge water jets shot from Gyarados' mouth, creating giant waves on the shore as it mainly targeted Officer Jenny's small figure. However, each time Gyarados aimed its attacks at Officer Jenny, Blastoise would leap with all its strength, using gravity on its descent to strike Gyarados' head hard, sinking it into the sand. But Gyarados, with its size advantage, quickly threw Blastoise away, as its dragon head was one of its greatest prides. At that moment, Arcanine took advantage of the opening created by Blastoise's hit, quickly lunging and biting Gyarados with electrified fangs, causing it great damage. Gyarados, being water and flying type, is extremely vulnerable to electric attacks, taking 4 times the damage. Injured and enraged, Gyarados launched frantic attacks on Arcanine and Blastoise. Thus, Officer Jenny managed to completely hold back the strongest Gyarados, demonstrating incredible power. Cain was also assigned to a team, led by a police officer, to battle one of the Gyarados. Passing by the battlefield where Officer Jenny and Gyarados were fighting, Cain's system automatically activated, obtaining data on some of the Pokémon. Pokémon: Gyarados green. Gender: male. Level: 39. Type: water plus flying. Ability: intimidate. Held item: none. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fang, aqua tail, scary face, dragon rage. Learned moves: hyper beam, water pulse. TM moves: none. Pokémon: Blastoise dark green. Gender: male. Level: 36. Type: water. Ability: torrent. Held item: none. Egg moves: yawn, aqua jet, brine. Basic moves: flash cannon, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, bubble, bite, rapid spin, protect, water pulse, aqua tail. Learned moves: iron tail, ice punch, hydro cannon, dragon pulse. TM moves: ice beam, hyper beam, rain dance, brick break, rock slide, surf. This level 39 Gyarados with green attributes and the level 36 Blastoise with dark green attributes are extremely powerful Pokémon. This Gyarados is likely one of the smaller dominants in this ocean area, and Officer Jenny's Blastoise is probably one of her starter Pokémon. Among the water-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, this Blastoise, with dark green attributes and level 36, could outmatch all of Cain's Pokémon with just itself. As for Arcanine, since it was evading Gyarados' attacks, Cain couldn't obtain its data, but it was surely also extremely strong. Otherwise, it couldn't have handled Gyarados so easily despite the type disadvantage. In reality, Blastoise would have no problem facing Gyarados alone. However, with Gyarados in an enraged state, its attack power is much higher, and Officer Jenny cannot allow the shockwaves from its attacks to interfere with other teams, which is why Arcanine is also in the fight. The goal is to stop the strongest Gyarados without causing massive destruction. Due to the urgency of the situation, Cain didn't stop to observe too much. Under the guidance of the police officer leading the team, he quickly headed toward their target Gyarados. Observe the situation before attacking. I'll have my Pokémon keep Gyarados busy. If possible, use electric or rock-type Pokémon, as they can deal more damage, explained the officer in charge before throwing his Pokeball. A tentacruel appeared in the water, immediately wrapping itself around Gyarados. This Gyarados wasn't as strong as the one Officer Jenny was facing. Its level was 28, and its quality was yellow. However, due to its enraged state, its attack power had increased slightly. Cain, not wanting to stand out, had Slowpoke attack occasionally, ensuring that Gyarados wouldn't escape from the team. While others worked hard to attack, the officer in charge showed signs of exhaustion and a lack of skill in directing the battle, as his forehead was covered in sweat. There were moments when Gyarados nearly managed to break free, but Cain ordered Slowpoke to intervene at the last moment, preventing the team from being defeated. This situation was repeating in various parts of the beach. The gathered trainers had different skill levels, as did the police officers, who were barely managing to keep the Gyarados under control. The ability to defeat them largely depended on the summoned trainers. If a team failed to weaken a Gyarados within a reasonable time, the situation became dangerous. Just as Cain and his team were about to defeat their Gyarados, another nearby team made a grave mistake, allowing their Gyarados to break free and begin attacking wildly, disrupting the surrounding battles. Some people, overcome by fear, stopped directing their Pokémon, watching as Gyarados defeated the police officers' Pokémon on their team. With the biggest obstacle out of its way, Gyarados headed toward Cain's team. The members of Cain's team turned pale, frightened. Facing one Gyarados was already difficult for them. If two joined forces, the consequences would be disastrous, possibly leading to total defeat. Just when they thought the situation couldn't get worse, two nearby Magikarp, stimulated by the battle, suddenly evolved into Gyarados. Once they adapted to their new bodies, they would also join the fight, further aggravating the situation. Cain, frowning, looked at the officer, who was equally surprised and disoriented, and said, "I'll take care of that Gyarados. You continue with this one." Before the others could react, Cain and Slowpoke left the battlefield and headed toward the Gyarados. As they approached, Cain obtained this Gyarados' data. Pokémon, Gyarados light green. Gender, male. Level, 28. Type, water plus flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, bite, thrash, leer, twister, ice fang. Learned moves, hyper beam, water pulse. TM moves, none. This Gyarados had a light green capacity, which explained why it had managed to defeat the entire team. Not everyone could see a Pokémon's level and capacity like Cain, so the selection of Gyarados to combat was based on the police officer's subjective assessment. Most of the time, it was fairly accurate, but sometimes not, as in the case of this Gyarados. Gyarados, seeing someone in its way, already enraged from the battle, completely lost reason. It opened its enormous mouth and a yellow light began to concentrate inside it. Hyper Beam. Slowpoke, use Protect. Ghastly, Confuse Ray. Faced with Gyarados' most powerful attack, Cain remained calm, giving quick orders to his Pokémon. Ghastly, who had been hiding in Cain's shadow, immediately appeared, sending a small light orb toward Gyarados. Slowpoke, on the other hand, created a light green energy shield around its body just as Gyarados' Hyper Beam was about to hit them, fully absorbing the impact of the attack. After releasing its Hyper Beam move, Gyarados was momentarily weakened. Ghastly's Confuse Ray affected it, temporarily blinding it. If not for the fact that Gyarados needed time to recover energy after using Hyper Beam, it would probably have launched another devastating attack in all directions, without regard for whether it hit foes or allies. Slowpoke used Psyshock, then Calm Mind. Ghastly used Shadow Ball. Cain knew that after using Hyper Beam, Pokémon needed time to recover, giving them an opportunity. Although Gyarados was blind and out of control, it still had the capacity to move and attack instinctively. Gyarados, blinded and enraged, thrashed violently in the water, causing huge splashes and waves that affected nearby battles. When Gyarados regained its sight, the effect of Ghastly's Confuse Ray began to wear off. Despite the level difference, it had managed to land a hit, which was surprising. Upon regaining its vision, Gyarados locked its attention on Cain, instinctively identifying him as the weakest, and decided to attack him directly. This time, Gyarados didn't use Hyper Beam, but instead concentrated a blue water orb in its mouth and launched it toward Cain. Water Pulse. Slowpoke, use Water Gun reinforced with Confusion. Ghastly, keep using Shadow Ball. Cain remained unfazed as he gave instructions to counter the attack. Ghastly continued launching Shadow Balls, while Slowpoke, after using Calm Mind, strengthened the Water Gun move with Confusion, sending a water jet that pierced through Gyarados' Water Pulse, hitting it directly in the face. Ghastly hasn't fully developed its poison type yet, and the moves Cain bought last time haven't been used either. Otherwise, even though Ghastly's level is a bit lower than Gyarados', with moves like Toxic to wear it down, winning wouldn't be impossible. After all, this Gyarados has already lost all strategy in its fighting. After being hit in the face by Slowpoke's Water Gun, Gyarados was pushed back a little, but the effect of the Water-type move was mediocre. Aside from shaking its head, it didn't cause much damage. However, while Gyarados was stunned, Slowpoke and Ghastly didn't stop attacking. Slowpoke, keep using Psyshock. Ghastly, launch as many Shadow Balls as you can. Gyarados, who had been pushed back, tried to get close to use its physical advantage, but Slowpoke and Ghastly clearly weren't going to give it a chance to counterattack. Especially Slowpoke's Psyshock, which turned out to be lethal damage for Gyarados, whose brain isn't exactly complex. Gradually, Ghastly's Shadow Ball left Gyarados covered in wounds, giving it no chance to react, as Slowpoke's mental force completely dominated it. The already red eyes of Gyarados began to bleed, clearly showing the considerable mental pressure it was under. That's enough. Slowpoke, use Yawn. Ghastly, apply Hypnosis. Using his system, Cain observed Gyarados' condition and realized that its body was already at its limit. Additionally, due to Slowpoke's mental attacks, Gyarados was so dazed that even if the attacks stopped, it wouldn't be able to move for a while. Following the command, Slowpoke released a yawn from its nose, creating an oval bubble that floated slowly toward Gyarados. As it burst, Gyarados felt its eyelids grow heavy, its initial rage fading, and it was unable to stay awake. At that moment, Ghastly used Hypnosis and combined with Slowpoke's yawn, Gyarados fell into a deep sleep. With a loud crash, its massive body fell into the water, sending up a huge splash. Cain pulled out a Pokeball and threw it at Gyarados. Many people were watching this battle since it directly affected the course of the entire fight, as this was the first Gyarados to have broken free from the perimeter. Facing a Gyarados alone was already beyond the expectations of many, and not everyone has the support of a powerful family like Officer Jenny or the status of being a Direct League member. Normally, Cain's defeat of a Gyarados would make everyone feel relieved. However, just then, two Gyarados appeared on the water's surface, quickly approaching the shore. Although these two Gyarados had just evolved and might not be as strong, all the teams were already at their limits. If these two Gyarados joined the fight, the balance would break, triggering a series of chain reactions. Slowpoke carried the Pokeball containing Gyarados to Cain, who shrank it and put it in his pocket. A level 28 light green quality Gyarados holds considerable value, especially considering how hard it is to capture a Gyarados. The value of a light green Gyarados could be equivalent to a green quality Pokémon or even surpass some more common dark green Pokémon. After all, many wealthy people enjoy showing off a Gyarados during outings. The size and majesty of a Gyarados are perfect for satisfying the ego of those with money. After defeating this Gyarados, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 26 and becoming the highest level Pokémon on Cain's team. During this day in Diglett's cave, the poison-type Pokémon drawn in by poison gas made Slowpoke the main attacker, using its moves and psychic abilities. Now, by defeating such a powerful Gyarados, it met the requirements to level up. Slowpoke's level increase was within Cain's expectations, but according to his calculations and system analysis, Ghastly should have leveled up as well. This increase would lead it to evolve into Haunter. However, when Cain looked at Ghastly, he only noticed that the gas surrounding it was denser, and there were occasional flashes of black light, but there were no signs of it wanting to evolve. Could it be that it hasn't accumulated enough experience? Cain murmured, noticing the changes in Ghastly. Officer Jenny, who was fighting the strongest Gyarados, also saw how Cain faced another Gyarados alone and defeated it. She felt fortunate to have invited Cain from the beginning. From the moment she first saw Cain, her police instincts warned her, giving her chills down her spine. That sixth sense, which had saved her life numerous times, indicated that there was something dangerous about Cain. In other words, she sensed a threat from Cain, a feeling she only got from extremely dangerous criminals or experienced trainers who had spent a lot of time in the wild. That's why she immediately assumed Cain was a formidable trainer and didn't hesitate to accept his request to join the mission. Time proved her intuition right. Although Cain seemed to contribute little at first, when the situation got complicated, he was the first to act, which left a strong impression on Officer Jenny. To her, a true league trainer should be like that, taking on more responsibility when strong enough. In Officer Jenny's eyes, Cain was a powerful league trainer with extensive experience surviving in the wild. Especially after seeing how Cain defeated Gyarados without giving it any chance to counterattack, Officer Jenny couldn't help but clench her fist in excitement. The Gyarados that Cain defeated was the first to fall in this battle, and it did so in a quick and efficient manner. Therefore, when Cain put away the Pokeball and murmured to himself, Officer Jenny's voice resonated once again. "Powerful trainer, please help us deal with more Gyarados. Let's try to free up some teams before those two Gyarados arrive." Officer Jenny's words echoed across the field, and many turned their gaze toward Cain. A strong trainer will always be the center of attention, no matter where they are. Cain's thoughts were interrupted by Officer Jenny's words. After hearing all she said, a smile appeared on his face. "You're right, why worry so much? If Ghastly hasn't accumulated enough experience, then there are plenty of Gyarados here. We can keep fighting. If one isn't enough, then two. If two aren't enough, then three. After all, if there's anything in excess here, it's Gyarados." Determined to have Ghastly evolve today, Cain took Slowpoke and Ghastly directly toward the nearest Gyarados. It was the level 28, yellow-quality Gyarados originally assigned to Cain's team. The others didn't know Cain's intentions, but in their eyes, Officer Jenny's speech had reminded him of the current situation, so Cain decided to attack another Gyarados with full force, attempting to free two teams before those two Gyarados arrived. Not only did they think this way, but so did Officer Jenny. Seeing Cain and his two Pokémon fighting Gyarados without hesitation, Officer Jenny thought this powerful trainer needed money, so she decided they would later convert points into money for him. Also, since he had made a great effort, it would be fair to give him a larger share. Of course, Cain had no idea what they were thinking. He just wanted Ghastly to level up and evolve. Soon, Slowpoke and Ghastly's attacks hit Gyarados, freeing the exhausted Tentacruel. The members of Cain's team looked at him again with eyes full of admiration. Across the whole beach, aside from Officer Jenny, only Cain could face a Gyarados alone and even defeat it. The reputation of the Jenny family is well known, so they weren't surprised that Officer Jenny had that level of battle skill. But Cain, who seemed younger than most of them, could also face a Gyarados on his own. Although the Gyarados Cain was fighting was clearly weaker than Officer Jenny's, Cain seemed much younger than her. Everyone thought of one word: promising. Slowpoke, use confusion to control it. Ghastly, launch Shadow Ball with all your strength. Cain didn't know they misunderstood him, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Slowpoke used confusion to immobilize the over 5-meter-long Gyarados, while Ghastly continuously launched Shadow Ball, concentrating the attacks on a single point until Gyarados' scales peeled off and blood began to flow. Slowpoke also understood that this was a crucial moment for Ghastly, so it increased the strength of confusion, ensuring Ghastly could attack without worry. The previous Gyarados had great aptitude and, therefore, strong fighting ability. This one, although the same level, had lower aptitude, making it easier for Slowpoke to control. When the others saw that Slowpoke had Gyarados under control, they wanted to help. "Don't bother me. Go help others," Cain shouted without looking at them. Cain was focused on helping Ghastly gain experience, and he didn't want others interfering. Who did they think they were to come and take advantage? Yes! Startled by Cain's shout, everyone, including the policeman, responded loudly. Especially the League officer, who instinctively gave a military salute, showing he was used to receiving orders this way. After this, they all ran off to help in other battles, feeling lighter on their feet and humming a tune as they went. Now that Cain had defeated 2 Gyarados and was facing a third, they thought there would be enough people to handle the other 2 Gyarados that hadn't yet reached the shore. And since they saw Cain as someone who wouldn't stop after defeating this Gyarados, they expected he would continue searching for more Gyarados, freeing up more teams, which would make the battle easier and help resolve the crisis. That's why they were so relaxed now. As for Cain not intervening initially and letting others fight alone, they thought it was a training method, allowing them to experience a real battle so they could grow. Some even secretly thanked Cain for showing them the harshness of nature, and they promised to be extremely cautious when trying to survive in the wild. Thus, everyone interpreted Cain's actions in their own way. In reality, Cain's motives were simple. He just wanted Ghastly to gain more experience and evolve. If Cain knew what they were thinking, he would wonder, could I actually be a good person deep down? Is that what motivates my actions? But Cain didn't know any of this. Soon after, another yellow aptitude Gyarados was defeated and captured by Cain. And the black light dots on Ghastly's body grew denser and denser. The battle on the beach began to clear up. Officer Jenny's 2 Pokémon could now subdue Gyarados, but because Gyarados was in a frenzy, its attack power had increased considerably. Additionally, Jenny didn't want the shockwaves from the battle to affect others, which made her fight cautiously. However, after some time, the Gyarados she was facing started coming out of its frenzy, covered in wounds, and could no longer withstand the increasingly powerful attacks from Jenny's Pokémon. If it didn't flee soon, it might not survive. Cain was also paying attention to Jenny's battle. If the Gyarados she was fighting attempted to escape, the other Gyarados would surely follow. Then, Cain's plan to evolve Ghastly by defeating Gyarados might fail. Cain sped up his attacks alongside Slowpoke and Ghastly. When Ghastly defeated another Gyarados, other teams also started seeing cases of Gyarados being defeated. After all, Cain had freed many people, and with so much help joining other teams, the pressure lessened. With a group of trainers attacking a single Gyarados, it was not surprising that they eventually defeated it. However, as they were league trainers and held an overwhelming advantage, they didn't kill Gyarados. Also, because there were so many people, no one had the right to capture it. After defeating it, they simply left it lying in the water. Cain couldn't help but scoff at this. A bunch of fools, wasting a golden opportunity to make money. They should have captured it, hidden it, and then sold it to make a good sum, or simply kept it. Whether to sell it or use it, it was an excellent choice. That's why people say league trainers are quite naive in the early or intermediate stages. If they were from Team Rocket, they would have already started fighting over that Gyarados. Such a powerful Pokémon would significantly boost the strength of anyone who captured it. Shaking his head, no longer paying attention to the others, Cain ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to unleash their full power to defeat more Gyarados. The 4th, the 5th. When Cain was preparing to attack the 6th, the Gyarados fighting officer Jenny let out a cry of pain and began slowly retreating toward the sea, dragging its severely wounded body. Jenny ordered her Blastoise to pursue it closely. Now that Gyarados had stopped resisting, Blastoise could attack without restrictions. However, since Blastoise is a Water-type Pokémon and Gyarados has double resistance to Water-type moves, and having returned to the sea, Arcanine could no longer continue the chase and Blastoise alone didn't have enough attack power. With the Gyarados leader retreating, the other Gyarados also cried out in pain and began retreating. Ghastly was enveloped in a black glow that grew stronger and stronger, but it still lacked a bit to be completely covered. If it managed to defeat one more Gyarados, that would likely be enough. Ghastly, just one more. Hold on a bit longer. Use mean look on that Gyarados. Slowpoke, assist Ghastly with all your power. Cain ordered, gritting his teeth. They saw how Ghastly's small body suddenly projected a huge ghostly face, and from the dark eyes of that face, 2 rays of light shot out, stopping a Gyarados attempting to escape. Slowpoke increased its power in the confusion move once again, with small veins appearing on its forehead. It knew this was the crucial moment for Ghastly. Until the black glow completely enveloped it, it couldn't stop accumulating experience. Roar! Gyarados, upon realizing it was blocked by Mean Look, found it couldn't escape, and though it had come out of its frenzy, it re-entered a state of fury. From a distance, Officer Jenny and the other league trainers who were watching the Gyarados retreat were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Cain stopping one of them. "Won't this cause all the Gyarados to go into a frenzy again?" asked one of the league officers quietly next to Jenny. "It shouldn't. And he probably doesn't have any other choice. Look at his Ghastly, it's clearly on the verge of evolving. If he doesn't take this chance to evolve, he won't get many other opportunities like this." Jenny responded, with a sharper insight than the others. Evolve? His Ghastly was already so strong before evolving. After evolution, won't it become even more powerful? "He's an incredibly strong trainer," commented another trainer nearby. "Yes, he looks younger than me. I wonder what family he comes from. He must come from a very powerful family. Otherwise, at such a young age, to have so much strength and courage. Look at how he faces Gyarados, without a hint of fear." Hearing these comments, Officer Jenny frowned before saying, "He's a civilian trainer." She then ignored the others' exclamations. Truth be told, she was also surprised. A civilian trainer of that age with such a level of power and determination was very rare. Although there's no shortage of geniuses in this world, she had met many who were even more talented than Cain, but few were like him, a civilian genius. Trainers require a large number of resources to raise their Pokémon, and a civilian trainer can hardly afford it without exceptional luck. With Jenny's words, the others pondered. Why was there such a big difference between civilian trainers? While they discussed, Cain and his Pokémon were already in the final phase of their battle against that Gyarados. Ghastly used Shadow Ball and end this battle. Cain gave the final attack order. After using the Shadow Ball move so consistently, Ghastly had improved significantly with it. Not to mention other things, its speed in using it had become much faster. Ghastly launched Shadow Ball one last time at Gyarados, completely knocking it down onto the sand. With the Gyarados retreating, the water that had covered the beach also receded, leaving the sand exposed once again. Cain threw a Pokeball, no longer paying attention, keeping his gaze fixed on Ghastly. He saw how the black glow that was already enveloping Ghastly began closing the final gap, fully covering it in a sphere of black light. With Cain's system, he could see how all of Ghastly's stats fluctuated wildly, going up and down without stopping. Cain knew he had finally completed the last gap of experience, and Ghastly was about to evolve. But this wasn't the right place for an evolution. Cain took the Pokeball that Slowpoke passed to him with its psychic powers, in which he had captured the Gyarados, and prepared to leave. With the Gyarados retreating, the dark clouds in the sky, now without a Pokémon to sustain them, quickly began to disperse. Perhaps because it had rained enough already, after the clouds dissolved, the sun emerged, painting a vibrant rainbow over the beach. But none of this mattered to Cain at the moment. Now that Ghastly was about to evolve, it wasn't the right place for it, and besides, he had some preparations for Ghastly's evolution that he couldn't carry out there. "Ghastly, hold on a bit longer, keep steady, evolve when we get back," Cain said to the black orb, unsure if Ghastly could hear him. "Kiki. Kek." Ghastly responded, indicating that it could hold on a bit longer. Cain returned Ghastly to its Pokeball and quickly headed to the Pokémon Center. As he passed Officer Jenny and the others, he stopped briefly and said, "Officer Jenny, I have something very important to do. I'm staying at the Pokémon Center. My name is Cain." With that, without looking back, he ran toward the Pokémon Center. Officer Jenny wasn't bothered, as she saw Ghastly's condition. It was clearly on the verge of evolving. Cain was probably taking it to the Pokémon Center so the evolution process would be safer and free from interruptions. As for finding Cain later to distribute the mission rewards, knowing his name, with Officer Jenny's skills, it wouldn't be difficult to locate him at the Pokémon Center. Fortunately, Vermilion City's Pokémon Center wasn't far from the beach, and with Cain's excellent physical condition, it didn't take him long to arrive. After passing the security check, he headed straight to his room. Once inside, he locked the door and released all his Pokémon. When all the Pokémon appeared, Slowpoke used telepathy to explain Ghastly's situation to the others. Upon learning that Ghastly was about to evolve, all the Pokémon took a defensive stance. Cain waved his hand, indicating they didn't need to be so tense. After all, they were in a Pokémon Center, one of the League's strongholds, and, generally, there wouldn't be any issues. Besides, if someone was powerful enough to cause trouble there, Cain wouldn't have any chance to stop them. Not to mention that Team Rocket had a strong presence in Vermilion City. No one would dare attack the League under their watchful eye. The city's security had improved considerably, and a balance had been established between the League and Team Rocket. The League controlled everything visible, while Team Rocket handled everything underground. The revenue from Vermilion City's port was significant. No one would want to disrupt that balance. Miltank, give Slowpoke a bottle of milk to recover energy. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic power, as Ghastly will need a strong psychic shield when it evolves, Cain instructed. Today, Slowpoke had fought a lot, so it was somewhat fatigued. However, with Miltank's milk and the Calm Mind move, it would quickly regain its strength. Meanwhile, Ghastly, now completely enveloped in black light, floated in the air. Cain watched the data on his system, showing that Ghastly's stats were still fluctuating, indicating it hadn't fully entered the evolution state yet. They could wait a bit longer, and Slowpoke also needed time. Taking the towel Miltank offered him, Cain wiped the sweat from his forehead and then took out 6 Pokeballs. These were the 6 Gyarados captured today. The one with the highest potential was the light green Gyarados that Cain defeated first. The others had yellow or dark orange potential. However, one of them, although with yellow potential, was at the highest level, reaching level 30. Even without the rewards Officer Jenny mentioned, the value of these 6 Gyarados already represented a substantial gain. Moreover, Slowpoke had leveled up, and Ghastly was about to evolve. What started as a relaxing day had turned into a highly productive one, even surpassing what he'd obtained in Diglett's cave. Soon after, Slowpoke finished its meditation, and its eyes shone brightly. Cain nodded, impressed by Slowpoke's growing efficiency in the Calm Mind move. Slowpoke, use your psychic powers to form a barrier around Ghastly. It can be large, but make sure not to interfere with the evolution, Cain ordered. Yadoon's Slowpoke nodded, and its eyes began to glow, creating a blue shield around the black orb enveloping Ghastly. Seeing that the shield was formed, Cain took out a special device that contained poisonous gas. Although Ghastly had been absorbing a bit of this gas every day, it hadn't actually consumed much in total, only about a tenth. Ghastly, I'm going to release the poisonous gas. Absorb as much as you can, Cain said from outside the shield. Ghastly was on the verge of evolving, and at this moment, absorbing the gas would increase the absorption rate and improve the efficiency of reorganizing its gaseous body during evolution, fully unleashing its poison-type potential. Once it evolved into Haunter, its poison attribute would be fully developed. Cain placed the device's opening inside the shield and released the gas slowly. The poisonous gas was very potent, originating from a near-elite-level Pokémon before it died. Although it was no longer controlled by the original Pokémon, it was still difficult to handle. While Slowpoke's psychic powers counteracted the poison, Slowpoke wasn't strong enough to contain it completely, so if Ghastly didn't absorb the gas quickly, it could accumulate and become uncontrollable. Fortunately, Ghastly, in its evolution state, absorbed all the gas without letting anything escape. Gradually, as the device released half of the gas, Ghastly's absorption rate began to slow, but it still continued. Cain watched the data on his system, seeing Ghastly's stats stabilize, indicating the evolution was near. After releasing some final traces of gas, Cain closed the device, leaving 40% of the gas remaining. When Ghastly absorbed the last traces of gas inside the shield, Slowpoke sighed with relief. Handling that amount of energy hadn't been easy. "Ghastly, it's now your turn to evolve," Cain murmured. All the preparations were complete, only the final step remained. After absorbing all the toxic gas, Ghastly's data, according to the system's scan, abruptly stopped. Then, as if there was a pause, it suddenly spiked to its peak. To Cain and his other Pokémon, Ghastly, who was wrapped in a dark glow, began to gradually change its shape. Finally, the light of evolution appeared over Ghastly. After defeating 6 Gyarados and absorbing most of the toxic gas from a quasi-elite level Weezing, Ghastly was finally evolving. Ghastly's body, bathed in the light of evolution, began to transform. From being a floating sphere, some spikes that resembled horns started to appear, and 2 hands with 3 claws each suddenly emerged in front of the sphere. These 2 claws had no physical connection to the main body, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Then, its entire body began to grow. From a small sphere, Ghastly swelled like a balloon, increasing in size. When the light of evolution faded, a Haunter was fully revealed before Cain. "Cuckoo." Haunter let out a faint sound, observing his new body and newly acquired hands, trying to adapt to his new form. "Ghastly, no, Haunter, congratulations. Today, you've taken a big step forward in your power." Cain, looking at the Haunter in front of him, felt extremely happy and smiled widely. Although Haunter was not much different in size from other Haunters, his color was noticeably more purple than usual, indicating that his poison type had developed effectively. Haunter was Cain's first Pokémon to evolve, and the other Pokémon, who had been watching attentively, looked at him with great envy. Evolution has always been a longed-for goal for Pokémon. Seeing one of their companions evolve first, they couldn't help but feel a deep envy. Especially Skorupi, whose eyes sparkled intensely, almost with little stars reflected in them. Haunter's evolution was also a validation of Cain's progress as a trainer. Although his strength had already far surpassed that of a beginner-level league trainer, he was still a bit away from being an intermediate-level trainer. However, with Haunter's evolution, Cain was one step closer to that goal. It could be said that Cain was now at the potential level of an intermediate trainer. He only needed Haunter or any of his Pokémon to improve a bit more, and being an intermediate trainer would be within reach. In the Pokémon League, an intermediate-level trainer is equivalent to a captain in Team Rocket, while an advanced trainer is comparable to an officer in the organization. However, the officer position in Team Rocket encompasses a wide range of abilities, meaning that, generally speaking, a regular officer is comparable to an advanced league trainer, while senior officers are comparable to quasi-elite league trainers. When a quasi-elite level trainer advances a bit more in their power, they reach the level of an elite-level trainer. Generally, an elite-level trainer in Team Rocket holds the position of elite officer, a rank between senior officer and executive, with much greater authority than that of a regular senior officer. In summary, in Team Rocket, when a member becomes an officer, they truly reach middle management within the organization, and when they reach the elite level, they already have one foot in upper management, only a step away from becoming an executive. According to Umbra, this final Team Rocket test involved both officers and executives. However, regular officers were not even privy to it. Those officers who wished to challenge the executives at least needed to have the power of an elite-level trainer. Though these individuals held the title of officer, their power and authority were far greater than those of a regular officer. That is why only a few had been selected for the test, as their level of power and authority far exceeded the others. They could be considered elite officers. Currently, Cain held the rank of captain, although his power already exceeded this rank. However, he was still a bit below the officer level. He was confident that before the final test began, he could reach that level of power. Of course, reaching the power of an officer does not automatically grant the corresponding position and authority. One needs at least the recognition of a middle management member and to pass a test to obtain the title. At that point, one could command at least 3 squads. However, if a high-ranking figure in Team Rocket, such as Umbra, intervened, some procedures, like the test, could be skipped. Returning to the topic, now that Haunter had successfully evolved, Cain, through the system, was able to obtain his data. There was only one detail that surprised Cain. Pokémon, Haunter, Quasi-Light Blue. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, Ghost plus Poison. Ability, Levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, Fire Punch, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch. Learned moves, Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Skill Swap, Snore. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Sleep Talk. There weren't many significant changes, but what surprised Cain was the appearance of a new color classification, Quasi-Light Blue. In his previous life, Cain had never seen or heard of a Pokémon with a Quasi-Light Blue classification. System, what does this Quasi-Light Blue mean? Cain asked the system directly. Since Haunter originally had a dark green classification, but by absorbing a large amount of extremely potent toxic gas, his poison-type talent increased considerably. However, this improvement still hasn't reached the level to break the dark green classification, so the system has temporarily classified it as Quasi-Light Blue. The system responded in its mechanical voice. Quasi-Light Blue? Due to the large increase in his poison-type talent, but without yet reaching the full light blue classification, the system temporarily classified him as Quasi-Light Blue. In any case, even if it's Quasi-Light Blue, he's still at the blue level. Haunter's evolution not only brought an increase in his power, but his classification change also significantly contributed to his growth. This was something Cain hadn't expected. Although he noticed an increase in Ghastly's leveling speed while using the toxic gas, he never imagined that using it during evolution would improve his classification in this way. Cain began considering whether, in the future, he should use items with special energies during the evolutions of all his Pokémon to improve their classification and optimize their potential. This could be an interesting possibility to explore. After Haunter's evolution, his overall strength increased significantly, and along with the improvement in his potential, he was no longer behind any of Cain's other Pokémon. Moreover, after evolving, Haunter had already developed his Poison-type talent. It was just a matter of teaching him a few Poison-type moves for this talent to fully manifest. Ghastly's evolution into Haunter not only meant an improvement in his physical condition, but also in his form. For instance, with the 2 hands he now possessed, Haunter could learn more physical moves, like Poison Jab. This move, which is both Poison-type and physical, would allow Haunter to have a better balance in his attacks. The moves Cain had bought on the black market had not yet been used, as the timing hadn't been right. For a Pokémon to learn moves using TMs, a learning device is needed. There are many learning devices at Pokémon centers, but if Cain were to use them with all the TMs he owns, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Also, although the Pokémon Center learning devices require a League ID card to be swiped to use them, and it is not explicitly stated that they register data, only a fool would trust that the League doesn't keep that information in its central database. Although Cain's system can block data registration on the learning devices, using them in front of the Pokémon Center staff without displaying data would be too suspicious. For this reason, Cain decided not to use the TMs at the Pokémon Center. Instead, he preferred to pay on the black market for his Pokémon to learn the moves. However, some of his Pokémon, like Slowpoke and Miltank, could use the learning devices at the Pokémon Center, but Cain thought it wasn't urgent and preferred for all his Pokémon to learn together in the future. All of Cain's Pokémon returned to normal after Haunter's evolution, and Haunter began getting used to his new body. Apart from having 2 hands and a larger size, there weren't many other changes. Regarding Haunter's new quality, the system informed Cain that if Haunter absorbed the remaining 40% of the poisonous gas, his potential would stabilize at light blue. However, if he stopped absorbing it for a while, it could drop back to his previous quality. After chatting with his Pokémon for a while, someone knocked on Cain's room door. After returning all his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Cain opened the door and saw Officer Jenny, who had fought the Gyarados on the beach. Cain kindly invited her in. Once inside, Officer Jenny looked around for a moment, checking the environment, but found nothing unusual, just a standard Pokémon Center room. Noticing Cain watching her, Officer Jenny smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's a professional habit, don't take it the wrong way." Cain invited her to sit and offered her a glass of water, smiling as he said, "No worries, I completely understand." Officer Jenny, being a direct and efficient person, took a bank card out of her pocket and placed it on the table. "This is the reward for your participation in the Level 2 emergency mission. It's 200,000 in cash, I hope you don't find it too little." She knew that for a trainer of Cain's level, 200,000 wasn't a significant amount, but it was the most she had been able to gather, considering the number of trainers who participated in the battle. Although Cain had done most of the work, everyone had seen it, and she couldn't simply give all the money to Cain without distributing some to the others. In fact, part of those 200,000 came from Officer Jenny's own reward, which she decided to give to Cain. Cain was surprised. He hadn't expected to receive so much. Knowing the League, he thought they'd give him 100,000 at most. It was clear that Officer Jenny had added something from her own pocket. However, Cain didn't mention it. After all, money is money, regardless of where it comes from, and he pocketed it without hesitation. "It's more than enough, thank you very much," Cain said, though his actions showed that he had no reservations about it. Officer Jenny, seeing how Cain pocketed the card without hesitation, couldn't help but smile with slight irony, but quickly regained her composure. "Well, my task here is done. I won't take up any more of your time. I'll be off." Now that Cain had accepted the card, Officer Jenny no longer felt indebted and considered everything settled. As she left, Officer Jenny said, "I believe your name is Cain, right? Thank you for your help. I hope we meet again in the future." With that, she closed the door and left. Cain, looking at the closed door, smiled with a peculiar expression and murmured, "Meet again? I'm sure we will." Officer Jenny didn't ask what Cain would do with the Gyarados, and Cain didn't reveal his plans. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. Some League trainers sell captured Pokémon to make money. Not all have the support of large families, so selling Pokémon from time to time is a way to obtain resources. As long as it isn't done openly, the League usually turns a blind eye. After all, blocking all development paths would make it hard for the League to maintain control over organizations like Team Rocket. So, as long as the number of Pokémon sold isn't large, the League won't interfere in these matters. Additionally, the Gyarados Cain captured are under his control, and what he does with them is his decision. Even Officer Jenny couldn't do anything without concrete evidence. In fact, even if Officer Jenny knew that Cain sold the Gyarados, as long as he didn't do it in front of her, she probably wouldn't act against him. To become a high-ranking officer in the city, backed by the Jenny family, one has to have a certain level of cunning. In this world, what powerful trainer doesn't have some secrets? Even the Jenny family is no exception. After that, Cain decided not to go out with his Pokémon anymore. Now, the beaches of Vermilion City were full of people working on debris and wreckage cleanup. Oh, right. Cain suddenly remembered something important. He took a Pokeball from his pocket, which contained the yellow Grimer he had captured in the Diglett Cave, the one with the ability to absorb to evolve its quality. According to the system's calculations, it was estimated that in 3 days, Grimer would have absorbed all the energy, and its potential would evolve to a dark yellow color. Moreover, during this time, Cain had let Grimer out to absorb some corpses, so it hadn't completely exhausted the energy in its body yet. However, according to the system's scan, it had already successfully become a dark yellow potential Pokémon. Its potential really has evolved, even if only to dark yellow. Cain looked at the Pokeball in his hand, observing through the transparent part how Grimer rested quietly inside, absorbing the energy without showing any signs of resistance. Grimer wasn't foolish. Being able to rest comfortably while enjoying a never-ending source of energy and occasionally going out to feed was ideal for a soft-bodied Pokémon like him. The environment inside the Pokeball was quite comfortable. System: analyze Grimer's current data, as well as the possibility of improving its potential. If further improvement is possible, compare the resources needed with those for a Grimer whose potential is already naturally dark yellow. Cain left the analysis to the system, which quickly responded. Beep. According to the calculations, if energy is sufficient, the next potential improvement for Grimer is estimated to take 10 days and require twice the resources compared to a Grimer whose potential is already dark yellow. The system quickly presented a summary of the data and displayed two comparative tables of resources and time in front of Cain. With this direct comparison, Cain realized that Grimer, which had just reached dark yellow potential, would require more than double the resources and time for a new improvement. And once its potential improved, the cost to continue upgrading would increase exponentially. This meant that, theoretically, Grimer had unlimited potential to improve, but the cost would be astronomical. Cain didn't even want to imagine what that would entail. Perhaps if one eliminated all the Pokémon in a region and let Grimer absorb their bodies over hundreds of years, it could reach blue potential. However, this only applied to a Grimer whose initial potential was yellow or even lower. If its initial potential were higher, it might be feasible. For example, if he captured a Grimer with dark green potential and provided it with a large number of Pokémon corpses along with plenty of time, it might evolve to blue potential. But the time and resources needed for this process didn't appeal to Cain. Therefore, it was more convenient to capture several Grimer with yellow or dark yellow potential, let them absorb energy to evolve into a Grimer with light green or even dark green potential. This would be much more cost-effective in terms of time and resources. He could make a good amount of money. A dark green potential Pokémon is considered elite in the Pokémon World, and its price would be several times higher than a green potential Pokémon. After all, battles often leave behind wild Pokémon corpses, so it would be an efficient use of those resources and a way to earn extra money without affecting his normal activities. Cain thought he had found a pretty effective way to make money without impacting his daily routine. Whenever he had Pokémon corpses, he'd give them to Grimer. When he didn't, Grimer would just fast for a few days. After all, his endurance was impressive. He could go weeks without eating with no problem. Cain decided that his initial goal for Grimer would be to reach light green potential, and additionally, he wanted it to be a Grimer that hadn't previously improved its potential. Then he planned to go to the Vermilion City black market to buy several Grimer with green potential and, after some training time, evolve them to dark green potential. This increase in value was something even Cain found tempting. A dark green potential Pokémon, regardless of species, would be valued at over $1 million Pokédollars. If it were also a rare species, the price could reach several million. The higher a hunter's level, the greater their earnings. Selling $1 million Pokédollar Pokémon to the Hunter Association also grants 1 million reward points, which dramatically increases purchasing power. And while the Hunter Association buys Pokémon at twice their price, they won't be at a loss. In fact, the association buys Pokémon at a slightly below market price, around 80%, which is still a good offer for most people. The Hunter Association holds major auctions from time to time, inviting millionaires from the Pokémon World. These millionaires compete with each other, causing a Pokémon's price to multiply several times. They buy at 80% of the market price and then sell at or above the standard price, gaining substantial profits. After all, there are more Pokémon buyers than sellers. Sometimes, the association uses these deals to gain favor with powerful trainers, which brings additional benefits. In the evening, Cain prepared to go to the Vermilion City black market to see if the Hunter Association had Grimer with the characteristics he was looking for, and also take the opportunity to register the Gyarados he had captured as part of a mission. Remember that Gyarados is one of the most sought-after Pokémon on the Hunter Association's mission list, so its price tends to be high due to the high demand. Additionally, if he had the chance, Cain also wanted to find a learning device so his Pokémon could learn the moves he had bought last time. Now that Haunter had developed his Poison-type skill, learning the move Toxic would diversify his combat style. With the time he had left, Cain rented a training field at the Pokémon Center. He chose one of the most secluded areas and released Haunter. Kikik! Haunter happily emerged, spinning around Cain. He had just evolved, but his personality was still that of a mischievous Ghastly, which made Cain smile. All right, Haunter. Now that you've evolved, it's no longer enough to just train your body. You need to get familiar with it, especially with the 2 extra hands that will become one of your main attack weapons. You need to learn to use them well, Cain said. Kikik. Haunter listened to Cain and calmed down, looking at his new hands, moving them clumsily. For Haunter, it was a strange feeling. He suddenly had a new pair of limbs, and he used them with ease, as if he had always known how. There's still some time left. Do you see those weights over there? I want you to do 1,000 lifts before eating. After Haunter's training ended, Cain made him return to his shadow. Then, he reserved a private room in the Pokémon Center cafeteria and enjoyed a large meal with his Pokémon, especially Slowpoke, who had worked all day and was eating almost as much as Miltank. During the meal, Miltank looked at Slowpoke in surprise, as if wondering, "Since when do you eat this much?" Slowpoke simply replied with a sound and continued eating, which, in turn, increased Miltank's appetite. Due to these 2 big eaters, Cain's meal cost almost twice as much as usual. After dinner, Cain discreetly headed to Vermilion City's black market. Strictly speaking, Vermilion City is one of the cities under Team Rocket's control. Although they only control the dark side of the city, that's enough. After all, one of the 3 top executives is the Vermilion City Gym leader. Therefore, Vermilion City's black market is also under Team Rocket's control, and as one of Team Rocket's business partners, the Hunter Guild enjoys a very high position here. Cain was wearing a black cloak, almost identical to the one he wore before, and Murkrow was perched on his shoulder. However, for some reason, Murkrow didn't seem to be in a good mood. Despite looking imposing on Cain's shoulder, the latter, who knew him better than anyone, understood what he was really feeling. Murkrow, every Pokémon has its own role, and you've done yours in the best possible way. It's just that there haven't been suitable battles for you recently, which is why you feel this way. Cain understood that Murkrow had always taken on the role of older brother in the team, looking after the other Pokémon. However, as he watched the other Pokémon surpass him one by one, Murkrow began to feel a bit uneasy. Slowpoke, who was once his equal, had now completely surpassed him. If it weren't for the Dark-type advantage, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him in a fight. Sneasel, who joined the team later, initially didn't get along with Murkrow, but after several attempts by the latter to befriend him, both Pokémon now got along well. After all, they were both dark types and could share many things. Sneasel also understood Murkrow's feelings and respected his dedication to the team. However, Murkrow couldn't deny that Sneasel was stronger than him. Even after gaining a level during the battle in Diglett Cave, reaching level 24, the gap between him and Sneasel hadn't closed, as Sneasel had mastered 3 Ice-type moves and improved his synchronization with Cain. All of that was fine, as both Slowpoke and Sneasel were originally stronger. But now, Ghastly had evolved into Haunter and reached level 25, surpassing him in power. Additionally, Haunter had also developed his Poison-type attribute under Cain's guidance, meaning that Murkrow could no longer beat him in a battle. Although Murkrow was genuinely happy for Haunter's evolution, the little Pokémon who used to ask him everything when he joined the team had now surpassed him. And then there was Skorupi, who had just hatched from his egg. Murkrow could also see that Skorupi had great potential, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he would surpass him too. This was why Murkrow felt disheartened. He felt that his presence in Cain's team was becoming less relevant, as if his absence wouldn't make much of a difference. Cain, understanding Murkrow's thoughts, assured him that he had fulfilled his role in the best possible way and that he didn't need to compare himself to the other Pokémon. Furthermore, his training pace had been slower because he'd had fewer opportunities to battle lately. Murkrow, you just need to keep accumulating experience. I'll make sure you grow stronger, Cain said as he gently petted Murkrow's head. For Pokémon, getting stronger is a responsibility that falls on their trainer, and Cain was determined to do everything he could to help Murkrow reach his potential. Although Murkrow's initial capacity was a bit lower than that of the other Pokémon, Cain knew there were still ways to compensate for that, though these plans were still in development. Murkrow understood Cain's words and gently rubbed his head against him, indicating that although he felt downhearted, it didn't affect his loyalty to Cain or his joy for Haunter's evolution. After comforting Murkrow, Cain stepped firmly into the Hunter Guild, already starting to plan the next step in Murkrow's development. First, he went to the Hunter Guild task counter, where he handed over a light green quality Sandshrew and 5 Gyarados, all of low quality, to complete some missions. Under the strange gaze of the staff, he managed to match all these Pokémon with the appropriate missions. He was lucky as Sandshrew matched a well-paying mission. As for the Gyarados, Cain wasn't worried in the least. This highly coveted Pokémon sold for high prices, even if its quality wasn't the best. And so it was the purchase price for the light green quality Sandshrew was 300,000 Pokédollars, while each low-quality Gyarados sold for 250,000 Pokédollars, only 50,000 less than Sandshrew. Of course, level was also an important factor, as all the Gyarados were above level 25, while Sandshrew was only a little over level 10. That was a big difference. The 5 low-quality Gyarados earned him a total of 1 million Pokédollars and 1 million points from the Hunter Guild. The higher-quality Gyarados sold for 350,000 Pokédollars, surpassing even the purchase price of the Sandshrew. This shows how popular Gyarados is in the market. As for the light green quality Gyarados, Cain decided not to sell it immediately. Considering he would soon spend a long time traveling by sea, Cain thought that, in case of an accident, although Slowpoke and Fearow could help him move a certain distance, neither of them could do so for very long. If the distance were too great, neither Slowpoke nor Fearow could carry Cain safely. After all, there were many wild Pokémon in both the water and the air, so battles would be inevitable. However, if he had a Gyarados, the situation would be completely different. So, although this Gyarados only had light green quality, Cain didn't plan to keep it as his own Pokémon. He would only use it temporarily and then sell it once he arrived in Slateport City. He wouldn't lose much money in the process. This is how Cain's fishing trip, originally meant for relaxation, ended with him being recruited to resist a group of Gyarados, ultimately earning 1.55 million, not counting the light green quality Gyarados. That Gyarados is worth at least 500,000 Pokédollars, so Cain made over 2 million on this trip, going from almost being out of money to a more comfortable financial situation. As expected, no matter what happens, strength is always the most important thing. Once you have strength, you can earn more money. Now Cain has a total of 3.5 million Hunter points. He only needs to earn 1.5 million more to be promoted to a 3-star Hunter, which will allow him to make money even faster. Additionally, there's a detail. Points in the Hunter Association are cumulative, meaning you only need to accumulate 5 million points in total to advance, rather than needing to save each point without spending. It's a pretty reasonable rule. After assigning the missions, Cain decided not to take on any more missions for now. 2-star missions still mostly offer tasks with yellow-quality Pokémon, and green-quality ones are rare. Moreover, Cain will be spending time on a cruise, which means he won't be able to capture many Pokémon. It's better to capture a green-quality Pokémon first and then match it to a mission. Some might wonder, if you can capture Pokémon directly and then assign them to a mission, what's the point of ranking hunters by stars? Firstly, ranking up unlocks more missions and allows you to assign more tasks. For example, both 2-star and 3-star missions have a task for capturing a Gyarados. The 3-star mission requires a dark yellow quality Gyarados and offers 400,000 Poke Dollars, while the 2-star mission requires the same dark yellow quality Gyarados, but only offers 350,000 Poke Dollars. So, if you're a 2-star hunter, you'll only be able to assign it to a 2-star mission and receive less money for the same work. Not only that, but the missions assigned to 3-star hunters have a lower percentage of fees retained by the Hunter Association. Although these fees are extracted from the mission sponsor, this percentage is also reflected in the total price. So, no matter how you look at it, the higher your hunter rank, the more money you can make, and the difference between stars is significant. Another key thing is that the Hunter Association allows you to exchange points for Pokémon, but not all Pokémon are available for all ranks. For example, some Pokémon that are available to 3-star hunters cannot be fully redeemed with points by 2-star hunters. This means that if a 3-star hunter can redeem a light green quality Gyarados for 600,000 points, a 2-star hunter might need 300,000 points plus 300,000 Poke Dollars to get the same Pokémon. Of course, if you have a lot of money, you don't have to worry about the point system. Even if you're a 0-star hunter, you can pay the full price. The Hunter Association is a business, after all, and it won't turn away a customer unless they're blacklisted. So, as long as you have money, rank isn't as important. But for professional hunters, rank does matter. They can redeem a high-quality Pokémon entirely with points and then sell it to another for Poke Dollars, earning much more than the points are worth. This is the real method that high-ranking hunters use to make money. In his previous life, Cain reached 5-star rank and also used this method to make a lot of money. At the same time, Cain used many hunter points to upgrade all his Pokémon to better quality. Thanks to the quality advantage and the accumulation of money, he managed to become a quasi-elite level trainer. Cain went directly to the Pokémon Point Exchange Room. The staff greeted him with an indifferent expression as Cain asked if they had any Grimer available. When the staff learned that Cain wanted to exchange for a Grimer, they looked at him strangely. It's no surprise, as very few trainers opt for a Grimer, so few that you almost never see them. Nobody wants to be near a pile of smelly sludge every day, so Grimer's price is generally not very high, and it can even be difficult to find one available. After all, keeping a Grimer contained isn't easy. At least a metal cage isn't enough. However, Cain got lucky. After a computer check, the staff found that there were indeed 2 Grimer in the Hunter Association's warehouse in Vermilion City. It said that one is light green quality and the other is green quality. Both are decent. Grimer isn't like Gyarados. It's not a popular Pokémon. For it to be worthwhile, it has to be at least green quality, so those in the warehouse are light green quality at minimum. Surprised that they actually had 2 Grimer, Cain smiled. After all, this Pokémon really stinks. At Cain's request, the staff reluctantly led him to the warehouse where the Grimer were kept. No matter the Pokémon you're exchanging for, even if it has good quality, it's always important to check it first. Especially for someone like Cain, who has a system to cheat, he can immediately see which of the 2 Pokémon is superior. Of course, if both Grimer are good, Cain wouldn't hesitate to buy both. After all, both are an investment that will double in value. When they arrived at the location, the staff quickly left, saying that if Cain decided to buy one, he only needed to enter the ID number into the device on the side and swipe his card to redeem the points. The Pokeball would be delivered by the device. Cain, somewhat resigned, covered his nose. Although the Grimer were enclosed in 2 transparent glass boxes, these had small holes to allow air in and prevent the Grimer from suffocating. This also allowed the foul smell to escape. Cain activated his system and scanned the data of the 2 Grimer. As for quality, there was no difference from what the staff had said. One was green quality, and the other was light green quality. As for egg moves and learned moves, Cain didn't care much. After all, he didn't intend to keep these Pokémon as part of his team, only to improve their quality and then sell them. System: check if either of these 2 Grimer has improved in quality and if there are chances for further improvement. In situations like this, it's better to let the system collect the data and compare it. Beep. Scan results displayed. The data of the two Grimer were compared with the data of other Grimer that Cain had. Through the data shown by the system, it's clear that neither the green quality Grimer nor the light green quality Grimer has ascended in quality level. In other words, as long as resources are sufficient, blue quality is possible, and the time required is almost 10 times less than that needed to raise a yellow quality Grimer to blue quality. However, in the estimated data provided by the system, Cain found that, whether with the light green quality Grimer or the green quality Grimer, if you want to raise the quality once, the time required is longer than Cain expected. Previously, when the yellow quality Grimer ascended to dark yellow, the time required was 3 days, and to go from dark yellow to light green took 5 days. But according to the system's calculations, if the light green quality Grimer ascended to green quality, as long as resources and energy were continuous, it would still take 15 days, and as for the green quality Grimer, the system still can't make an estimate. Still, it's within an acceptable range. It's much better than waiting months or years, Cain thought. Because if the dark yellow quality Grimer wanted to ascend once more after reaching light green, the system estimates the time required would be a month. Since Cain considers both Grimer worth training, he doesn't hesitate further. The light green quality Grimer, level 17, costs 200,000 Pokedollars, which is much cheaper than a yellow quality Gyarados, while the green quality Grimer, level 18, costs 350,000. Only slightly more expensive than a light green quality Sandshrew. This shows how undervalued these Pokemon are, with prices almost lower than a Beedrill of the same quality. Cain entered the cage numbers of the two Grimer directly into the nearby machine, swiped his Hunter ID card, and after deducting 550,000 points, received the Pokeballs for the two Grimer. He stored everything, put the Pokeballs in his pocket, and then adjusted his hood before heading directly out of the Hunter Guild. Who would notice his presence? Absolutely no one. After leaving the Hunter Guild, Cain found a Pokemon Move tutor shop and spent 10,000 Pokedollars to rent an optimal learning device, then locked himself in a private room. Although these Move tutor shops often secretly record data from Pokemon that use the TMs, they don't have real-time monitoring, so Cain can safely let the system interfere with the machine, preventing it from saving Pokemon data. Cain placed a bunch of TMs on the table, then put the Pokeballs one by one into the learning device and, through the system, directly transferred the way to use the moves into the Pokemon's mind. If the Pokemon could learn the move, then the TM was used. Used TMs are automatically destroyed, preventing any reuse. First, Cain put Murkrow into its Pokeball, then inserted the TM for the move Taunt into the learning device and waited 3 minutes, after which the TM move was recorded in Murkrow's mind. When he released Murkrow again, although it hadn't used the Taunt move, Cain could see in the system's scan data that in the TM move bar, the new move Taunt appeared. Then, all the Pokemon followed the same process. Slowpoke learned the Ground-type move Bulldoze, which made up for the lack of Ground-type Pokemon in the team. Haunter, who had just evolved, was one of the Pokemon Cain had prepared moves for from the beginning. In addition to the Toxic move he obtained some time ago, Haunter also learned the Taunt move. Miltank used many TMs because it hadn't used any before, so in addition to the basic moves Protect and Hidden Power, Cain also prepared a survival move, Substitute, and a fighting-type move, Brick Break. Then there's Sneasel, who, like Miltank, hadn't used TMs before, so it also learned Protect and Hidden Power, along with a fighting-type move, Low Sweep, and a dark-type move, Dark Pulse. All are pretty useful moves. Finally, there's Skorupi, the lower-level Pokemon. Originally, Cain planned for Skorupi to learn the Poison-type move Poison Jab, but considering that Skorupi hasn't fully developed its Poison-type attribute, even if it learned Poison Jab, it wouldn't be very effective. So, after thinking it over, Cain decided to give the Poison Jab move to Haunter. Originally, Ghastly couldn't learn the Poison Jab move, but after evolving into Haunter and gaining a pair of hands, Haunter can learn that move. Additionally, although Haunter hasn't fully developed its Poison-type attribute, its toxicity already has some effect, so learning the Poison Jab move offers a better cost-benefit ratio. As for Skorupi, given its lower level, Cain decided to buy it moves later. Thus, Skorupi used the TMs for the moves Protect, Hidden Power, and Taunt. Having not fully mastered basic moves, learning 3 new moves will take up a significant portion of Skorupi's future training time. So far, all of Cain's main combat Pokémon have learned the staple moves, Protect and Hidden Power. Additionally, each one has learned useful combat moves which, once mastered, should significantly improve their performance in future battles. However, it is still unknown what attribute the Hidden Power move is for the Pokémon that just learned it. Only after using it for the first time will it be known. Cain put all the Pokeballs on his waist, and his left hand finally left the learning device. Now, the learning device can record Pokémon data again, and there will be no trace of its use on this occasion. After using all the TMs, Cain had completed the 2 main objectives of his visit to the black market. After that, he walked around the black market as usual, got rid of pesky followers, and then left. Upon returning to Vermilion City, he didn't stay outside long, as it wasn't early. Cain headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning is the departure time for the luxury cruise, the SSN. A long journey by sea, even on the SSN, doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Although Cain has Slowpoke and Fearow, he can't guarantee there won't be problems. After all, Slowpoke is not the ideal type of Pokémon for transporting people on long sea journeys, so it's necessary to tame that Gyarados he left behind. Although the light green quality Gyarados doesn't meet Cain's requirements, if used purely as a means of transport, it's more than enough, even somewhat luxurious. After all, Cain's flying mount, Fearow, is yellow quality. Once again, he rented a training field at the Pokémon Center. It was already night, but thanks to the adequate lighting, there were still quite a few people training their Pokémon on the field. Cain found a secluded training field and released the Pokeball containing Gyarados. Since capturing it, Cain had only provided basic treatment to keep it alive, without giving it much more attention. As a result, when it came out again, its physical and mental condition was not good at all. In fact, it was extremely poor, even worse than Cain had expected, due to the fury it had experienced during the day. Slowpoke stood beside Cain, calmly observing the severely weakened Gyarados, with a blue glow in its eyes. If an experienced psychic were present, they would sense that the psychic power within Slowpoke was flowing strongly. Then Haunter, who always hid in Cain's shadow, appeared beside Slowpoke, mockingly looking at the scarred Gyarados with its triangular eyes. But Gyarados, true to its species, despite being covered in scars and with a low spirit, showed no signs of surrendering, especially when it looked at Slowpoke and Haunter. Although it's a temperamental Pokémon, that doesn't mean it lacks intelligence. It immediately recognized that Slowpoke and Haunter were the same Pokémon that had defeated it. Now, seeing its old enemies, its rage increased even more. Just as it was about to roar, Slowpoke silenced it using its psychic power, preventing any sound from escaping. After all, the training field was still full of people, even though Cain was in an isolated area where no one paid them any attention. However, if Gyarados were to roar, with its powerful voice, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of most people. Luckily, in its current state, Slowpoke alone was enough to overpower it. Realizing it couldn't make any sound, Gyarados' fury grew even more, and it tried to charge. But upon moving, its wounds throbbed with pain, and it couldn't even cry out before collapsing to the ground. When it tried to get up again, it felt a massive force pressing down on it, preventing it from moving. Haunter, use Skill Swap. Let it feel what Intimidate is, Cain said in a cold voice. He knew that Gyarados was a difficult Pokémon to tame. Although they had defeated it, its fierce temperament was the main reason so few trainers dared to use a Gyarados. Without the right tactics, taming a Gyarados wasn't an easy task. Sometimes, even if it appeared submissive on the surface, it could become uncontrollable during a battle, making it even harder to handle. So, with a stubborn, straightforward tempered Pokémon like Gyarados, the only option was to keep it under constant control, beating it down until it fully submitted and lost all spirit. Most Gyarados have Intimidate as an ability, and this one was no exception. So, after Haunter used the move Skill Swap, Gyarados' ability changed to Levitate, while Haunter gained the Intimidate ability. At that moment, for Gyarados, Haunter, who was already unpleasant to look at, became even more terrifying, filling it with fear. During the previous battle, Haunter, when it was still a Ghastly, had already defeated Gyarados, so the effect of the Intimidate ability was even more pronounced. One could see Gyarados lying on the ground, its movements of struggle growing weaker. Its huge eyes showed a trace of fear. It was then that Cain began to walk slowly towards it, with Slowpoke and Haunter flanking him on the left and right. Even lying on the ground, Gyarados' head was much larger than Cain's entire body, though in height, Gyarados' head didn't reach Cain's. Cain looked down at it coldly, showing no emotion, with an icy expression. And Gyarados' attention also shifted from Haunter to Cain. Its enormous eyes met Cain's, neither backing down. But, for some reason, Gyarados felt that this human's expression was incredibly cold. The look in his eyes was not one usually directed at a Pokémon, but rather as if you were looking at a worthless object. This made it feel a chill deep within. This was the way Cain used to capture Pokémon in his previous life. For the Cain of his past life, Pokémon were nothing more than valuable tools. If they were damaged or couldn't keep up with him, he would simply replace them. That's why, when he captured Pokémon, he did so without showing emotion. If they didn't submit, he would beat them until they did. And it was for this reason that in his past life, Cain ended up being betrayed by everyone. But in this life, Cain had changed his way of thinking. He considered each Pokémon he recognized as part of his family and treated them with affection. The results were much better than he expected. His Pokémon not only showed outstanding combat power, but also an extraordinary sense of cohesion. However, Cain only showed this affection toward Pokémon he recognized. He knew his heart was small, and that being able to welcome these Pokémon was already enough. This Gyarados, to Cain, was nothing more than a tool Pokémon, so his approach was simple and direct, just like in his past life. After all, in his previous life, he had been a high-level trainer, and facing a level 20 Pokémon was not something that intimidated him. So, although Cain was much smaller than Gyarados, to that Pokémon, Cain seemed incredibly imposing, as if he were growing and becoming even taller. Especially with Haunter's Intimidate ability constantly at work beside him. Gyarados, I know you can understand me. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If you dare resist again, today will be the day of your death, Cain said in a cold, emotionless voice. For some reason, when Gyarados looked into Cain's eyes and heard his words, it stopped struggling, though a trace of rebellion still remained in its enormous eyes. Cain nodded to himself. This Gyarados had a bit more courage than some of the cowards he'd captured in his past life. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. During the day, it was me who defeated you. If it weren't for my mercy, you would already be dead. As the victor, I have the right to order you to do whatever I want. Saying this, Cain lifted his foot and firmly planted it on Gyarados' head. When Gyarados saw Cain's action and wanted to resist, Cain shouted sternly, "If you move, I'll cut off your tail first and then throw you back into the sea." Immediately, Gyarados stopped moving. The tail? If Cain had threatened to kill it, it probably wouldn't have been afraid, but by mentioning cutting off its tail and then tossing it into the sea, Gyarados realized that this would mean becoming the laughingstock of all Gyarados. It would probably never be able to return to its group, as a tailless Gyarados would have no face to see its companions. Most importantly, Gyarados had something very important in its tail. Was Cain referring to that something when he talked about cutting off its tail? Finally, under the pressure of Cain, Slowpoke, and Haunter, Gyarados chose to surrender. It's unclear if this was due to Cain's threat to cut off its tail, but the fact remains that in the end, Gyarados obeyed and allowed Cain to stand on its head. Additionally, Cain had Slowpoke use its psychic power to sense Gyarados' inner state and discovered that, aside from fear and terror, there was no intention of rebelling. After temporarily subduing Gyarados, Cain returned with his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center and headed to his room to rest. They would set sail the next day. That night, Slowpoke and Haunter went over the experiences and techniques they had learned in battles against various Gyarados. Other Pokémon followed their usual training routines before going to sleep. The next morning, after completing his morning training and having a quick breakfast at the Pokémon Center, Cain headed to Vermilion City's port. Although the departure time was set for 10 o'clock, the SS and allowed boarding from 7 a.m. With a large number of passengers, many of whom were traveling as families, time was needed to stow luggage and find rooms. When Cain arrived at the port, people were already boarding the ship. With his ticket for a luxury suite, Cain was treated as a distinguished guest, and although he didn't carry many belongings, several attendants respectfully escorted him to his room. Though the SS and is known for its high prices, few can afford a luxury suite, which costs hundreds of thousands. Once he dismissed the attendants, Cain toured the entire room. Yes, he toured it. The room was extremely spacious, with a total area of 300 square meters, including a large bedroom and living room, and the remaining space was dedicated to an indoor training field. This training field was made of special materials capable of withstanding moderately strong attacks. However, as a precaution, there was a monitoring device that would trigger a red light if the power of attacks reached 70% of the allowed limit. Although breaking the field wouldn't cause the ship to sink, any damage would result in exorbitant compensation beyond the reach of most people. After inspecting all the facilities, Cain was quite satisfied with the room. Although the price was high, it matched the value of what it offered. As a precaution, he asked Haunter to check the room for possible dangers. Although it was unlikely that a prestigious ship like the SS and would risk damaging its reputation, Cain preferred to be safe. After thoroughly inspecting every corner and wall, Haunter confirmed that the room was free of issues. Satisfied, Cain summoned all his Pokémon. Of course, he didn't release Pokémon like Mook or Gyarados in the room. Mook could make the room uninhabitable, and although the room was large enough for Gyarados, it would only be able to lie down without moving, which was less comfortable than staying in its Pokeball. Additionally, these Pokémon weren't considered Cain's companions, but rather useful tools. Cain sank into the living room sofa, feeling his body sink into the softness of the furniture. He watched his Pokémon playing and showed a relaxed smile. It's been a month and a half since I returned to this world, and now I have 6 main Pokémon, all with great potential. Cain watched Skorupi and Sneasel, who were playing together, and noted that these two were the highest quality among his current Pokémon. Although Haunter had evolved and its quality was close to light blue, it still needed to absorb the remaining poison gas to stabilize. When that happened, Cain would have 3 light blue quality Pokémon, which would greatly enhance his future power. Additionally, though Slowpoke had a dark green quality, its talent in psychic powers was exceptional. Cain remembered how Sabrina had tried to take Slowpoke, claiming that he couldn't unlock its true potential, but she could. This suggested that Slowpoke had hidden potential that Cain had yet to unlock. Lastly, Murkrow, though of green quality, wouldn't be discarded as in his past life. Cain knew that a Pokémon's quality could improve, and when Murkrow evolved with the right Duskstone, its quality could rival the others. Acquiring a superior quality Duskstone wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. Cain planned to approach Stephen Stone, the young heir of the Devon Corporation, to help him find a superior quality Duskstone. The Devon Corporation, a giant that even the League respects, could be a crucial key for Cain. Additionally, Stephen, an avid stone collector, might have the Duskstone that Cain needed. With his knowledge and resources, Cain was confident he could obtain it. Cain also had another advantage: knowledge about Mega Evolution. Although he didn't plan to share it for now, he could eventually use this information to negotiate with Stephen. After all, Metagross can also Mega Evolve. However, Cain preferred not to use this resource until he had collected some Mega Stones himself. There's still a solution for Murkrow's quality, but as for Miltank, to be honest, Cain feels a bit worried. Miltank was an impulsive acquisition in this life, originally intended only to provide milk for Skorupi and the other Pokémon, as well as to help recover energy after battles. However, Miltank was soon accepted by the Pokémon, and her effort was recognized by Cain. Though Miltank only has a light green quality, Cain included her on his main battle Pokémon list. While Miltank is primarily designated for a support role and isn't expected to make major contributions in battle, sometimes it's inevitable for her to face certain opponents. Right now, the gap with other Pokémon doesn't seem that wide, but as levels rise and Cain's Pokémon continue to grow in strength, the difference will widen. Miltank might not think much of this, but as a Pokémon acknowledged by Cain, he won't allow her to fall behind. However, Miltank doesn't have the ability to evolve, and Cain doesn't know of any special items that could increase her potential, which leaves him a bit concerned. Cain asked Steven to sell the exclusive mid-level Pokeblock to Whitney's family, hoping they might find a way to improve Miltank's quality. Cain doesn't have the solution, but the Miltank Ranch, home to thousands of Miltank, might have one, as long as the cost isn't too high. Steven promised to give an answer within 3 days, and with him mediating, there might be a chance. For now, this is the only solution Cain has come up with. Setting this issue aside for now, as Cain's Pokémon grow stronger, the differences between them also become more pronounced. Slowpoke, Sneasel, and Haunter are essentially Cain's first team of Pokémon, followed by Murkrow and Miltank, with Murkrow being much stronger than Miltank. Skorupi is still in the growth phase, so its strength doesn't impact Cain's overall team. Cain's overall strength now surpasses that of a Team Rocket soldier, though it's still somewhat below that of a captain. So Cain has 2 ways to increase his strength. One is to concentrate resources on developing one or several first-team Pokémon, while still training the others, but with greater focus on the first team. The other option is balanced development, treating all Pokémon equally. In truth, Cain leans toward the first method, but considering his Pokémon's opinions, he hasn't rushed to make a final decision. However, one thing is certain, since Cain is traveling under a league identity, he will likely spend 1 month of the next 6 weeks with that identity. Even without prioritizing Pokémon training, their growth speed will vary. For example, if Cain travels with Slowpoke, it's likely to be the first Pokémon to fight against opponents. Slowpoke will grow faster than other Pokémon. But with a focus on resources, Slowpoke will grow even faster and could surpass other Pokémon by a step. The benefits are clear. Slowpoke will become a symbol of Cain's league identity, and as Slowpoke improves, Cain can fight for more resources for his Pokémon, accelerating their growth. This is a clear example of how the growth of some can drive the growth of others. Moreover, this is a situation Cain cannot avoid. Using the league identity means it's best to use Murkrow and Sneasel as little as possible. Unless he decides to abandon his league identity when he rises within Team Rocket after holding on to it for a long time. Since Slowpoke's growth is inevitable, Cain will adjust resources to make it the strongest for now. Cain stood up and communicated all his ideas to his Pokémon. All of the Pokémon accepted his decision without objection. Focusing resources doesn't mean the other Pokémon will receive nothing, they will simply receive a bit less. The Pokémon also have a broad view and understand that the growth of one Pokémon can bring many benefits to them all. As for Slowpoke, any opposition would have no effect. So, with unanimous agreement between the trainer and Pokémon, Slowpoke will focus on improving, striving to obtain more resources. When Cain and his Pokémon made their decision, the SS finally began to set sail. With announcements echoing repeatedly, the massive and luxurious SS began its journey towards Sinnoh's coastal city, with a stop in Slateport City in the Hoenn region, Cain's destination city. After setting sail, Cain left his room with Slowpoke and headed to the deck. It was Cain's first time traveling on such a large ship, and the view from the deck was said to be impressive. Guided by the signs, Cain made his way through the ship's complex paths and reached the deck. Today's weather was very sunny, likely because the rain summoned by the Gyarados the previous day had cleared many clouds from the sky. Now the sun was high, and the sky was clear. When Cain reached the deck, there were quite a few people. Many were dressed in elegant tailcoats and dresses, under large umbrellas, holding wine glasses while chatting animatedly. There were also many people dressed more casually, clearly distant from the wealthy, gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. Of course, some were alone, leaning on the railing, gazing at the distant sea. Both the wealthy and the commoners could be seen with various Pokémon. The reason the SS and is so large is that it's primarily designed for trainers, whether common or from notable families. Moreover, the SS and has many public facilities for trainers, with dozens of training and battle areas available. Nearly every day, these are packed, so reservations are necessary if you wish to use them. Of course, luxury suite passengers like Cain have their own indoor gym. But for battles, they may need to use the public facilities. Cain and Slowpoke reached the front of the deck, feeling the sea breeze and the warmth of the morning sun. Breathing in the salty sea air, Cain felt as if he were submerged in the ocean water. The ship moved quickly, but given its massive size, the journey was very smooth. Standing at the bow, Cain felt no shaking, even as the waves crashed against the ship. After spending a while on the deck, Cain returned inside the ship. No matter how beautiful the scenery outside, with the sea wind blowing like that, a person can't endure it for too long. At the very least, their mouth will dry up. Upon returning inside, he grabbed a free bottle of mineral water, opened it, and took a few sips, easing the dryness in his mouth somewhat. As Cain drank, a young man of around 17 or 18, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, approached. He slightly adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and, smiling, said, "Hello, my name is Takuya, Amura Takuya. I'm a trainer too. Are you interested in a Pokémon battle?" Hearing his words, Cain was slightly surprised. Since his rebirth, this was the first Pokémon battle challenge someone had issued him. Judging by his appearance, the other person didn't seem to be a commoner. At the very least, he was a member of a minor family. It's rare for a family member to challenge a commoner to a battle. It's worth noting that in the Pokémon world, family bonds are very strong, especially in some up-and-coming families that look down on commoner trainers, forgetting that they themselves once started as commoner trainers. However, when it comes to those old, powerful families, they tend to be very cultivated. Even if they're dealing with commoner trainers, they won't show obvious disdain. After all, it's unwise to underestimate young, impoverished people. Cain glanced at him briefly and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed two youths not far behind him, leaning together and pointing at Cain and the young man in glasses, with mocking expressions on their faces. "Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment," Cain said, taking another sip of mineral water before walking away without paying further attention. He wasn't here to play with kids. Cain's words left him frozen in place. As a family member, challenging a commoner trainer was, in his view, an act of great courtesy. Shouldn't commoner trainers accept enthusiastically? Wasn't that the attitude expected of them? As Cain passed by the two who were about to laugh at his expense, he noticed that their faces had also stiffened. A slight smile appeared on his lips. They were nothing more than pampered kids. Did they really think having a few Pokémon and spending a bit of resources on them made them powerful? Wait a moment, have a Pokémon battle with me. Whether you win or lose, I'll give you a good reward, said Takuya, who, recovering from Cain's rejection, ran up to him, grabbed his clothing, and raised his voice, losing all his earlier refined demeanor. His loud voice drew the attention of others, and slowly, people began to gather around them. Cain gently released Takuya's hand from his clothing, turned, and looked at him with indifference. "All right, if I win, I want a TM for the move Flamethrower." The mere request for a Flamethrower TM, worth tens of thousands, surprised the crowd around them. Even on the SS and, where people have some money, not everyone can afford such a valuable item. Cain's demand stunned Amura Takuya. It was true he had some money, but not enough to waste it recklessly. However, he couldn't back out now. After all, he was the one who mentioned rewards, and Cain simply asked for what he wanted. Originally, Takuya just wanted to impress his friends by showing off the Pokémon he'd recently bought, challenging a random commoner trainer to boast after winning. But he hadn't expected Cain to refuse him at first. Wouldn't he lose face as a family member if he didn't accept the challenge? Those two idiots would probably mock him for weeks for being rejected by a commoner trainer. So he ran up to Cain, stopped him, and promised a decent reward regardless of the outcome. In his mind, he thought that, at worst, he'd only have to spend a few thousand poke dollars, and any commoner trainer would be thrilled even if they lost. But Cain wasn't playing by the usual rules. He asked for a flamethrower TM. Takuya didn't have that TM, but he'd heard his father mention it, saying it cost at least 80 or 90,000 poke dollars and was very hard to obtain. As more people gathered around, pointing and whispering, Takuya, who initially just wanted to show off, found himself in an awkward position. He wanted to agree, but he didn't have the flamethrower TM or enough money. As the glances and murmurs around him increased, Takuya, who had only wanted to flaunt his skills, became more and more uncomfortable. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. If Cain wanted the flamethrower TM, Takuya would ask for something Cain couldn't provide, forcing him to abandon the challenge, thus letting Takuya off the hook. "If I win, I want your slowpoke," said Takuya, who hadn't paid much attention to Cain's slowpoke at first, but upon closer look, noticed that its color was different from that of regular slowpoke. The possibility immediately came to mind. Could it be an alternate-colored Pokémon? Also known as a shiny Pokémon. He couldn't imagine that a commoner trainer could have a shiny Pokémon. At that moment, Takuya stopped considering rejecting the challenge and firmly demanded that if Cain lost, he'd have to hand over his slowpoke. If he managed to take that slowpoke, none of his friends would dare compare themselves to him. He'd be the only one in his group with a shiny Pokémon. His previous view of Slowpoke as slow and clumsy faded completely. Now, owning a shiny Pokémon, even just for display, filled him with pride. The crowd also began focusing on Cain's Slowpoke. "Is that a shiny Slowpoke?" "Yes, it looks like a shiny Slowpoke." "How lucky that kid is." "It's a pity that those rich kids have already set their eyes on that Pokémon." The shiny Slowpoke color is very similar to a regular Slowpoke. If it hadn't been pointed out, I wouldn't have noticed. "What's a Slowpoke?" The murmurs of the crowd reached Cain's ears, making him frown. Slowpoke's color is pink, but due to its nutritious diet, the blood vessels under its skin have a more vibrant red. It's not easy to distinguish at a glance, but after Amura Takuya pointed it out, many began to notice Slowpoke. Now, not only Takuya, but many surrounding the scene showed signs of greed. Cain observed the young man in front of him, named Takuya Imamura, for a moment before smiling and saying, "All right, but first I want to see your TM for the move flamethrower." At the same time, a cold spark flashed in his eyes. If they weren't on a ship, Cain might have lost his composure upon seeing someone coveting his Pokémon. Hearing Cain's acceptance, Takuya Imamura immediately felt delighted, not considering at all whether he had a 100% chance of defeating Cain. He was just an ordinary trainer. How many resources could he possibly have to train his Pokémon? Besides, his jacket was that of a beginner-level trainer, which indicated that, at best, his level was also that of a beginner trainer. He himself had already defeated several beginner-level trainers, and, moreover, this time he had a new Pokémon with a certain type advantage. He was determined to take the risk. In the Trainer League, attire is an important symbol. If you're at a beginner trainer level, you wouldn't wear a regular trainer's clothes, and if you're at an intermediate trainer level, you wouldn't wear beginner attire. It's a matter of prestige. The stronger you are, the more respect you get according to the level of your clothing. The opposite is also true. A beginner trainer wouldn't wear intermediate level attire, as if they did and challenged someone, they'd end up being ridiculed for their arrogance if they lost. Therefore, a trainer's clothing generally reflects their level. In Cain's case, although he hasn't reached the intermediate trainer level, he's much stronger than the average beginner trainer. At the very least, if Cain fought 10 beginner-level trainers from the league in the wild, he could beat them all. If the battle were indoors, he could defeat at least 3, without taking any damage. Cain wore the league's beginner trainer attire simply for convenience. At the very least, with that clothing, the chances of a police officer stopping him on the street were nearly zero, as long as he didn't look too suspicious. Takuya Imamura, realizing he didn't have the TM for flamethrower, felt distressed. He knew this was an opportunity to obtain a shiny Pokémon. If he missed it, he would surely regret it later. He immediately started searching for his 2 friends, finally finding them in a corner of the crowd. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back," he said quickly as he went to fetch them, leading them to a secluded corner. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in simple, even somewhat worn clothes, with completely white hair and thick bottle-bottom glasses, approached Cain and spoke to him in a low voice. "Young man, this isn't right for you. Even if the other guy has the TM for flamethrower, it's not worth what your Pokémon is worth. Besides, they're kids from wealthy families. You should leave before they come back. Go back to your room and hide. You just have to wait until the ship reaches port." Although his voice was low, Cain sensed that the old man had a lot of energy, but he was intentionally speaking in a low tone so no one else would hear. "I see your Slowpoke is well trained. It must have been eating at least advanced level poke blocks with many other nutritional supplements. You're not lacking in money, so it would be better to avoid trouble and leave." "Listen to this old man," the elder added before Cain could respond. Cain was surprised, as the elder had accurately identified that Slowpoke was consuming advanced-level poke blocks. For someone who appeared to be a civilian, using intermediate-level poke blocks would already be a luxury. The elder even noted that Slowpoke had been consuming other supplements, which was true. Cain had given it Miltank milk, nothing more. An elder with this kind of knowledge could only be a Slowpoke researcher, knowing so much about them that he could determine its diet just by observing it. However, Cain was more inclined to believe that this elder was at least an advanced breeder, and not only that, but one with a lot of experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a sharp eye. But an advanced breeder dressed so poorly? Aren't breeders supposed to be wealthy? As these thoughts crossed Cain's mind in an instant, he set aside his curiosity and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, sir. He's no match for me. I need that TM." Cain had already planned to buy a flamethrower TM for Slowpoke, but he couldn't do it before due to a lack of money. Now, a fool had come to offer it. Why was he so sure Takuya Imamura wouldn't be a match for him? Because when he passed by Takuya earlier, Cain used his system to scan the data of the Pokémon in Takuya's Pokeball and confirm its level. It was an electric-type Pokémon, so Takuya thought that with it, he'd have a sure win against Slowpoke. However, Cain knew that while Slowpoke is a water type, it's also a psychic type, and he had a strategy prepared against electric-type Pokémon. In general, type advantages often determine victory, but it also depends on the trainer's skill. If both trainers are at the same level and their Pokémon are equally trained, then yes, the type advantage could be decisive. But that doesn't apply when facing a spoiled young man who only relies on resources. The elder sighed upon hearing Cain's response. He knew he wouldn't be able to persuade him. He looked at Cain once more, and seeing the confidence in his eyes, he seemed to remember someone he knew. He was stunned for a few seconds, and when Cain looked back at him, the elder shook his head slightly and walked away from the crowd. He was no longer interested in watching the battle. He had advised Cain out of professional habit. Cain watched the elder walk away, frowning, with dark thoughts crossing his eyes. Just as the elder turned around, Cain instinctively used his system to scan the data of the 3 Pokémon in the elder's Pokeballs. That elder was definitely an advanced breeder, and one with extraordinary strength. This he knew from the Pokémon the elder carried with him. What did Cain see through the system a moment ago? An Aerodactyl at level 78, along with other Pokémon with levels between 60 and 70. What does this mean? It means that the elder who had just spoken is at least an elite 4-level trainer, and not a newcomer, but an experienced veteran. However, by his attire, he looked like a typical village grandfather. He probably didn't want to attract attention, so Cain decided to act as if he knew nothing. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it for now. Regardless, this elder was someone not to be provoked. If an opportunity presented itself, Cain could try to build a good relationship with him. Shortly after, Takuya Imamura, who had left dragging his 2 friends, returned to the group. He looked quite pained as he pulled out 3 bank cards and placed them in front of Cain. "Here's 1 million Poke Dollars. It's more than enough to buy the flamethrower TM. I won't argue about the difference." "It's a matter of pride," Takuya said with a grand air, though he couldn't hide the pained expression on his face. To borrow that much money from his 2 friends, he had to promise them plenty of benefits. In total, the value of those benefits was much higher than the amount he had borrowed. Cain looked at him with a sarcastic smile and said, "My slowpoke is worth much more than that money. Don't try to act magnanimous. Who are you trying to impress?" Takuya, overwhelmed by Cain's response, was left speechless, his face reddening, unsure of how to reply. Finally, he exclaimed, "Let's go to the battlefield." Hearing his words, many of those watching couldn't help but show expressions of disdain. Cain said nothing more and headed directly to the public battlefield. As they moved, many people interested in the spectacle followed them to the battlefield. Along the way, more people joined, and by the time they arrived, the field was surrounded by a growing crowd. The interest was high because the stakes were quite large, attracting onlookers. The public battlefield had a referee designated by the cruise ship. He stood on a high platform outside the field, holding 2 flags and wearing a red whistle around his neck. After explaining all the rules, the referee instructed both to place their bets on the corresponding sides of the judges' table. Takuya placed 3 nameless League Bank cards, while Cain placed Slowpoke's Super Ball on the other side of the table. Slowpoke had no objections to this. It trusted Cain completely and had confidence in its own fighting ability. Cain was so sure that even if he lost, he wouldn't hand over Slowpoke. In the worst case, he'd have Slowpoke use teleport, and they'd both leave the ship immediately. With Gyarados as a means of sea transportation, returning to Vermilion City wouldn't be a problem as long as nothing unexpected happened. As for leaving a bad reputation, he didn't care. After all, it would only be an accusation of not paying a bet, something Cain wasn't worried about at all. If necessary, he would simply change his identity in the league. After all, he hadn't invested much in his current identity. Besides, Cain had already scanned the data of Takuya Imamura's Pokémon. With his level of combat, Takuya had no chance against him. "Go, Raichu!" Takuya shouted, throwing his Pokeball to summon the Pokémon he would use in battle. Pokémon, Raichu light green. Gender, female. Level, 25. Type, electric. Ability, static. Held item, none. Egg moves, double slap, charge. Basic moves, tail whip, thunder shock, growl, play nice, quick attack, electro ball, thunder wave, feint, double team, thunderbolt. Learned moves, snore, knock off. TM moves, none. Takuya wasn't foolish. He was confident in his victory because he had his newly acquired Raichu, hoping to show off in front of his friends. Originally, he just wanted a battle where he could crush his opponent to demonstrate the strength of his Pokémon and, by extension, his own strength. However, he didn't know that Cain already knew he planned to use Raichu. This Raichu's level was only 25. Although it was fully evolved, it was clear that it hadn't fully developed its potential as a Pikachu. This forced evolution might even have reduced its quality. It's likely that this Raichu had green potential as a Pikachu, but by forcing its evolution, possibly with a low-quality Thunderstone, not only did it fail to increase its strength, but its potential was also reduced. Forced evolution is a way of wasting a Pokémon's potential. That's one of the reasons why Cain has yet to evolve Murkrow. Its potential hasn't fully developed, and evolving it now would harm its future growth. Pokémon like this are usually bought cheaply by stores and then sold to wealthy but uninformed trainers who think they've found a great deal. Takuya was exactly one of those trainers. Although he came from a family of trainers, his position within it was not very high, as he had 3 older brothers who outperformed him. When he saw Raichu and how cheap it was, he couldn't resist buying it. In his mind, a fully evolved Raichu, at just the cost of a Thunderstone, was a steal. So when Cain saw the Pokeball on Takuya Imamura's belt, he already knew what to expect from him. A Raichu ruined by forced evolution, and a trainer without the skill to direct it, relying solely on type advantage. For Cain, defeating him would be like crushing a fly. "Slowpoke, when you go up, use Calm Mind immediately," Cain ordered calmly. Slowpoke also saw its opponent. Pokémon have a keen sense of detecting the strength of their rivals, especially those with combat experience. Upon seeing Raichu, Slowpoke couldn't help but show slight disdain. At first, it thought its opponent would be strong, but it turned out to be only at that level. However, after following Cain, Slowpoke had developed good habits. It wouldn't underestimate any opponent and would always stay alert in battle. Upon entering the battlefield, it immediately began to focus on using Calm Mind. Meanwhile, the opponent was still basking in the crowd's cheers. To most people, an electric-type Raichu, in its fully evolved form, should be able to crush a water-type Slowpoke. Right? Just by looking at the situation, Takuya already considered himself the winner, and he truly believed it. Seeing Slowpoke use Calm Mind instead of attacking immediately, Takuya Imamura sneered and looked at Cain with disdain, arrogantly saying, "Raichu, Thunderbolt. Finish it in one hit." The crowd, seeing Takuya Imamura order Raichu to use Thunderbolt while Slowpoke was still meditating with its eyes closed, couldn't help but show expressions of pity toward Cain. However, it couldn't be denied that this Raichu truly lacked battle experience. As a Pokémon capable of storing electricity in its body, using electric abilities should only require activating internal electric energy. But this Raichu took a full 3 seconds to concentrate its electric energy, something that would normally be unacceptable in a battle, as no Pokémon would allow that much prep time. Finally, Raichu managed to charge its Thunderbolt move to full power. A powerful stream of high-voltage current emerged from its body, striking directly at Slowpoke. At that moment, Slowpoke also awoke from its meditative state, and its round eyes began to shine with an intense blue glow of psychic energy. Never before in battle had it had so much time to meditate, and now it felt its body was filled with psychic energy. "Slowpoke, use Protect," Cain ordered coldly. Just as the words left his mouth, Slowpoke responded instantly. Cain's command came late, right as Raichu's attack was about to hit, but the synchronization between the trainer and his Pokémon was perfect. Slowpoke created a protective barrier just in time to block the attack. Raichu's Thunderbolt move, with all its intensity, collided with the barrier from Protect, kicking up a cloud of dust. The electricity struck with such force that most of the crowd thought the attack had reached Slowpoke undefended. Slowpoke, confusion. Then use Teleport to get close and finish it with Bulldoze, Cain calmly ordered. Before the others could react, Slowpoke was already in action. With a flash from its eyes, it unleashed a powerful psychic wave that struck Raichu's mind directly, leaving it dazed. Raichu, stumbling, couldn't avoid being reached by Slowpoke, who had used Teleport to appear right next to it. Slowpoke raised its front paws, charged with ground energy, and slammed them down hard on Raichu's face. The ground cracked from the impact, sinking Raichu into it. "Raichu!" Takuya instinctively shouted, but it was useless. "Again," Cain ordered. Slowpoke raised its front paws once more, now with more precision, and slammed them into Raichu's face again. The cracks in the ground deepened, and Raichu was completely defeated. With Raichu out of combat, Slowpoke looked to Cain for new orders. Cain shook his head, understanding that Slowpoke wanted to know if it should finish off the opponent's Pokémon. But Cain decided it wasn't necessary, given the situation. This was Slowpoke's first time participating in a formal battle like this, and it was still adjusting to the differences between wild and regulated fights. Understanding its trainer's decision, Slowpoke looked disdainfully at Takuya Imamura, who was still stunned. Then, with a dismissive gesture, it used its psychic power to retrieve its Pokeball and the 3 league cards that were on the referee's table, bringing them to Cain's side. It was then that the referee, who seemed to be in shock, finally raised the flag signaling victory for Cain and declared, "The winner is Slowpoke." The crowd, still surprised, could barely believe what had just happened. They knew Slowpoke had a small chance of winning, but they never imagined it would defeat Raichu so overwhelmingly and in such little time. It was a quick, decisive victory. Many wondered how a Raichu, who supposedly had the advantage, could be defeated so easily. But a few understood the reason. Slowpoke wasn't only stronger in terms of skill and physical condition, but Cain had also prepared Slowpoke with a ground-type move, Bulldoze, which was doubly effective against electric types like Raichu. Cain had trained Slowpoke to counter electric-type Pokémon, knowing that they would face such opponents at some point. And although Slowpoke hadn't fully mastered the move, it only meant that it needed to use it twice instead of once to defeat Raichu. Taking the Pokeball and the cards Slowpoke brought him, Cain ignored Takuya Imamura's expression and calmly pocketed his prize. As he did, he couldn't help but think about how easy it had been to make money off a fool like him. If only more like him would come along. However, after this battle, it's likely that those who had their eyes on Slowpoke might start reconsidering their plans. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden applause echoed through the crowd. Who's there? Startled by the sound of clapping, Takuya Imamura, with bloodshot eyes, looked furiously towards where the applause was coming from. Originally, he had already decided that, though he lost this time, he would investigate Cain's identity when he returned, to make him understand, once he disembarked, what it meant to face a family of trainers. Although his family was just a medium-sized family in Vermilion City, they should have no trouble crushing a novice trainer like Cain. After all, if necessary, they could handle him as they pleased. Of course, Cain couldn't care less. Just looking at Imamura's attire and that nouveau riche appearance made it clear he was nothing more than an insignificant member of an upstart family. In his past life, Cain had eliminated many families of that caliber. Imamura, he didn't even remember a surname like that, so if he became an enemy, Cain had no qualms about facing him. In fact, he might even gain something from them. After all, he was on his way to the Hoenn region, where a minor family from Kanto held no influence. If they dared to come, Cain wouldn't hesitate to take them out. He might even gain something in the process. His killing skills had become a bit rusty since his past life. The crowd began to part, revealing a short, stout old man dressed in a black evening suit, with small round glasses held by two fine chains on the sides. He had a grayish mustache that seemed stuck to his mouth and wore a kindly smile on his face. If not for the two elegantly dressed women holding him by the arms, he would have looked like the typical friendly neighborhood grandpa. When Takuya Imamura saw the old man, he instinctively shrank, snapping out of his anger over the defeat, and lowered his head, glancing at the old man in secret. Seeing that he wasn't paying him any attention, Imamura sighed in relief and began to move slowly backward. Mr. Yamamoto! Mr. Yamamoto! Mr. Yamamoto! Many in the crowd recognized the old man and greeted him with respect. The so-called Mr. Yamamoto responded with a smile, nodding with satisfaction at the attention he received. Cain also looked at the old man called Yamamoto. After thinking for a moment, he didn't recognize any major family name in Kanto by that name, but noticed the old man was observing him with a smile. It's hard to be rude to someone who's smiling at you, so Cain nodded as a sign of respect. Young man, you have remarkable talent. My name is Yamamoto Daikazu, and it was I who financed the SS&'s voyage, Yamamoto Daikazu said, stroking his mustache, still smiling. Upon hearing that, Cain narrowed his eyes. The Yamamoto family? They certainly weren't a major family in Kanto, otherwise, he would have heard of them. Any family that could rent the SS and was not something a small family like Imamura's could compare with. Mr. Yamamoto, how can I be of service? Cain bowed slightly. A family capable of renting the SS and was not one Cain wanted trouble with if he could avoid it. Seeing that Cain was finally showing respect, Yamamoto Daikazu smiled even more, visibly pleased. Ha ha ha, I don't have many hobbies, but I greatly enjoy watching Pokémon battles. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to be a trainer and participate in battles. But after watching you easily defeat an opponent who had a type advantage over your Pokémon, I couldn't help but applaud. As he said this, Yamamoto Daikazu glanced at Takuya Imamura, who was still slowly retreating. The latter was drenched in cold sweat, bowing repeatedly in respect. Yamamoto Daikazu showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. To him, a family as insignificant as Imamura's wasn't worth dirtying his hands for. Cain noticed this detail and looked at the two elegant women beside the old man. Doesn't have other hobbies? Yeah, right? This old man was shrewd. Cain nodded, but said nothing. Yamamoto Daikazu continued, that's why I've decided to organize a small Pokémon tournament on the SS&. After all, there's still a long way to go to the next stop, and it won't take too much time. Of course, since it's a tournament, there will be prizes. Let's see. The main prize will be a TM for Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Yamamoto Daikazu announced the prizes, looking at Slowpoke beside Cain as he revealed them. Cain frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. What did Yamamoto Daikazu mean by looking at Slowpoke? All three moves he mentioned were compatible with Slowpoke, but was this a coincidence or a deliberate strategy? And since it will be a tournament, there will be other rewards as well. My secretary will handle the details shortly. However, everyone who participates, win or lose, will receive a consolation prize of at least 5,000 Poke Dollars, so I hope everyone will be encouraged to participate. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his mustache again and added, but conventional battles can be boring, and they're also a bit unfair for less experienced trainers. So this time, we'll be using an elimination-style tournament format. Yamamoto Daikazu didn't explain what this format entailed, leaving it to his secretary to handle later. For some reason, Yamamoto Daikazu kept looking at Cain and his Slowpoke intermittently, making Cain feel uneasy. However, he detected no ill intent in Yamamoto Daikazu's gaze, so he didn't overreact. After finishing his speech, Yamamoto Daikazu, supported by the two women, slowly walked away from the crowd. Although he was clearly in good health, he insisted on having help to walk. And those two women by his side didn't seem like ordinary people either. When Yamamoto Daikazu was out of sight, everyone present seemed to collectively sigh in relief. Facing the head of a large family, whether as a family trainer or an independent trainer, kept everyone tense, fearful of provoking his wrath. As for Takaya Imamura, he was so scared he nearly wet himself. Now, he wasn't even thinking about revenge on Cain. He was only worried if he had left a bad impression on Yamamoto Daikazu and whether he would take retaliatory action. For someone of Yamamoto Daikazu's level, eliminating a family like Imamura's would require no effort. Just by mentioning his displeasure in casual conversation, there would be plenty of people willing to destroy the Imamura family to win his favor. Although no one knew what he was thinking, the discussions in the crowd began to pick up. Almost every trainer present was interested in Yamamoto Daikazu's tournament. After all, just for participating, they would receive 5,000 Poke Dollars. The cheapest ticket on the SS and only cost 3,000 Poke Dollars. While everyone else was excited and anxious, Cain and his Slowpoke quietly slipped away from the crowd. To be honest, the first-place prize was extremely tempting, and with Cain's current strength and resources, it was something he greatly desired. It's worth noting that the moves Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf each had a value comparable to Flamethrower. Due to their rarity on the market, the combined value of these three TMs could reach up to 2.5 million or even more. Additionally, each participant would receive a minimum reward of 5,000 Poke Dollars, which amounted to an expense close to $1 million. Not to mention the prizes for second and third places, among others, which further increased the costs. However, remembering that the family behind this event had rented a cruise like the SS, and Cain wasn't surprised. He had simply encountered yet another wealthy family. Quietly, he returned to his room. Since the first-place prize in this tournament interested him so much, Cain decided that he would definitely participate. After all, once he arrived in Malville City, he planned to train Slowpoke and the others in battles. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to get prepared? He still didn't know the specific rules of the tournament, so he could only wait patiently. Cain released the rest of his Pokémon. Perhaps due to spending so much time in the wild, they didn't like being inside their Pokeballs, especially Skorupi. Now, Skorupi's body had grown to the size of 3 basketballs. Cain believed that, in a short time, it would cross the growth stage and reach the normal size of a Skorupi. Although Cain didn't see Imura Takuya as a threat, there were a few people in the previous crowd who did give him a slight sense of danger. Cain wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could win first place with certainty. After all, in a formal battle, many of his unconventional tactics wouldn't be viable. If they were in the wild, it would be a different story. He could handle most of the passengers on the ship without issue, including those with powerful Pokémon. Of course, this didn't include the old man with the overwhelming strength of his Pokémon. A trainer of this level, with just one Pokémon, could sweep all the passengers on the ship without anyone being able to resist. Since he had to wait for the rules to be announced, Cain wouldn't waste time. He took his Pokémon to the indoor training area to begin their practice. Each of his Pokémon had learned new moves, so they all needed to train. Fortunately, the training field was very sturdy, unlike the previous battle area. Here, the ground was covered with resistant metal. Sneasel scratched the floor but left no mark. Seeing this, Cain felt reassured, allowing his Pokémon to freely train their moves. The move Murkrow had learned was Taunt, but it didn't require physical training. Both Haunter and Skorupi had also learned Taunt. Luckily, Sneasel had learned the move Taunt at a lower level. Although he hadn't perfected it, he could explain to Murkrow and the others how to use it properly. Cain left Sneasel in charge of teaching the Taunt move to the other Pokémon and resolving their questions. Slowpoke had only learned the ground-type move Bulldoze. With no other Pokémon on the team knowing that move, Slowpoke had to figure it out on his own. Fortunately, Cain had some knowledge about the Bulldoze move and gave Slowpoke some suggestions before letting him practice on his own. Bulldoze was an area move that could inflict damage within a certain range and reduce the opponent's speed, making it very useful. Since Cain's team didn't have many effective moves against electric-type Pokémon, the Bulldoze move was essential. Haunter had learned Poison-type moves, Toxic, and Poison Jab. It only needed to activate the poisonous energy in its body to make good use of them. The rest was just practice until mastering these skills. Cain again asked Slowpoke to create a psychic energy field for Haunter, allowing it to absorb 2 more threads of poisonous gas. Now, Haunter could absorb the poisonous gas at a much faster rate. Cain believed it wouldn't take long before it absorbed it completely, thus stabilizing its potential at a higher level. Miltank could also be a key Pokémon in the tournament since it was unknown how many Pokémon each person would be allowed to use, so Cain had to be prepared for everything. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for Slowpoke to be able to defeat all opponents on its own. But regardless of whether Miltank participated or not, it needed to train its moves. Miltank had learned the move Brick Break, and it could train alongside Sneasel, who was practicing the move Low Sweep. The training field had a single target for combat moves. Miltank attacked the upper part while Sneasel attacked the lower part, complementing each other. As for Skorupi, it continued focusing on mastering its basic moves. Since it entered its growth stage, not much time had passed, but it had learned many moves. However, it still had a long way to go to master them. So, besides strengthening its body, Skorupi had to concentrate on perfecting its basic skills. Once all his Pokémon were training, Cain sat on the ground, preparing to train his psychic abilities. However, as soon as he sat down, his right eyelid began to twitch. Cain frowned. According to an old saying on Earth, the left eye jumps for fortune, the right for misfortune. Although it was just a joke, for some reason, Cain felt a bad premonition. Ever since he became a psychic, he hadn't fully mastered his abilities, but he seemed to have gained an inexplicable ability. It was like an animal instinct, a sharp intuition. Cain had always relied on his intuition to survive in the wild. After all, sometimes it was better to be safe than sorry. But this intuition was sporadic, sometimes accurate, sometimes not. However, since becoming a psychic, Cain's intuition had become sharper. Now, just as he was about to begin his psychic training, his right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably, and his intuition told him that something bad might happen. Cain shook his head, trying to dispel those thoughts. Although something bad might happen, there wasn't much he could do until it occurred, especially being in the middle of the ocean with no way to escape. However, it was always good to be cautious. With so many things on his mind, it took him longer than usual to enter a meditative state. However, after entering deep meditation, Cain quickly came out of it. What's going on? Cain showed a look of doubt, muttering to himself. As if wanting to verify something, Cain went back into a meditative state, but this time much faster than before. Not even 5 minutes had passed when Cain opened his eyes again. But this time, there was no doubt in his gaze. In fact, his eyes showed a hint of joy. Is this another effect of deep meditation? Why isn't this mentioned in the Psychic Abilities Training Manual? Cain thought to himself. The reason he quickly woke up after entering meditation was that he noticed his psychic training speed was now several times faster than before. In simple terms, if his previous meditation training speed was 1, Cain's speed had now increased to 3. A threefold increase. Although he wasn't sure if this was because his psychic foundation was low or if everyone experienced a threefold increase when entering deep meditation. System, explain the changes in my body. The system was always monitoring his body. Beep, brain activity level is 3 times higher than before and remains at that level, increasing psychic training speed by 3 times. The system also displayed a data graph in front of Cain, divided into 2 sections, one representing his previous state and the other his state in deep meditation. It was evident that brain activity had increased nearly threefold. Additionally, the system kindly displayed an estimate, time projected to become a basic-level psychic, 10 years. All that joy disappeared in an instant. Yes, his psychic training speed had tripled, but Cain's foundation was still weak. Even with this improvement, he had only ceased to be among the psychics with the poorest talent. However, at least now, Cain had a bit of hope to reach the basic level of psychic ability. 10 years. Cain was now 15, so in 10 years, he'd be 25. 25 years old is still young for a trainer, and by then, he could use telepathy. After giving himself a little boost of confidence, Cain went back into meditation. 3 quiet hours passed, and then the SS and filled with noise again. Yamamoto's secretary finally published the tournament's content and rules. On every screen aboard the vessel, the tournament rules and prizes were displayed in a loop. It could be said they were organizing the tournament with great fanfare. Cain also sat in his room, watching the large TV screen in front of him, where the rewards for each position were shown one by one. First place, TMs of the moves, Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Surf. Second place, TM of the move Flamethrower. Third place, 300,000 Poke Dollars. Fourth place. Altogether, the prizes reached nearly 4 million Poke Dollars. Yamamoto was being really generous. Any trainer who placed in the top 8 would receive a prize valued at least 50,000 Poke Dollars. Additionally, so that everyone could battle without worry, Yamamoto had opened the SS and's Pokémon treatment room, and all treatment costs would be free. All this was to ensure they could witness an exciting battle. Then, the tournament rules were also displayed on the screen. Considering that there might be many trainers participating and their abilities varied greatly, letting some of the stronger trainers fight in each match would be a waste of time. Therefore, the tournament was divided into 2 rounds, preliminaries and finals. The first round of preliminaries involved dividing all registered trainers into 8 groups, randomly selected, and having them compete in a free-for-all battle on one of the SS and's 8 battlefields. Only 2 trainers from each field would advance, determining the top 16. Of course, since it was a random selection, it was possible that one field could have 3 or more very strong trainers, while another could have relatively weak trainers, resulting in the elimination of a strong trainer due to an unfavorable draw. For this reason, those eliminated in the first round would enter a losers bracket, where they could compete in additional battles, and the top 4 would have a chance to challenge the 16 qualifiers. If they managed to win the challenge, they would replace that person in the top 16. Then the main tournament would begin, where each trainer could use 3 Pokémon, and elimination matches would proceed by draw. Finally, prizes would be awarded according to the final positions. It's important to mention that during the preliminaries, each trainer could only use 1 Pokémon. In the battlefield, if their Pokémon was thrown out of the area or unable to continue, they would be eliminated. Eliminated trainers would receive a consolation prize of 5,000 Poke Dollars. Those who reached the main tournament but didn't make the top 8 would receive 20,000 Poke Dollars. Overall, the tournament format was very reasonable, and the prizes were attractive enough for most trainers on board to register. However, for the truly powerful, these prizes might not be so interesting. For example, the ordinary-looking old man who had warned Cain before, probably the most powerful on the ship. Someone of his caliber likely wouldn't be interested in these prizes. Otherwise, Cain wouldn't even bother participating. Yamamoto, being able to rent a ship like the SS, and surely had powerful guards at his disposal. If they participated, no one else would stand a chance, and everything would be predetermined. However, these individuals, for various reasons, would not participate in the tournament. Registration closed at midnight, and anyone who wanted to participate only needed to call reception from their room. Since they had recorded each person's information upon ticket purchase, they knew who registered by their room number. After thinking for a bit, Cain called reception and registered. The process was quick. In less than a minute, Cain was registered, and he was informed that the preliminaries would start the next morning. The entire tournament schedule was well organized and proceeded so efficiently that it seemed everything had been planned in advance. From the moment Yamamoto announced the tournament, all staff members on the ship began moving quickly, performing their tasks in an orderly manner, and soon all tournament preparations were complete. Tomorrow the tournament would officially begin. But the more Cain saw how quickly and efficiently everything was done, the more he felt something was wrong. Everything was too smooth, too perfect. So perfect that it sent a chill down Cain's spine. The next morning, Cain and his Pokémon finished their morning training and, following the broadcast instructions, headed to the largest open area of the ship. Here, there were a total of 16 battlefields and 16 training areas, all for public use. If you wish to use them, you only need to leave a deposit, and you can use them for free. You'll only be charged if you cause any damage to public property. When Cain arrived, there were already a lot of people present. Not only were there trainers, but there were also many regular people who weren't trainers. After all, while the SS and is primarily a luxury cruise catering to trainers, they also have families, and when going on vacation, of course, it's better to bring the family along. Also, money is money. Even if ordinary people want to buy tickets, they won't be turned away. Selling to anyone is still selling. Cain stood silently to the side as more people gradually arrived. He believed that after a while, the competition would start. Many people, like Cain, were accompanied by their Pokémon. Within the system's scanner range, all the data of the Pokémon were visible. Most Pokémon were in their teens in terms of level. Even if a few reached the 20s, they were only at level 21 or 22, just barely reaching level 20. Moreover, the average quality of the Pokémon wasn't very high. On average, they ranged from light yellow to yellow, with only the occasional light green. When enough people were present, a head judge climbed onto the already prepared podium. Without much explanation, he briefly went over all the rules again and then directly announced the start of the tournament. As for the distribution of people on each battlefield, it had already been randomly assigned by the staff on the computer after registration closed. Now, you only needed to go to the battlefield displayed on the screen, where your name appeared, and wait for the preliminary round to begin. Cain glanced quickly and saw that there were about 200 to 300 participants, distributed across 8 fields, meaning there were around 30 to 40 trainers on each field. Of those 30 or 40, only 2 could advance to the next round, making it quite difficult. Of course, that was only for the others. Cain was assigned to Field 7. When he arrived with his Slowpoke, many people looked at him, showing a hint of hostility in their eyes. Yesterday, many had witnessed Cain's battle with Takuya Imamura, and most of them had an idea of Cain's strength. They knew they couldn't defeat him in a one-on-one match. So, upon learning that Cain was in their same field, many showed hostility. Cain only smiled faintly, with no emotion about it. For him, it was nothing more than the useless complaints of the weak. When Cain positioned himself in his designated spot, a young man, appearing around Cain's age, quickly approached him. Instead of showing hostility or displeasure, the young man smiled cheerfully and said, Hey, you're the trainer who used Slowpoke to beat up that trashy Raichu yesterday, right?" Cain glanced at him sideways, without saying a word. But Cain's silence didn't mean the young man wouldn't continue. He moved even closer to Cain, almost touching him. "You're definitely him. Too bad I had other things to do yesterday and couldn't watch your battle. I didn't expect to be in the same field as you today. Lucky me." So, The spots for advancing in this field are already decided. You and me. Cain frowned and shifted his foot slightly, distancing himself from the overly friendly young man. The young man, seeing Cain's movement, didn't notice the lack of manners and took another step closer. But this time, he couldn't get any nearer as Slowpoke, uncomfortable with the situation, created a psychic energy barrier around Cain, which the young man walked right into. Ouch, that hurt, the young man cried, rubbing his head. Cain frowned, looked at the young man, and asked, "What do you want?" "Oh, right, I was thinking that our skills are among the strongest in this field, so why don't we team up and eliminate the others together? What do you think?" "Here, apart from you, everyone else is trash," he said, showing a look of disdain when referring to the others. Upon hearing his words, Cain automatically glanced at the young man's Pokémon. His eyes narrowed immediately. Before, he hadn't noticed, but the Pokémon next to the young man was a Charmeleon, the evolved form of Kanto's fire-type starter Charmander. Pokémon, Charmeleon, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 25. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Held item, none. Egg moves, bite, dragon pulse, metal claw. Basic moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon rage, scary face. Learned moves, thunder punch, fire punch. TM moves, flamethrower, protect, rock slide, substitute. This was the first time in this life that Cain saw a Kanto region fire-type starter. In terms of potential, Charmander was definitely the Pokémon with the most potential among the 3 starters for Cain. Of course, this was assuming they were of the same quality. After all, Charizard has 2 Mega Evolution forms and, although Charizard is a fire and flying type, it actually has a trace of Dragon-type blood within it, allowing it to learn some Dragon-type moves. Among Dragon-type Pokémon, there are no weaklings. "Alright," Cain said, nodding to show his acceptance. Most people who own a starter Pokémon are direct members of the Alliance. Judging by this young man's age, he was undoubtedly a direct family member of the Alliance. Moreover, his Pokémon was indeed one of the strongest on this battlefield, so teaming up to eliminate the others wasn't impossible. After all, for Cain, fighting anyone was the same. This time, it was the young man who was stunned. Hearing Cain's clear and affirmative response, he was first surprised, then delighted, and laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, I knew you had a good eye. Very well. If we join forces, together we'll crush everyone." But no matter what the young man said or thought as he tried to get closer to Cain, Slowpoke's psychic energy barrier did not disappear. Suddenly, the young man slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jean, I'm from Viridian City in Kanto, and this is my first journey." He then extended his hand, looking at Cain sincerely. To him, Cain's easy acceptance to fight alongside him meant that Cain trusted his strength and character. So, for someone who trusted him so much, Jean also showed great trust, directly revealing his personal information. Cain extended his hand, shaking his, and calmly said, "Cain." After shaking hands with Cain, Jean was very excited and wanted to hug him. But Cain stepped back, and Jean once again bumped into the psychic barrier created by Slowpoke. Jean looked at Slowpoke with a resentful expression, then at Cain, who maintained a calm face. Jean realized it had been a fantasy to think Cain would hug him, thus marking the beginning of a legend. Before Jean could continue complaining, the referee announced that all participants were present and that Pokémon should enter the battlefield. The battlefield was rocky, which for Cain was neither a great advantage nor a disadvantage. The Pokémon were alert, watching their opponents. Some had already allied beforehand to eliminate the others. Cain and Jean fell into this category, with Jin's Charmeleon positioning himself next to Slowpoke to show his support. Many trainers wanted to attack Cain's Slowpoke first, knowing it was a formidable opponent. However, Jin's Charmeleon stood next to Slowpoke, deterring many of them. Slowpoke looked at Charmeleon and then at Cain, and after receiving Cain's approval, decided not to blast Charmeleon away with his water gun move. Since Slowpoke had been with Cain, no unfamiliar Pokémon had come this close to him. His battle instinct almost led him to use water gun, but he held back. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the free-for-all battle began immediately. Slowpoke, use calm mind, ordered Cain. Cain, how do you want to handle this? Shall we go together, or? Jean asked confidently. Half for each of us, Cain replied. All right. Charmeleon charged onto the field, fiercely attacking the Pokémon in combat. Jean, remaining calm, directed him in a low but clear voice, which Charmeleon instantly obeyed. This impressed Cain, who now saw Jean in a new light. Slowpoke, let's go too. Teleport, then bulldoze, and finally use confusion to throw them out of the field, said Cain. Yadnin, Slowpoke responded. Slowpoke teleported to the center of the Pokémon in battle, and although he hadn't fully mastered the bulldoze move, he had improved a lot. Slowpoke's sudden appearance startled the other Pokémon and their trainers. Having not challenged Slowpoke initially, many were trying to eliminate the weaker ones first. But now, Slowpoke had become everyone's target, and the trainers quickly directed their Pokémon toward him. However, Slowpoke paid them no attention. Earth-type energy was already focused in his front paws, and by striking the ground, he caused the rocky field to crack, disrupting the movements of the other Pokémon and leaving them staggering. Slowpoke didn't stop there. After using Calm Mind, his psychic power increased, and he unleashed confusion at full strength. Pokémon flew through the air, tracing beautiful arcs as they exited the battlefield. The trainers watched helplessly as their Pokémon were thrown by an invisible force. Although they all knew Slowpoke was responsible, they could do nothing. Fortunately, the eliminated Pokémon were unharmed. They were simply disqualified for leaving the field. Because of this, the trainers didn't hold much resentment toward Cain. In fact, some admired his strategy. Ha ha ha. I knew you were a person with good judgment. Charmeleon, we need to work harder. Jean exclaimed upon seeing Slowpoke sweep through the field like an autumn wind, easily eliminating the others. Roar! Charmeleon responded with a cry, attacking with even more ferocity. Cain trusted Slowpoke, so after his initial command, he let him handle the field freely. Meanwhile, he observed Jin's Charmeleon. Charmeleon was well-trained. Although he had some deficiencies, they weren't significant. He used his moves with ease, defeating opponents with a single strike or quickly throwing them off the field. Noticing this, some attempted to team up to face Slowpoke and Charmeleon. However, their Pokémon barely surpassed level 20 and had no real battle experience, so they couldn't withstand Pokémon of Slowpoke's caliber. Moreover, Slowpoke didn't need to defeat or injure them. He simply used his psychic powers to throw them out of the field. As more Pokémon flew through the air, the spectators gathered, intrigued. Seeing it was the same Slowpoke that defeated Takaya Imamura the day before, many showed looks of understanding. To them, Slowpoke was being even more careful than the previous day, merely throwing the others out without using his full strength. They believed Cain had ordered him to hold back since healing a Pokémon isn't easy. Slowpoke's consideration contrasted with Charmeleon's brutality, which eliminated opponents with a single strike. Thus, the eliminated trainers directed their resentment toward Jean, even those who were thrown by Slowpoke. When the last Pokémon was defeated by Charmeleon, he returned, panting, to Jin's side, who quickly took out a medium-level Pokeblock to feed him. It was then that Jean noticed many looking at him with hostility, and he became alarmed. Cain, why are they looking at me like that? I wasn't the only one who eliminated them, was I? Jean asked in a low voice as he approached Cain. Cain simply looked away and stepped aside, thinking to himself, with such a fierce Charmeleon, if you don't attract the hatred, who will? Immediately, all the hostile gazes focused even more on Jean. If looks could kill, or at least strike, Jean would already be a battered man. The battlefield where Cain and his team were stationed was the first to finish their fight. Since Cain had already shown his strength in public, those participants without an organized plan didn't dare to face Cain's Slowpoke directly. Additionally, Cain was fortunate to be paired with Jean as his teammate. The two strongest fighters agreed not to face each other, avoiding many issues. It was just about quickly eliminating the weaker opponents. However, other fields weren't as lucky. On one of the fields, The two strongest fighters clashed from the start, and both ended up injured, allowing others to seize the opportunity. Regardless, it wasn't too much of an issue. As long as they had enough strength, even in the losers bracket, they could become one of the 16 finalists. It would just be a bit more complicated. When all the battles on the fields concluded, the 16 finalists were temporarily established. In total, the process took only about 2 hours, which meant that Cain and Jean waited for over an hour. Perhaps due to good prior preparation, there were no cases of severely injured Pokémon. And since treatment was free, everyone fought with all their strength. There were many incidents involving bleeding. The trainers of the Pokémon that Cain's Slowpoke had thrown out of the field were ultimately grateful that their Pokémon hadn't suffered any injuries. They had only been startled when they were tossed out of the arena. Compared to those Pokémon still in the treatment room, they were much luckier. Receiving those 5,000 Pokédollars was quite satisfying. Some trainers even began to feel grateful toward Cain, as without comparison, there would be no resentment. Meanwhile, those who had looked at Jean with hostility also started to calm down, accepting the situation in which their Pokémon were hurt, as they were surrounded by others in similar situations. In short, thanks to the orderly and quick treatment, the participants' Pokémon recovered quickly. At that moment, the head referee announced that the 16 finalist trainers had been decided. In the afternoon, the losers bracket would be held, where 4 trainers would be chosen to have a chance to challenge the 16 finalists. This led many who were defeated in the strong matchups to prepare to reclaim their spots. On the other hand, those who had reached the 16 finalists through luck couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows, well aware of their situation. The good news was that, even if they were eliminated, they'd earn 20,000 Pokédollars, far more than the 5,000 earned by others. When Cain learned the result, he returned to his room with his Slowpoke. Jean wanted to accompany him, but was blocked by a psychic barrier created by Slowpoke 5 meters away. Eventually, he abandoned the idea with a look of disappointment. He only thought that Cain still didn't know him well enough and that he'd need to be even friendlier in the future. Cain didn't know what Jean was thinking, but if he had, he would probably feel quite uncomfortable. People who got too close too quickly were the ones who made him most uneasy. Besides, Jean had no ill intentions. Cain wasn't the type to eliminate someone simply because they annoyed him. He only eliminated those who tried to harm him or damage his interests. Even if he were to eliminate Jean, it wouldn't bring Cain many benefits and could cause him problems. It's not easy to eliminate a member of the League's main faction, especially in such a crowded place. Of course, Cain had no plans to kill him. Jin's warmth was uncomfortable, so in the future, whenever Jean got close, he'd just have Slowpoke create a psychic barrier. On the way back to his room, Cain passed by the ship's dining area and saw a familiar figure. After hesitating a bit, he decided to approach. That familiar figure was the old man who had warned him yesterday. Although he hadn't managed to persuade Cain, his intentions were good. Upon getting closer, he saw that the old man was wearing the same worn clothes. In one hand, he held a cup of tea, and in the other, a newspaper with a calm expression. On the SSN, dressing like that was quite unusual. Many people passing by looked at him with disdain. If not for the pokeballs on his belt, someone probably would have insulted him by now. But the old man didn't seem to pay attention. He simply enjoyed his tea and newspaper as if nothing around him mattered. Even when Cain approached, the old man showed no reaction until he was very close. The old man lowered his newspaper, adjusted his glasses, and upon seeing Cain, smiled. "Ah, it's you. Do you need something, young man?" he asked. His voice was clear and strong now that he didn't have to speak softly. Cain smiled and said, "I just wanted to thank you, sir, for your warning yesterday." Hearing this, the old man waved his hand. "Yesterday, as an old man, I worried unnecessarily. I saw such a well-trained Pokémon and feared that those rich kids would take it from you. I didn't think that someone capable of raising such an excellent Pokémon would also have great combat skills." Saying this, he looked a bit embarrassed. Yesterday had indeed been unnecessary. The trainer possessed extraordinary skill and didn't need to worry about being defeated. "Anyway, sir, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, I won yesterday's battle. Allow me to treat you to lunch. It's almost lunchtime. The old man looked at Cain in surprise, then glanced at the slowpoke at his side. He seemed to understand something and, laughing, responded, "Ha ha. Very well, I'll accept your invitation." Then he carefully folded his newspaper and placed it in his pocket. He finished his tea in one gulp and called the waiter. "Waiter, bring me the menu." He didn't seem the least bit concerned about being the guest. When the waiter brought the menu, he opened it directly to the end and ordered all the most expensive dishes. The waiter looked at him with doubt, wondering if he could pay, but the old man smiled and pointed at Cain. "Don't look at me. This young man will pay." Cain didn't flinch, nodded at the waiter, and handed him a bank card. "Please, bring the dishes quickly," he said. The waiter nodded repeatedly, eagerly taking the menu and card. He could only think of two words: a generous customer. The old man had ordered food totaling 30,000 poke dollars. Cain smiled and refilled the old man's teacup, then sat obediently to the side. The old man, pleased with Cain's attitude, nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Tell me, what do you need?" Cain smiled and said, "Sir, seeing that you could identify the level of the poke block used by Slowpoke and notice that it has been consuming nutritional products continuously, I suppose you're a researcher specialized in Slowpoke, right?" Upon hearing this, the old man was surprised. He looked at Cain for a while, trying to discern if there was any hidden emotion in him, but saw nothing but serenity, like a crystal-clear stream. The old man had thought that this young man had discovered his true identity and was trying to get close to him, something he was quite used to, given his position. But Cain's words left him a little perplexed. He had clearly sensed something more, but seemed to have misinterpreted his identity. Though somewhat puzzled, he soon recovered from the surprise. He realized he had rushed to conclusions, and now this young trainer, who seemed to be of beginner class, was inviting him to a banquet. This made him feel as if he were taking advantage of his age. If Cain had really guessed his identity correctly, it wouldn't matter. He would let him pay, and in the end, give him some sort of reward, thus balancing any potential favor for the well-intentioned advice from yesterday. But now that Cain had misinterpreted his identity, letting him pay for this grand meal somehow seemed a bit excessive. Suddenly, the old man's face turned slightly red. However, thanks to his age, he had thick enough skin that it didn't show. Cain looked at the old man with some curiosity. He already knew who he really was, but decided not to mention it. Cain wasn't foolish. Directly revealing the secret would make it more difficult to approach the old man, and might even result in rejection. Sometimes, it's better not to say everything all at once. Ha ha ha. Boy, you have a good eye. Indeed, I'm a researcher specialized in Slowpoke. The old man laughed to cover his discomfort. He realized he was wrong, so he planned to make sure he was the one to pay the bill. Although this 30,000 poke dollar meal hurt him a bit. Cain, glancing down, showed a hint of mockery. From the old man's behavior, it was clear that he was associated with the League. The fact that he was a League member wasn't necessarily good or bad for Cain. At least he didn't have to worry about a fickle person who might kill him at any moment. After all, talking to someone at the level of an elite level 4 trainer could be a dangerous task. One wrong step could lead to serious trouble. Cain asked Slowpoke to sit in another chair and then called Miltank, who sat next to Slowpoke. How could two people eat a meal that costs 30,000 poke dollars? If they couldn't finish it, they could let the Pokémon help eat it and thus avoid waste. When Miltank appeared, the old man's eyes gleamed slightly. Then, looking again at Slowpoke beside Cain, he seemed to understand the situation. He thought that the nutritional supplement for Slowpoke was actually Miltank's milk, which was quite a smart choice. And Cain, who let Slowpoke and Miltank sit in the chair, showed no discomfort but rather a slight approval. In this era, not many people treated Pokémon as friends. "So, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions," Cain said humbly after the Pokémon had sat down. "Ask," replied the old man, taking a sip of tea with a relaxed air. "Why can Slowpoke learn fire-type moves?" Cain asked after thinking for a moment. The old man set down his cup and organized his thoughts. Although Slowpoke is a water and psychic-type Pokémon, Sometimes the type of moves it can learn isn't directly related to its type. For example, Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokémon counter each other, but Ghost-type Pokémon can still learn Psychic-type moves. Why? Actually, not only Pokémon, even humans can use psychic abilities. You may have never seen one, but there are people who can use psychic abilities because their mental strength is strong enough, and with certain training, they can use psychic abilities. In the same way, although Slowpoke is a water-type Pokémon, it's extremely sensitive to different types of energy. If it can use psychic-type moves, it means its mental power is actually quite strong. So, although it appears slow and distracted, it's actually a great master in disguise. A great mental strength gives them control over energy that surpasses many other Pokémon, so it's not surprising that it can learn Fire-type moves. The old man gave a long explanation, demonstrating his extensive knowledge about many Pokémon. Without such studies, he wouldn't have been able to create high-level Pokeblocks. Cain remained thoughtful. In truth, he had never thoroughly researched these things. He knew that Slowpoke could learn Fire-type moves, but didn't exactly understand why. And the system didn't offer a detailed explanation on these topics either. For him, it was only necessary to know how to use the moves. Why those moves existed wasn't his priority. But the old man's words made him ponder. If Slowpoke can only learn certain Fire-type moves like Sunny Day, Flamethrower, and Fire Blast, does it mean that if its control is strong enough, it could also learn other Fire-type moves? Then, driven by curiosity, he asked, so, how can you increase a Slowpoke's psychic power? If a Slowpoke has very weak psychic power from the start, is there a way to improve it quickly? This question doesn't only apply to Slowpoke. Many Psychic-type Pokémon face the same problem. It's a more general question: how to quickly improve psychic abilities. The old man took some time to think, sipping his tea several times before answering. I haven't researched much on how to quickly improve psychic abilities, but... He hesitated a little, then continued, but I've heard that some Psychic-type Pokémon can form a kind of stone in their brain called a Shining Stone. However, Pokémon that can form the Shining Stone are extremely rare, and there doesn't seem to be a clear pattern. There might be a very low-level Psychic-type Pokémon that has it, and an elite-level Psychic-type Pokémon that doesn't. Anything is possible. Of course, this is just something I've heard. I've never seen it, so don't take it as a certainty. Shining Stone? Upon hearing this, Cain recalled that when the system analyzed conditions for rapidly improving psychic abilities, it had mentioned an item called the Shining Stone, but the system didn't provide further details about it. In his previous life, Cain had defeated many Psychic-type Pokémon, but he had never seen anything called a Shining Stone. Although it could also be because he'd never opened their heads to look. After all, he didn't know such a thing existed, and doing so would be rather gruesome. Moreover, since the system had no data on this, even if it had detected something during a scan, it would have considered it a normal component and not raised any alerts. While Cain was lost in thought, the dishes he had ordered began arriving one after another. During the meal, he didn't ask the old man any more questions. They just chatted about everyday matters. Through the conversation, Cain discovered that the old man's surname was Matsuda, although he didn't know his full name. He shared his last name just so Cain would stop calling him sir all the time. Old Matsuda thoroughly enjoyed the meal, probably because it was quite expensive. Although he planned to pay, he realized toward the end that Cain had already paid with his bank card from the beginning, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. But everyone was so focused on eating that no one noticed. Especially Slowpoke and Miltank, who were big eaters. Cain had brought them out to avoid wasting the excess food, so they ate with great enthusiasm. Old Matsuda, being older and having a smaller appetite, didn't eat much, but seeing Slowpoke and Miltank enjoying the meal made him feel satisfied. After finishing the meal, old Matsuda prepared to leave. As he stood up, he hesitated for a moment and finally said to Cain, "Be careful." It seemed he wanted to make up for the embarrassment he'd felt earlier. After all, he believed that Cain was just an amateur trainer interested in Slowpoke and hadn't discovered his true identity. Since he felt a bit guilty for taking advantage of Cain, he offered him some advice to be cautious. but he didn't explain what he meant by be careful. When Cain wanted to ask, the old man had already waved his hand and disappeared down the hall. Be careful? It seems he knows something. This journey on the SS and won't be so simple, Cain thought as he returned to his room and sat on the couch, lost in thought. He had sensed something strange on the ship before, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. The warnings from his psychic intuition and old Matsuda's comment confirmed that there was definitely danger. The sailors. Suddenly, Cain thought of something and a sudden realization struck him. Since boarding the ship, Cain hadn't seen a single sailor. Although sailors generally didn't appear much in the cabins, as they spent most of their time at their posts or on the bridge, one should have seen a few at least a couple of times. However, so far, Cain hadn't seen any trace of them. Of course, it could also be because he had stayed in his room most of the time and hadn't gone out much. But, considering all the circumstances, the SS and journey was becoming increasingly strange. Even Yamamoto himself, the man who introduced himself, was quite suspicious. However, at this moment, Cain couldn't do much. If something really happened, at least he had the ability to escape. If all else failed, he could always turn to old Matsuda. With his level as an elite level 4 trainer, no one could stop him. Cain had appeared in front of him several times, so he could ask for his help if it came to that. People from the Pokémon League are usually like that, indecisive and overly compassionate. In the afternoon, the losers round would take place, which had nothing to do with Cain. He decided to train his Pokémon in his room. Meanwhile, he attempted to meditate, although his worries made it difficult to enter a meditative state. Midway through meditation, his phone began to ring. Cain took it out and saw it was a message from Steven, asking him to call via video conference if he had time. Fortunately, the luxury suite on the SS and was equipped with a special video phone, as well as various teleportation devices. Cain let his Pokémon continue training on their own, and went to the video phone to dial Steven's number. Almost instantly, the call connected, and Steven appeared on the screen. "Hello, Cain. Long time no see," Steven said with a smile. From the background behind Steven, it seemed he was still at home. Cain smiled and replied, "It hasn't been that long. How's everything? Have you gotten any results from what we discussed?" Steven, realizing it hadn't actually been very long, chuckled to hide his awkwardness, then adopted a serious expression and said, "There's no issue. They're willing to buy your recipe for poke blocks, but you didn't give me your specific conditions, so I just mentioned that you wanted to negotiate without going into details." Cain nodded. At the time, he'd thought of messaging Steven his conditions, but he had forgotten. "I'd like to exchange the recipe for a method to improve the quality of a Miltank. As you know, I have a Miltank, but when I captured it, its quality was somewhat mediocre, so I want to improve its quality and potential. But since there are few Miltank available on the market, I thought I could trade my recipe for a method from them." Steven frowned and said, "That condition will be a bit complicated. You must know that methods to improve Pokémon quality are quite secret. I'm afraid your Pokeblock recipe isn't worth that much. There are many methods to improve a Pokémon's quality, but most of the time they're accidental improvements. Finding a reliable method that works consistently is difficult. It requires hundreds or even thousands of experiments to be validated." "I know. In any case, I want to exchange my recipe for a method to improve Miltank's quality. Also, I'm willing to sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose the method. If necessary, I can offer more in return," Cain said, rubbing his temples. The Miltank market was practically monopolized by Whitney's family. Even if the method to improve Miltank's quality was leaked, it wouldn't have much impact on their business, and Cain was practically giving them his recipe without asking for much in return. Steven knew that Cain was right, but when it came to a family secret, even if the impact of its disclosure was minimal, the question of principles was different. It wasn't something that could be measured in monetary terms. "All right, I'll try to ask. But this time I can't guarantee anything, as you're touching on quite a delicate topic," Steven said, feeling somewhat frustrated. Even though his family was more powerful than the Miltank Ranch family, he couldn't push them on this matter without creating controversy. He might even be accused of using his influence to pressure other families, which would be a significant political issue. Stephen began to wonder if he'd made the right choice in agreeing to help Cain with this. Afterward, Cain and Stephen continued exchanging information on various topics, mostly related to Pokémon. Although Stephen's strength far exceeded Cain's, in terms of knowledge, Cain surpassed him by far. Therefore, during their conversations, it was mostly Cain who explained things while Stephen listened like a student. If someone saw the situation, they would probably be quite surprised. After all, this is the young heir of the Devon Corporation. Not to mention that if he mastered all the vast knowledge of the corporation, not even 10 Cains could compare to him. But Cain has the system, and when things get tough, he can always consult the system's database. So, it would be unusual for Stephen to surpass Cain. However, as the future heir of the Devon Corporation, Stephen is no ignorant. In fact, he has many unique ideas that gave Cain a new perspective, showing him that some things could be understood in different ways. After all, Cain had been a human on Earth. Even though he had already lived 2 lives in the Pokémon world, he still retained some fixed ideas from his life on Earth, whereas Stephen, being native to the Pokémon world, had a somewhat different way of thinking. What he shared was truly characteristic of the place. Especially when they talked about stones, Stephen got very excited, almost as if he wanted to have a long conversation with Cain. He discovered that Cain also knew a lot about different types of stones. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by a video call, Stephen would probably have served Cain a cup of coffee to keep chatting all night. What Stephen didn't know is that Cain, to keep up with all the information about stones, almost had to review all the system's data. Who knows why someone who would be a future league champion knew so much about stones, even more than about Pokémon. Cain took the opportunity to ask Stephen indirectly if he had any superior quality dusk stones. Unfortunately, Stephen was more interested in unknown stones, so he hadn't specifically gathered evolutionary stones. He didn't have a superior quality dusk stone in his collection. Cain asked him to keep an eye out and, if he found one, to let him know. Stephen happily agreed, as after all, they were just stones. Paying a bit of attention wouldn't be a problem. While they chatted, Cain even vaguely asked if Stephen had seen any Mega Evolution stones, but Stephen had no particular memory of what Cain described. Although Cain's description of the stone sparked great interest in Stephen, who repeatedly asked where he had seen it. Finally, Cain had to make up some lies to calm Stephen down, but from Stephen's expression, it seemed like he might start a big search. When he couldn't find the Mega Evolution Stone or discover its purpose, Cain could take the opportunity to trade it for something else. At least he gave Stephen a hint to use the vast resources of the Devon Corporation to look for Mega Evolution Stones. However, even if Cain managed to acquire a Mega Evolution Stone now, he wouldn't dare to use it yet. It's an object that could attract too much attention, so it shouldn't come to light at the moment. The two spoke via video call for 2 hours. Stephen still didn't seem satisfied, and if Cain hadn't interrupted him, they probably would have spent the entire afternoon talking. It seemed like they were having an endless call. Of course, everything they discussed was related to Pokémon knowledge. Stephen also asked Cain about customizing Poke Blocks for his Metang, but since the system had not yet completed the analysis, Cain simply said that he hadn't finished experimenting with it. Cain took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although talking with Stephen didn't pressure him, keeping up with all the topics Stephen brought up took a lot of effort. Despite this, his somewhat restless mind gradually calmed down after talking to Stephen. No matter what might happen on the SS, Cain knew he had to stay calm, and he was at least sure he could escape if things got dangerous. However, to be safer, Cain decided to be prepared in advance. Soon, the afternoon passed quickly as the Pokémon continued training according to a plan. The most noticeable progress was with Haunter. Its poison type, which had already been developed, was now complemented by very characteristic moves of that type, greatly improving its control over poison-type energy. Additionally, Cain occasionally allowed it to absorb the poison gas. Only about 20% of the gas remained in the special container. The poison gas contained a large amount of energy, and if Haunter managed to absorb it all, aside from being able to improve its quality to the highest possible level, it would likely also gain another level. Even though it wasn't as fast as when it was ghastly, the effect was still quite good. After dinner, Cain left his room and found a bathroom. He had Slowpoke set a teleportation coordinate and then returned to the room. He changed clothes and also put on a new face mask. Then, with Slowpoke's help, he teleported back. He opened the bathroom window, and together with Slowpoke, they jumped directly out. At that moment, in the highest room of the SSN, Yamamoto held a wine glass, looking seriously at the video call in front of him. Everything has started as planned. When do you intend to come? Yamamoto asked, taking a sip from his wine glass. On the video call, only darkness was visible. If it weren't for the device's blinking light, anyone would have thought there was no communication. After a moment, a hoarse voice replied, "Wait a bit longer. I think someone from the league has infiltrated. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's hand holding the glass paused for a moment. Then he brought it to his lips again, this time taking a big gulp of wine. Someone from the league? What a hassle. Can't they deal with their own internal rats first? They always find out everything. The interlocutor remained silent for a moment before changing the subject. Is the material this time good? Not bad. Some things surprised me. And by the way, could you be more efficient with your work? I'm tired of having to clean up your messes. If this continues, there will be no more cooperation, Yamamoto said, with a fierce expression and eyes full of murderous intent. Don't try to challenge our limits. After this time, we will probably hide for a while. We just hope you continue to develop properly, replied the hoarse voice, emphasizing the words, develop properly. Huh, you don't need to worry about us. But doesn't your leader intend to come in person? They always send the usual ones. Jumping out of the window, just before hitting the surface of the sea, Slowpoke used its psychic powers to suspend them above the water. Cain took out a regular Pokeball and threw it. A large Gyarados appeared in the sea. Gyarados, who had been trapped in the Pokeball for quite some time, finally returned to the ocean and, upon emerging, wanted to roar to release his frustration. Although he lived comfortably in the Pokeball, with food and rest, so much so that he nearly gained weight. But he is the king of the sea. Did that human really treat him as if he were a pig? So, just as he came out, he wanted to roar at the sky. Quiet. But before he could roar, a cold, sharp voice interrupted him. He immediately felt a chill run down his body and obediently made no sound. He looked silently at Cain, who, in his eyes, seemed like a demonic figure. Although he was so small, why did his voice have such authority? Cain and Slowpoke slowly flew toward Gyarados' head. After they were settled, Cain said calmly, "Make less noise. First, let's move away from the cruise." He tapped his foot lightly, indicating that he could move. After receiving Cain's order, Gyarados obediently leaned down and began to swim slowly through the sea. Because he didn't dare to make noise, his movement speed was not fast. Swimming in the opposite direction of the cruise, Gyarados carried Cain toward unknown waters. What Cain didn't know was that his movements were being observed by an old man on the upper deck of the cruise. If Cain were here, he could probably recognize this old man as the man with the last name Matsuda with whom he had had lunch. The old man remained silent on the upper deck, listening from the room below to Yamamoto's arrogant voice, then looked in the direction Cain was heading and gave a slight smile. His lips moved, without making a sound, but from the shape of his mouth, one could guess he said something like, "Interesting young man." Luckily, Cain had been quite cautious, not summoning too many Pokémon or showing his mask. Otherwise, the old man's tone might have changed. The old man only recognized Cain by his height under the black cloak and the Slowpoke accompanying him. So, this young man noticed something strange just from a small warning during the day? But why is he leaving now? Where will he go? Old Matsuda wondered internally, but Cain's actions seemed insignificant. His attention was focused on the conversation between Yamamoto and the mysterious person in the room below. When he heard them talking about something important, his eyes gleamed with coldness. After waiting so long, they had finally left a clue. Right now, since he had no funds for his research, he could use this to obtain some reward. After Cain and the others moved a bit away, Gyarados received Cain's order to sail at full speed. Immediately, the freed Gyarados moved his body and began to speed through the ocean. It had been a long time since he had swum so freely in the sea. Some wild Pokémon, sensing the vibrations in the water, began to approach. Realizing other Pokémon were approaching, Gyarados released his Intimidate ability, causing many Pokémon to flee in terror at the pressure. Even the stronger Pokémon, upon seeing Gyarados' silhouette, quickly fled as well. Although some Pokémon were stronger than Gyarados, they didn't dare to provoke him. After a brief look, they simply turned around and returned to their territory. Everyone knew that Gyarados often appeared in groups, and even though they saw only one, provoking a whole group would be trouble. Gyarados is not like Beedrill. When they appear in groups, they are truly terrifying. Feeling the fear of the other Pokémon toward him, Gyarados felt much more at ease. He had been trapped in the Pokeball for so long that he almost considered himself a pig. Returning to the sea allowed him to feel his power as king of the ocean again. Casting a furtive glance at Cain and Slowpoke on his head, and seeing that they showed no expression, Gyarados felt he couldn't hold back. Opening his mouth again and noticing that the person and Pokémon on his head were not paying attention to his behavior, he finally let out a loud roar. Ruahar. The roar lasted a whole minute, and after roaring, Gyarados felt completely relaxed. It had been a long wait, but he finally could roar. What a relief. Suddenly, Gyarados stiffened a little because he felt the gaze of the person on his head, who had an intimidating presence, focus on him again. With slight fear, Gyarados put in more effort and increased his speed. Only when the person on his head looked away did Gyarados breathe a sigh of relief and concentrate on swimming. Cain looked into the distance. He had no intention of having Gyarados take him back to Vermilion City. He had already been sailing for a whole day and the SS and was not slow. If they tried to swim back, they would lose a lot of time. But while sailing aboard the SS, Cain noticed they passed a small island. He decided to leave a psychic marker there with Slowpoke. If anything happened on the SS, he could have Slowpoke teleport him immediately, thus avoiding being stranded in the sea without a course. That's why, taking advantage of the darkness, he had Gyarados take him to the island. Cain had already decided that, if he had the chance, he would leave a psychic marker each time he passed an island. So, no matter when an incident might occur, he wouldn't have to wander blindly in the sea. Initially, upon confirming the danger, Cain had considered leaving directly. Waiting for the next cruise at Vermilion City didn't matter. But that would take up too much time, and at the moment, time was the most valuable thing to him. Another important point was that Cain was very interested in the 3 moves for first place. If he could obtain those 3 moves, Slowpoke's attack power would increase by 30%. Cain looked at the island, growing larger in the distance, and murmured, "It's better if there are no incidents and we reach Hoenn safely." But he knew that was impossible. A powerful League trainer was already on the ship, and he had personally heard them warn to be cautious. So, there was a 90% chance something would happen during this trip. The islands seemed close, but Gyarados took 20 minutes swimming at full speed before reaching it. Exhausted after swimming at full speed, Gyarados was breathing heavily. This effort had worn out even his stamina. Cain threw some mid-level energy poke blocks to Gyarados to help him regain strength and then returned him to his Pokeball. This island, both from afar and up close, is very small, with only a few trees and no signs of life. Cain and Slowpoke didn't stay long, allowing Slowpoke to set a psychic teleportation coordinate on the spot. "Slowpoke, can you do it?" Cain asked after Slowpoke finished setting the coordinate. Yadin, Slowpoke nodded, indicating there was no problem. Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, channeling his small amount of psychic energy to communicate with Slowpoke's psychic abilities. This would make using teleport a bit easier on Slowpoke's energy. Slowpoke's body began to glow with a soft blue light, enveloping both Cain and himself. After a sudden increase in light, they instantly disappeared from the spot. Cain and Slowpoke reappeared in the cabin of the ship. Cain was confident that his actions had gone unnoticed by others. Due to the considerable distance, Slowpoke was somewhat fatigued after using teleport. After drinking a glass of milk milk, Slowpoke entered a meditative state. Cain took off his clothes and released all his Pokémon. They had been training all afternoon and sometimes even sparred with each other, as certain moves couldn't be effectively trained alone, like the move Taunt. Overall, the day's training had been quite effective. This time, Cain didn't give them evening massages or ask them to continue training. Instead, he asked them to gather around him. Once Slowpoke recovered, he sat down next to Cain. Cain petted Slowpoke's head and said, "Slowpoke, create a psychic barrier and wrap us all in it." Upon hearing this, Slowpoke activated his psychic power, enveloping Cain and all the Pokémon with a barrier. Cain took out a small glass bottle from his ring, containing a milky white liquid. It was the geocentric cleansing milk he had obtained on Challenge Island. Although he had sold half of the elixir, keeping about 200 drops, Cain didn't regret having done so. Although he had earned a lot of money, he did it out of necessity. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to sell it. Carefully, he opened the bottle, and a fresh aroma filled the psychic barrier, without escaping. As they inhaled the scent, all the Pokémon felt their fatigue melt away, instantly revitalized. They all looked expectantly at the small bottle in Cain's hands. Murkrow and Slowpoke already knew about the geocentric cleansing milk, but the other Pokémon did not. This is the geocentric cleansing milk. Although you can't fully utilize its effects, it's very effective in healing any internal injuries or hidden damage in your bodies, Cain explained. Although his Pokémon didn't show signs of internal injuries, some of these could be difficult to detect, even with League technology. However, consuming the geocentric cleansing milk could greatly prevent these issues from emerging. This was especially true for Pokémon like Sneasel, who had lived and fought alone for a long time. He likely had some injuries or scars that hadn't fully healed, some of which might be hard to detect or treat. Cain administered 2 drops of geocentric cleansing milk to each of his Pokémon, then asked them to go to sleep. The milk would begin to work slowly in their bodies throughout the night. Even Haunter could benefit, as the milk was essentially a concentrated form of energy. That night, except for Haunter, who was on watch, all the other Pokémon quickly fell asleep, allowing their bodies to naturally absorb the milk's benefits. The next morning, with an amused smile, Cain watched as his Pokémon lined up to go to the bathroom, showing signs of discomfort. The scene made him laugh a lot. That day marked the start of the tournament's final phase, but first, the original 16 qualifiers had to face the 4 who had made it through the losers round. Due to time constraints, battles began as soon as Cain received notification of his turn. Why didn't they wait for Cain? Because no one had challenged him. Once the judge was present and both the challenger and challenged were on the field, the battle began. So, when everyone arrived, they realized that the 4 trainers who had advanced from the losers round had already finished their matches. Many were disappointed to have missed those exciting battles. Of the 4 trainers who emerged from the losers round, 3 managed to defeat the original qualifiers. This showed that if one had enough strength, they could advance, even if they hadn't won in the first round. Soon, the final phase officially began. Due to the reduced number of participants, it was decided to use a single battlefield for all matches, as they had the whole day. Cain was drawn to fight in the afternoon, so he had no battles in the morning. While among the crowd, Cain noticed a guy looking around, searching for someone. It was Jean, with whom he had previously cooperated to draw others' attention. Upon seeing Cain, Jean ran toward him, visibly excited, but Slowpoke stopped him half a meter away. Jean had his match in the morning, but since he wasn't up in the first round, he had been looking for Cain the whole time. Finding him, he wanted to give him an enthusiastic hug, but Slowpoke stopped him. With a resigned look, Jean glanced at Cain, who pretended not to see him, calmly watching the battle on the field. Realizing Cain was ignoring him, Jean gave up and joined him to watch the match. Once he focused on the fight, Jean completely forgot about Cain's presence, showing how much he enjoyed battles. Cain took advantage of the calm and approached the judges' area. To motivate the participants, Yamamoto had ordered the prizes for the top 3 places to be displayed on the judges' table. Unlike Takumi, who had offered money after losing, Yamamoto was prepared and had placed the 4 TMs as prizes, along with a stack of bills totaling 300,000 Poke dollars, forming a small pyramid to the side. The shiny cash pyramid was even more eye-catching than the 4 TMs. Although most transactions were made with cards nowadays, seeing such a large amount of cash was still quite impressive. Cain and Slowpoke stealthily approached the judge's table, where Slowpoke left a new psychic teleportation coordinate, then returned to Jin's side without him noticing. Jin didn't show any reaction, completely engrossed in the battle. The two trainers on the battlefield had similar skills, and their match was intense. In the end, they each had only one Pokémon left, and after a fierce battle, one of them managed a hard-won victory. After the battle ended, Jin snapped back to reality and showed Cain a wide smile, displaying 2 rows of teeth. "Cain, just wait and see how I win 3 in a row." Without waiting for a reply, he quickly left, as his next battle was about to begin. Cain observed the battlefield for a moment. When the battle began and he saw his opponent's Pokémon, Cain immediately walked away. The opponent was too weak, only slightly stronger than Takuya Imamura. Jin would probably win all 3 fights in a row, or at most, he'd need to use a second Pokémon to finish the battle. Cain wasn't interested in watching such a predictable match. Furthermore, this kind of fight reminded Cain of a children's game, which he found uncomfortable. It was as if 2 people were fighting, both armed with guns, but instead of shooting, they used the weapons as melee weapons, hitting each other until one fell. A waste of time. Cain took a walk around the ship's deck, but didn't find the old man Matsuda he had seen the day before. Originally, Cain had wanted to chat with him to strengthen their relationship, but since he couldn't find him, he decided to return to his room. However, he didn't stay in the room for long. Judging by the progress of the battles, even though his turn was in the afternoon, Cain estimated he'd still have a long wait. So, Cain changed clothes, stored his Slowpoke, and left the room. Slowpoke was too recognizable, making it easy for others to guess his identity. Cain carefully avoided the staff while heading to the lower part of the ship. Since he boarded, he hadn't seen any sailors, which might seem exemplary behavior, as sailors shouldn't enter passenger areas. But to Cain, this was a problem. There was no completely clean water. Even if the sailors were very respectful, Cain didn't believe they could resist the temptation of entering the passenger zone, even if only in passing. This situation was unusual. Cain slowly descended the stairs, firmly holding Slowpoke's Pokeball in his hand. His mind was alert, prepared to summon Slowpoke to use teleport at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, he didn't encounter anyone on his way down. When Cain reached the sailors' quarters, he saw the first sailor through a window. Nothing seemed unusual. The sailor didn't notice Cain's presence and was focused on his tasks. Cain observed for a moment, but detecting nothing strange, he cautiously moved inside. Seeing a single sailor didn't mean there wasn't a problem. Cain entered the sailor's locker room, and after making sure no one was around, he began searching for anything out of the ordinary. Enduring the bad smell, he used his weak psychic ability to open the lockers one by one, looking for something suspicious. Just when Cain was about to give up and search elsewhere, he found a clue in the last locker. Underneath several dirty clothes in the last sailor's locker, Cain discovered a blue handkerchief. Upon seeing the emblem on the handkerchief, Cain's hand trembled. His pupils, which had dilated in the darkness, sharply contracted. Cain, visibly shocked, stared at the handkerchief in the locker. After making sure he hadn't mistaken it, he quickly put the clothes back as they were. He closed the locker door and called Slowpoke. Under Slowpoke's inquisitive gaze, Cain didn't explain anything, simply asking him to take him back to his room. Back in his room, Cain sat silently on the sofa. What he had seen earlier left a deep impression. If it weren't for his strong adaptability, he might have cried out in surprise. Cain felt deeply unsettled. The blue handkerchief he had seen bore a white emblem. Although an ordinary person might not give it any importance, Cain knew well what that emblem represented. In the current timeline, that organization should be in its inactive phase. So why had he seen their emblem here? If that organization was involved, then the SS and was truly in grave danger. Suddenly, Cain thought of something else. Could it be that Yamamoto and that organization are collaborating? But Yamamoto? I'm not sure that's his real name. However, when I saw him the other day, many people called him by that name. Seeing how scared Takuya Imamura was, it doesn't seem fake. Cain began organizing his thoughts in his mind. Then he remembered the elite-level league trainer named Matsuda, who had appeared on the ship dressed humbly. What was his real purpose? Was his warning to be careful a reference to that organization or a warning about Yamamoto? Why, the first time Yamamoto saw him, did Cain feel his gaze was strange, but he couldn't say exactly why. Why did the first rewards Yamamoto offered include 3 moves that Slowpoke could use? Why was this competition organized so suddenly and with such generous rewards? The tournament prizes seemed too high. Why did everything in the tournament seem to have been prepared in advance, with the tournament progressing so quickly and efficiently? There was still a lot of time before reaching the next destination. Why speed things up so much? Those factors combined couldn't be a coincidence. After reviewing all these thoughts, Cain saw he had 2 options. The first was to abandon the SS and right now and not get involved. The second was to participate, win the first prize, and then leave. But the second option was clearly more dangerous, and he wasn't even sure the tournament would reach its end. Cain sat on the sofa, frowning without saying a word. In the afternoon, after being notified by the loudspeaker, Cain headed back to the battlefield. Seeing the prizes for the top 3 on the referee's table, Cain thought those items were extremely tempting. If he didn't genuinely want to compete for those prizes, he might have already withdrawn. If he left now, all the danger would have nothing to do with him. But after returning from the sailors' quarters, Cain had thought for a long time and finally decided to stay. The first reason was that the tournament prizes were indeed attractive. Additionally, those items were displayed so blatantly that anyone would feel tempted to look at them. This was a very clever strategy on Yamamoto's part. However, if it were only about the prizes, it wouldn't have been enough for Cain to decide to stay. The main reason was the old man Matsuda with whom he had shared a meal. With his presence, at least Cain wouldn't have to worry about facing an enemy so powerful that he couldn't defend himself or escape. Moreover, Cain didn't believe that if the League had detected something, they would only send a single elite level 4 trainer. What Cain didn't know was that Matsuda's actions were completely voluntary and that the League hadn't actually sent any combatants on board. Most of the League trainers on the ship were fairly weak. Even someone like Jean was considered one of the stronger ones among them. If Cain had known this, he probably would have reconsidered his decision. The League usually won through sheer numbers, which had given Cain the false impression that there would always be additional support. The second reason he decided to stay was that the group to whom the blue handkerchief he found belonged, while powerful, was not as threatening as Team Rocket. But that wasn't the important part. The crucial thing was that, as Cain recalled, that organization shouldn't have revealed itself to the world at this point in the timeline. If they caused a big commotion, they might attract the League's attention before they were fully prepared. Therefore, Cain thought the leader of that organization, if they had any common sense, wouldn't do anything that would draw too much attention from the League. So Cain only needed to stay on guard against the crafty Yamamoto. Cain took his position. When he arrived, both the audience and his opponent had already been waiting for a while. If he had arrived a few minutes later, he would have been disqualified from the tournament. Cain's opponent was a young woman in her 20s with a black ponytail and an ordinary appearance. Cain had no memory of her. Only after the referee introduced her did Cain learn that the young woman was named Kyoko. The battle began immediately. Cain sent out his signature Pokémon, Slowpoke. Kyoko, clearly having studied Cain, sent out her grass-type Pokémon, Gloom, to take advantage of the type advantage over Cain's water-type Pokémon. Under Cain's system analysis, Gloom had a dark yellow aptitude, was level 22, and was a fairly standard grass and poison-type Pokémon. Cain had bet on the flamethrower TM in his battle against Takuya Imamura, so Kyoko assumed Slowpoke hadn't learned any fire-type moves, allowing her to make full use of the type advantage. But she clearly hadn't considered that Gloom, also being a poison type, was vulnerable to psychic-type moves. Slowpoke, don't hold back. Use Psyshock and go all out. Aware of the possible danger on the ship, Cain wasn't in the mood to play childish games with these novice trainers. He attacked first, ordering Slowpoke to use its strongest move with the simple goal of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Gloom, use Stun Spore, Kyoko ordered without hesitation. Gloom, a Pokémon that quickly learned powder techniques, could be quite effective in battle if its moves were used correctly. But for Slowpoke, Gloom was simply too slow. Gloom's Stun Spore move, clearly not well trained, was so slow that it hadn't finished releasing the powder when Slowpoke had already launched the Psyshock move twice. With the advantage in level, aptitude, abilities, and type, Gloom was directly defeated by Slowpoke's Psyshock move. Fortunately, Slowpoke held back at the last second. Otherwise, Gloom would not only have lost the ability to fight but might have died. Kyoko, biting her lip to hold back tears, stared at Cain, who maintained an indifferent expression. After a moment, she threw another Pokeball. This time, she stopped trying to exploit the type advantage and sent out her strongest Pokémon, the Pidgeotto that had made her stand out in the preliminary rounds, a level 25 Pokémon with light green aptitude. This was Kyoko's starter Pokémon, which her father had captured with much effort. Pidgeotto, using its flying ability, had made it easy for Kyoko to break through in the preliminaries. Fly, Pidgeotto. Use Gust, Kyoko ordered. Slowpoke, use Protect and then Calm Mind. Both Pokémon had no type advantage over the other, meaning the outcome would be decided by pure skill. Pidgeotto, being Kyoko's starter Pokémon, had a much faster skill execution speed than Gloom. Pidgeotto quickly formed a tornado in front of its wings and launched it towards Slowpoke, enveloping it. Slowpoke, without moving, used the Protect move to block the attack and then entered a meditative state with the Calm Mind move. Having practiced this move a lot, Slowpoke executed it perfectly, protecting itself and meditating almost simultaneously. When it finished meditating, Slowpoke opened its eyes. Slowpoke, let's finish this quickly. Use Psyshock, then Water Gun with Confusion. Take it down. Slowpoke's eyes glowed, and just when Pidgeotto thought its attack had been effective, it was quickly struck by Slowpoke's Psyshock move. Then, the Water Gun move powered by the Confusion move hit it, increasing both its power and speed. Dazed by the Psyshock move, Pidgeotto started to fall, being struck by the Water Gun move before reaching the ground. Pidgeotto, hang in there. Use Gust. Kyoko shouted, tears in her eyes as she looked at her fallen Pidgeotto. Slowpoke, finish it. Teleport and use Headbutt. Slowpoke instantly teleported beside Pidgeotto, which was still trying to stand, and launched the Headbutt move. Boom! The ground sank under the impact, leaving Pidgeotto incapacitated in the crater. Slowpoke teleported back next to Cain, looking coldly at Kyoko while waiting for her to send out another Pokémon. Too weak, simply too weak. That was Cain's first impression. Seeing how other trainers fought so fervently, but when it came to his turn, the opponents seemed too weak. These trainers who had never experienced a real battle, who had no clear direction in training their Pokémon, simply didn't awaken his desire to fight. With tear-filled eyes, Kyoko picked up her Pidgeotto. Looking at Cain, who showed no sign of offering comfort, she finally broke down in tears. It's not that she had never lost before, but she had never been defeated so quickly. In other battles, it usually took dozens of commands, going back and forth to determine the winner. Even if the power difference was significant, she had never been treated so ruthlessly. When facing a girl, most trainers tend to be a bit more lenient. Unfortunately, her opponent was Cain. Kyoko, the girl, began to cry, and the people around her became a bit agitated, murmuring amongst themselves. Cain felt a bit uncomfortable, but he showed no reaction, simply indicating that he was patiently waiting for Kyoko to send out her next Pokémon. But after a while, Kyoko made no further move and just stood there, crying. The referee, feeling somewhat awkward, frowned and asked, Kyoko, please send out your third Pokémon. Kyoko looked up at the referee, then glanced at Cain with her red eyes, biting her lips to hold back her tears. Her whole body trembled as if she were receiving an electric shock. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and began to wipe her tears with her hands. In a choked voice, she said, "I forfeit." And without looking back, she ran off. Upon hearing that Kyoko was surrendering, Cain, along with his slowpoke, immediately left, leaving behind a crowd in heated discussion. The conversation centered around how Cain had made a girl cry, but eventually, it shifted to commenting on the significant age difference between Kyoko and Cain. In the end, everyone was impressed by Cain's strength. As Cain left, he caught a glimpse of the prizes on the referee's table out of the corner of his eye. Although they were in plain sight, Cain noticed that some people were secretly watching over them. Yamamoto had likely assigned his men to prevent anyone from attempting to steal the prizes. Surely, there were many who would be willing to take the risk. Before returning to his room, Cain looked for the old man Matsuda. To his surprise, he found him in the dining area, reading the newspaper. Cain approached, determined to start a conversation. Matsuda, upon seeing him, was a bit surprised. He thought Cain had already left the ship, but now he realized that Cain had returned after that night. However, Matsuda had spent the whole night on the ship's deck and hadn't seen Cain return with his Gyarados. So, seeing the slowpoke beside Cain, he understood a little of the situation. "Why aren't you in the competition and instead come to chat with this old man?" Matsuda said, taking a sip of tea. Cain smiled and sat beside him. "I came to learn from you. I'm still not very skilled at raising slowpoke." Matsuda glanced at Cain's slowpoke. "Your slowpoke is very well trained. It doesn't seem like the work of a beginner." His words carried an implied meaning. I just spent quite a bit of money on high-quality poke blocks," Cain replied, pretending not to understand the implication and taking a seat next to him. "I heard you have a lot of experience with slowpoke. I wanted to know if there's anything particular in their poke block diet, or how I could use poke blocks to enhance growth efficiency." Thus, the conversation turned to different methods of making and using poke blocks. The old man Matsuda set his newspaper aside and observed Cain for a moment before taking a sip of tea and beginning to share his knowledge about slowpoke feeding and care. He had spent considerable time researching slowpoke and its evolution, Slowbro, so he knew a lot about their habits and daily routines. Cain also shared some of his own experiences in raising slowpoke, which pleasantly surprised Matsuda. Cain even hinted that he knew how to make poke blocks. When it came to poke block crafting, the old man Matsuda showed much more interest, dropping his indifferent attitude. But the more they talked, the more surprised the old man Matsuda became. Observing Cain's height and hearing his voice, he was clearly in early adolescence. At such a young age, without being a league-backed trainer, having that level of skill was already impressive. But he hadn't expected that he would also have a remarkable talent for Pokémon breeding. The old man Matsuda was a high-level breeder, and his status was above most breeders in his class. Just by listening to Cain, he could deduce that the young man already had the skills of an intermediate-level breeder, which surprised him even more. It's worth remembering that he himself became an intermediate breeder in his 20s and was considered a prodigy at the time. But seeing Cain, who was probably only 15 or 16 years old, he couldn't help but be amazed. Even if he had started studying from a very young age, he shouldn't have reached the intermediate level so quickly. A prodigy. An exceptional talent. Beyond those words, Matsuda couldn't find another way to explain how Cain could master so much knowledge at such a young age. "Cain, who taught you all of this?" he couldn't help but ask in the end. "Oh, well. In my family, there are some elders who left many books. When I have nothing to do, I read. And when I read, I get curious to try putting things into practice. Though, I'm not sure if I'm doing it correctly," Cain replied, scratching his head with some embarrassment. Hearing Cain's answer, Matsuda's eyes lit up, and with a certain urgency, he asked, "So, you haven't had a mentor to teach you directly?" Cain pretended to think for a bit. "It's not that no one ever taught me. The elders in the family always told me to read more, and from time to time, they'd ask me questions. If I couldn't answer, they'd make me keep reading. They wouldn't let me go on my journey until I could answer all their questions correctly. I had to study a lot before I could start my journey. A family heir? But it didn't seem that way. Perhaps from an ancient family? Could you tell me the names of those elders in your family?" I don't know. I always called them Grandpa and Grandma. I don't even know their last names. I'm an orphan, and they always treated me very well. I saw them as my own grandparents, Cain replied. Cain was very aware of the importance of his identity within the League. It was best to present himself as an orphan, and fortunately, the identity Umbra provided for him was also that of an orphan, with no specific details. Cain's League ID card began recording his information from the moment he passed the test to become a League trainer. What came before was deliberately left vague. This kind of situation was quite common in the League, so it wasn't unusual. Many people lived in remote areas, and someone with an unknown background often appeared. As long as they passed the League's tests and exams, they could obtain a League ID card. Or if they gained the support of certain League members, they could also receive an official identity. Not being part of the core members meant the evaluation process wasn't as strict. Additionally, many ancient families were hidden in various places, like those who guarded ruins or the last heir of a declining family. Too many cases like those, and the League couldn't investigate them all. As long as a person had a good character and decent conduct, getting a League ID card wasn't difficult. The challenge was getting a League ID card with a high confidentiality level like Cain's. Time passed quickly. Since Cain boarded the ship, 3 days had already gone by. The tournament organized by Yamamoto was already coming to an end. As expected, Cain and his Slowpoke advanced to the quarterfinals with a decisive victory in the round of 16. Then, with an overwhelming advantage, they defeated their opponent in the quarterfinals, advancing to the semifinals. In both battles, only Slowpoke participated, defeating all 3 Pokémon of his opponents, thus securing qualification. On the 3rd day, during the semifinals, his opponent showed considerable strength. Although a bit older, he was likely almost 30 years old. But due to his age, his Pokémon were quite strong. Only when Slowpoke unleashed his full power did he manage to defeat all 3 of his opponent's Pokémon and allow Cain to advance to the finals. Additionally, since Slowpoke had been the sole battler during these days, and thanks to daily training, Slowpoke leveled up again after the semi-final victory, reaching level 27. Although Cain's other Pokémon were also training hard, their levels hadn't increased. However, Cain estimated that Skorupi could level up with 2 more days of training, once it fully mastered its body. Haunter, after absorbing all the poisonous gas, should also be able to level up. Cain's opponent in the final was also no surprise, it was Jean, who had come from the same battlefield as Cain initially. In the previous rounds, Jean hadn't had as easy a time as Cain. Although his Charmeleon was not weak, his battle techniques left much to be desired, so Jean only advanced to the final after revealing his second Pokémon. His second Pokémon was also strong, a Poliwhirl. If nothing unexpected occurs, Cain and Jean will officially face each other tomorrow morning. The winner will receive the 3 TMs as the first place prize, while the runner-up will obtain the Flamethrower TM. During these 3 days, aside from battles and training, Cain spent most of his time conversing with the elder Matsuda. What began as cautious questions from Cain turned into Matsuda testing Cain's knowledge of Pokémon breeding. Although neither of them said it openly, they both already knew that Matsuda was a Pokémon breeder in the League, and not of a low rank. In fact, he was an advanced breeder, though both kept it quiet. Matsuda indirectly tested Cain's breeding knowledge, and Cain deftly managed his responses, showing intermediate-level breeding knowledge, but focusing his expertise on the creation of Pokeblocks. With the help of the system, Cain could access any knowledge available in the system database at any time. If he weren't worried about revealing too much and startling Elder Matsuda, he could have done much more. But doing so would attract too much attention, and if someone investigated him thoroughly, it would be hard for Cain to maintain his anonymity if someone high-ranking in the League found out. Therefore, maintaining his breeding level at an intermediate level was most suitable. Matsuda, for his part, began to trust Cain more and more. He didn't keep many of his specialized skills secret, and, seeing Cain as a promising young talent of the League, he was willing to guide him. After all, Matsuda viewed Cain as a talented breeder who had chosen the path of a trainer. In short, The relationship between Cain and Matsuda was now close enough for occasional joking. Now, Cain was confident that if anything unexpected occurred on the ship, as long as the situation remained under control, he could rely on Elder Matsuda's help to get away safely. After today's match, while they were talking, Cain noticed that Matsuda's tension had increased. It wasn't a tension of fear, but rather the preparation of someone expecting something to happen. Matsuda directly told Cain that if he had the chance, he should leave the SS and as soon as possible, as something might happen in the coming days. In fact, Matsuda had already hinted at this to Cain since the second day of their conversation. Seeing Cain as valuable talent, Matsuda wanted to ensure he was prepared. But Cain never responded directly to this warning, leading Matsuda to think that youth made him bold. Back in his room, Cain sat quietly on the sofa. The atmosphere on the ship was no longer normal, and Cain was not the only one noticing it. Even the rough Jean, after his battle, approached Cain to ask if he had noticed anything strange. Cain didn't say much, but in his opinion, it was likely that the organization could no longer wait. If they didn't act soon, the situation would spiral out of control. They might even have discovered the presence of Elder Matsuda. Cain hinted at this to Matsuda, but he gave no further details. In truth, Cain's suspicions and intuition were quite accurate, as Yamamoto was beginning to grow impatient. In the highest room of the SSN, Yamamoto made another call to the mysterious man. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice no longer had the calm it had before. It was hoarse. "We've exceeded the scheduled time. If you don't act soon, I'll withdraw from this. Yamamoto, get ready. We are prepared to board the ship tonight. Send me all the information you've gathered. Don't give me orders. You're not qualified to do so. Let your leaders speak." Yamamoto interrupted the man. "Oh? What's wrong, Yamamoto? I heard you missed me." Suddenly, a deep, steady voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the phone, with a tone that mixed seriousness and amusement. At that moment, Elder Matsuda, who was watching Yamamoto from the upper deck, narrowed his eyes. Things were getting complicated. I didn't expect the leader himself to intervene. "I guess there won't be any failures," then Yamamoto said, changing his expression to a smile. Hee. After a cold laugh, the call abruptly ended. After hanging up, Yamamoto looked serious. If the person who was coming was the one he spoke to at first, he could still keep control, but if that organization's leader was coming, he would have to reduce his share of the benefits. Meanwhile, Elder Matsuda had already disappeared from the upper deck. He began searching the ship for Cain to warn him to leave immediately, or it would be too late. However, even though they had spoken many times, he still didn't know exactly where Cain was staying. Out at sea, a submarine suddenly surfaced silently next to the SSN. A group of dark figures emerged from the submarine and, with the help of their Pokémon, boarded the SSN. In the sailors' room on the lowest level of the SSN, the sailors quickly removed their uniforms and put on blue and white clothing, with a blue bandana on their heads. Then, they lined up neatly in the room, awaiting their commander's arrival. Suddenly, the SSN came to a complete stop, and many passengers woke up immediately. What happened? Why did the ship stop? At that moment, Cain was sitting calmly on the sofa, sensing the commotion caused by the ship's stop. "Have they arrived?" Cain murmured quietly. He quickly changed clothes and put on a black coat. In truth, it would be wisest to leave immediately, but Cain had left a psychic marker with his slowpoke at the prize platform. Originally, there was always someone watching over it, but with the movement of this mysterious group, Cain wasn't sure if Yamamoto's men would still be concerned about those prizes, which were insignificant to them. If there was still surveillance, Cain wouldn't waste time and would leave immediately with his slowpoke. But if security was relaxed, he wouldn't mind claiming the prizes that were rightfully his. However, Cain wasn't foolish and didn't rush out immediately. Going now would draw too much attention. Cain smashed the room's fire alarm with his fist. Immediately, alarms started sounding throughout the SS and in the hallways and rooms. Passengers, already puzzled by the ship's stop, quickly left their rooms, and those still deeply asleep were awakened by the noise. Realizing it was a fire alarm, they quickly got dressed and ran out of their rooms. The SSN became chaotic. On the upper deck, Yamamoto's face was grim. He knew perfectly well that the group he had allied with had begun boarding the ship, and once they were all in position, they would be able to take control of the situation smoothly. But the fire alarm ruined his plans. Crack! He threw his glass to the ground forcefully and took 4 Pokeballs from the drawer, attaching them to his belt. With an angry shout over the wireless phone he was holding, he ordered, "Attack. Leave no one alive. Capture everyone." Then, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and the woman who always followed him, he left his room. However, upon exiting, he found someone blocking his way. If Cain had been there, he would have recognized him as the elder Matsuda, with whom he had been conversing over the past few days. But now, the elder Matsuda no longer wore his usual friendly expression. He was frowning at him. Coldly, he said, "So, you've finally allied with Team Aqua." Yamamoto was shocked to see the elder Matsuda. He had seen him several times on the ship's surveillance cameras, but due to his ordinary appearance and humble behavior, he hadn't paid much attention to him. Cain left his room along with his slowpoke. Now, both the hallways and decks were in complete chaos. Cain wasn't the only one who had noticed the strange situation on the SSN. Some passengers had also sensed the unusual atmosphere, and when the alarm sounded, they ran straight to the ship's security room. A ship as large as the SS and has League staff responsible for security. They are the ship's safety guarantee. But, to their surprise, Yamamoto had taken control of the security room from the start, replacing all staff with his own men. Others, like Cain, attempted to take advantage of the chaos to seize the tournament prizes. Money and prizes spark people's greed. There was no shortage of those who decided to take the risk. When Cain made his way around the crowd and reached the battle room, he saw that many people were already there. However, many lay on the ground clutching their stomachs, clearly injured by attacks. Their Pokémon lay beside them, unable to keep fighting. Some were still frantically fleeing, only to be immediately met by members of Team Aqua, dressed in blue and white uniforms. Despite being mentally prepared, Cain was surprised to see them. Team Aqua. In the future, one of the 2 major dark powers in the Hoenn region. The other, an equally notorious group, is Team Magma. Both teams, as their names suggest, have a fierce rivalry. Otherwise, they would have already unified Hoenn's underworld. This demonstrates Team Aqua's power. But why did Team Aqua appear here? It shouldn't yet be time for their appearance. Don't they fear being relentlessly pursued by the League for openly attacking the SSN? Yamamoto had likely allied with Team Aqua, but then, how did he expect to continue operating in the League as the head of a major family? Cain didn't understand, but seeing that Team Aqua had already taken over the battle room, he knew he wouldn't be able to obtain the prizes. If the situation wasn't favorable, Cain wouldn't insist. He turned around and started to head back. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the upper level of the SSN. The entire ship shook slightly from the impact. Matsuda was on his Aerodactyl, looking down coldly at Yamamoto and his 2 Pokémon. The previous explosion had been caused by Aerodactyl's Hyper Beam, which had knocked back Houndoom and Crawdaunt, Yamamoto's Pokémon. Yamamoto had recently reached Elite 4 level with the help of Team Aqua. But in front of a veteran like Matsuda, who was also an expert breeder, the power difference was immense. Even with a type advantage, Yamamoto's Pokémon couldn't withstand Aerodactyl's power. "So you reached Elite 4 and already think you're invincible," Matsuda murmured coldly. He had no respect for an Elite 4 level trainer like Yamamoto. But just as Matsuda commanded Aerodactyl to attack again, a purple shadow suddenly rose from below, aiming its attack at him. Matsuda had no choice but to order Aerodactyl to dodge. A Crobat had been the attacker, and it was clear it possessed the strength of an Elite 4 level Pokémon, much stronger than Yamamoto's Pokémon. Matsuda narrowed his eyes, watching as a figure slowly ascended the stairs. A Maitaiana walked beside him. With Matsuda's experience as an expert breeder, he could immediately tell that Maitaiana was also at the Elite 4 level. This meant that Aerodactyl now had to face 4 Elite 4 level Pokémon. Boss, Yamamoto murmured, hesitating for a moment before speaking. The newcomer cast a glance at Yamamoto, and a flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. This man has become too arrogant with his new power, he thought. Archie, murmured Matsuda upon seeing the approaching figure. Team Aqua, an organization aiming to expand the ocean's area to dominate the world alongside Pokémon. The League is aware of its existence, but because they operate covertly in the Hoenn region and rarely cause trouble, they haven't taken drastic measures against them. Archie is a mid-level Elite Four veteran trainer, and Matsuda isn't sure if he could face him. But whether or not he can, the situation is already set. The League has detected nothing unusual on the SS, and everything he is doing is on his own. By chance, he discovered something strange in Yamamoto and, since he needed funds to continue his experiments, decided not to report it to the League. He planned to capture Yamamoto when he committed an act against the League, securing a good reward. Besides, he had some valuable items he needed to buy in Hoenn, so he took the opportunity to achieve both goals. In his mind, Yamamoto was merely a quasi-elite 4-level trainer, someone he could capture easily. But upon facing him recently, he found out that Yamamoto had already reached the initial Elite 4 level. Despite this, Matsuda was still confident he could capture Yamamoto. He knew Yamamoto had allied forces and considered that the newcomers might be powerful, but he assumed they would, at most, be at the initial or mid-Elite 4 level. Matsuda admits he underestimated the situation. Although he already called the League, which will arrive in an hour, by then Team Aqua could have taken what they wanted from the ship and captured most of the passengers. Archie, can't you hold back any longer? Matsuda asked aloud. Hee, it's not that we're impatient, Archie replied sarcastically. This is just a favor we're doing. Right, Yamamoto? Yamamoto hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded respectfully. Yes, boss. The Team Aqua leader, Archie, is a seasoned Elite 4-level trainer, and he had 3 executives at a similar level to Yamamoto. Although one of them contacted him before, today it seemed Archie had decided to intervene personally, leaving his executives at the base. Archie's confrontational attitude made things even more complicated. Team Aqua's base has always been at sea, and finding its exact location is nearly impossible unless the League decides to dedicate significant resources and time to the search. Suddenly, Cain's figure came to Matsuda's mind. I hope that boy can escape, Matsuda thought. Originally, when Cain didn't flee immediately, Matsuda hadn't said anything because he thought that if things got complicated, he could easily protect him. But now, the situation had spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Cain silently watched Team Aqua members from the shadows. After boarding the ship, under the command of what seemed to be a leader, they quickly took control of the SSN. Many sailors, already part of Team Aqua under Yamamoto's explicit or implicit orders, began to subdue those loyal to the ship's captain. Then, from the lower decks up, Team Aqua members started joining those who came up from the submarine, capturing everyone they encountered. Cain was hiding in the upper stands of the battlefield, watching as they captured one person after another. A Team Aqua member held a stack of documents, checking each person against the list. If someone matched the information, they were separated and guarded by a specific group. Cain noticed a pattern. Those who stood out in the tournament organized by Yamamoto were selected. Could they be trying to recruit promising trainers, take them to Team Aqua's base, and brainwash them into joining? Cain thought. The chosen ones didn't seem to be people of high rank. Most were common trainers. Those from influential families weren't touched, even if they were skilled. Clearly, they didn't want to incur those families' wrath so soon. A few families might not be a threat, but if they united and pressured the League would have to act, at least to eliminate some Team Aqua members and provide an answer to those families. However, if they only capture common trainers, the League will merely make a few token moves and then abandon the case. After all, the Hoenn region isn't entirely under the League's control. In this region, many forces are intertwined, and the League cannot afford to lose its influence with rash decisions. This is why Team Aqua operates with such impunity. If this is the case, Jean shouldn't be in trouble. At least he has a guaranteed status as a League-affiliated trainer. Though he might be an exception, given his skill, capturing him alone wouldn't prompt the League to take drastic action. It all depends on whether Cain is promising enough for Team Aqua to take the risk. Cain, barely able to look after himself, didn't worry about Cain, even though Cain might consider Cain a close acquaintance. Something doesn't add up. If they're only after a few trainers, it doesn't justify Team Aqua mobilizing so many resources. The old Matsuda still hasn't appeared, which means they're keeping him at bay. In our conversations, Matsuda hinted at his disdain for Yamamoto, indicating that the opponent is weaker than Matsuda. So, whoever is holding him off must be an Elite Four level Team Aqua trainer. Team Aqua isn't like Team Rocket, they're still in their infiltration phase and don't have as many Elite Four level trainers. Matsuda is a veteran Elite Four level trainer, at least of initial or mid-level. To hold him off, the opponent must be at least mid-level. Could Archie be directly involved? The more Cain thought, the more likely it seemed, suggesting that they sought more than just some common trainers on the ship. Perhaps these trainers were only a distraction. That means they could also be looking for a very valuable item. Or maybe they haven't taken it yet, waiting for the Elite Four trainers' battle to end to secure success before retrieving it. If so, there's still a chance to act. Cain's eyes sparkled with determination, abandoning his initial idea of giving up. Yamamoto isn't the type to entrust a valuable item to others. He probably has it in his room or even carries it himself. But now, the Elite Four trainers are fighting on the upper deck. Going directly would be suicide. I need someone to draw attention first. Cain murmured as a plan began forming in his mind. Midnight. The SSN. On the upper deck. An Aerodactyl and a Charizard were flying in the air. Below, there were 4 Pokémon in total, Archie's Crobat and Mitina, and Yamamoto's Houndoom and Crawdaunt. Both sides had been fighting for over 15 minutes with mixed results. In reality, Archie and Yamamoto had the numerical advantage. Although Yamamoto's skill was relatively inferior to the other two, he was still an Elite Four level trainer, which is not easy to handle. If it weren't for the fact that Matsuda's 2 Pokémon were flying types, the battle wouldn't be going as smoothly. However, overall, Archie's side had the advantage. Even so, the option to attack remained with Matsuda. Although Archie also had a Crobat capable of performing aerial attacks, if he rushed in recklessly, he would face the combined attacks of Aerodactyl and Charizard, so he dared not attack hastily. Both sides decided to bide their time. Archie was waiting for his subordinates to capture the trainers they needed and take the valuable items off the ship. And Matsuda, for his part, was waiting for the League reinforcements to arrive. Although he was told over the phone it would take at least an hour for a substantial number of League members to arrive. However, those would only be the League's regular fighters. The true experts would not arrive so quickly. It's said that the person responsible for the League in this area is on their way as quickly as possible. Although that person is also a recent Elite Four level trainer, if they arrive in time, Archie and Yamamoto won't escape so easily. At least one of them will be captured to appease the League and other forces. So, although the battle seemed intense, in reality, only a few Pokémon exchanged moves, creating large explosion sounds. Both sides were cautious of causing too much damage, which could lead to significant destruction of the SS and/or even sink it. That would be a major problem, and the League would undoubtedly send their best warriors to engage Team Aqua in a life-or-death battle. After all, the construction of a luxury cruiser like the SS and involved joint funding from many important families. If it were destroyed, even without the League's intervention, those families would go crazy and seek to deal with Team Aqua. In that case, no matter how well Team Aqua hides, they would be found. Therefore, neither side displayed their full power, and, by mutual agreement, each sent only 2 Pokémon, avoiding being defeated by a surprise attack and maintaining some control over the situation. Meanwhile, Cain, who had decided to find someone to draw attention, had Slowpoke use teleport to leave the stands of the battlefield. During this time, he left several teleportation marks with Slowpoke in different locations on the SSN. In such a large area, Cain could have Slowpoke teleport anywhere at any time. Of course, there were some more restricted areas where Cain didn't have a chance to approach. But Cain wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble now. He had Slowpoke move directly to the side of the captain's cabin at the front of the SS-N. Earlier, he heard Team Aqua members mention that many trainers and crew members headed to the captain's cabin as soon as the ship malfunctioned. Sure, some went to the security room, but that area had already been taken over by Yamamoto's men, so everyone who went to the security room was captured. However, the captain's cabin was different. Those who had the authority to pilot the SS and weren't ordinary people. Not only were they elite trainers, but they were also absolutely loyal to the League. Otherwise, the League would not have allowed them to control the SS, and so those who went to the captain's cabin were relatively safe. Moreover, the cabin didn't only contain the captain, but also some of his trusted subordinates. Although they weren't as strong as the captain, they were much stronger than the sailors and ordinary members of Team Aqua. There were even one or two who had reached the advanced trainer level of the League, being personally trained by the captain. Now they were all cornered in the captain's cabin by Team Aqua members. Given their considerable strength, the Team Aqua members dared not attack recklessly, and both sides reached a standoff. After all, as soon as one of the Elite Four level trainers won the battle, this area would no longer be a problem. As for the engine of the SS, and it had already been sabotaged by Team Aqua members disguised as sailors in the lower part of the ship. Without specialized equipment for repairs, it couldn't be restarted in less than half a day. Slowpoke teleported Cain stealthily to the side of the captain's cabin, avoiding the view of Team Aqua members. Why didn't he teleport directly into the cabin? Because Cain hadn't accessed it earlier, so he couldn't have Slowpoke leave a teleport mark inside. Fortunately, they were now close enough for Slowpoke to move directly inside. After a brief pause, Cain quickly switched the mask on his face and Slowpoke teleported him directly into the captain's cabin, just in time to avoid the small Team Aqua patrols. The sudden appearance of someone in the room startled everyone, and all their Pokémon prepared their moves, waiting for the order to attack. Cain raised his hands above his head, holding up a League ID card to prove his identity. Fortunately, one of the League trainers who had arrived earlier recognized Cain. "Cain, so good to see you're safe." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and a figure quickly ran towards Cain. Bang! A sound of bones colliding against the wall echoed. The person who ran toward Cain was none other than the ever-friendly Jean. Cain hadn't expected Jean to be there. "Jean, do you know this person?" asked a man in his 40s wearing a captain's uniform and bearing the official League emblem on his chest, observing Cain with a sharp gaze. Clearly, he was the captain of this vessel. Although Cain was holding a League ID card, that didn't make him lower his guard. Jean quickly got up from the floor, threw a glance at Slowpoke, who pretended not to know what had happened, and, rubbing his forehead with a grimace, said, "Yes, Uncle, this is Cain, the one I told you about." Not only is he incredibly strong, but he also has deep knowledge and is unstoppable in battles. From Jin's words, it was clear he had a very good impression of Cain. What surprised Cain was that this man, who was clearly the captain of the SS, and turned out to be Jin's uncle. Could he be another millionaire? Upon hearing Jin's words, the captain observed Cain a little more closely, but he still couldn't figure anything out. He signaled the sailors around him to calm their Pokémon. Once the Pokémon around him adopted a less aggressive stance, Cain finally sighed in relief. These Pokémon were not low level. If they suddenly attacked, Slowpoke might not be able to get him out of there safely. However, Cain kept his hand on Slowpoke's back, not letting go. "Captain, I have a way to get us out of here. Staying in this place isn't a solution. Nearly all the ship's passengers have been captured. One of Team Aqua's objectives could be those talented civilian trainers," Cain said after organizing his thoughts. Right now, Yamamoto and the Elite Four level experts of Team Aqua are being held back by the Alliance's Elite Four experts. If the captain can lead a counterattack, it's not impossible to win this battle. Also, I still don't know what Team Aqua is after, but I estimate that if it's not in Yamamoto's room, it's on his person. Cain shared all his speculations. The captain listened to Cain's words with a frown, especially when he mentioned that the passengers had been captured. As the captain of the SS-N, He was responsible for each of the passengers. However, with Team Aqua's attack, he and his team were trapped here while the passengers were captured. He had the strength of an elite-level trainer, only one step away from Elite 4 level, and could have gotten out directly. However, without knowing the outside situation, he couldn't act recklessly. After all, many passengers were also seeking help in the captain's room, so he was responsible for them as well. "How can you prove what you're saying?" the captain asked after a brief silence, staring intently at Cain. Any sign of suspicious behavior from Cain, and he would detain him immediately. Cain looked directly at the captain and responded calmly, "Captain, with your strength, you could surely protect yourself. If any of what I say is false, you could go out and report it to the Alliance, and I wouldn't survive in the Alliance after that. I can't prove what I'm saying right now, it all depends on your judgment. But at least, the Alliance Elite 4 expert who is still fighting above is someone I know. Perhaps you saw us on the security cameras. We used to sit together to eat and drink tea. Does this help you trust me a bit more?" Indeed, when Cain ate with the old man Matsuda, they didn't hide at all, fully exposing themselves to the cameras on the SSN. If anyone had paid attention, they might have seen it. The captain signaled a sailor to check the camera recordings. Most of the time, we were at the dining table. "Focus on the dining room cameras," Cain suggested. Cain had no objections to the captain's caution. At times like these, being careful was crucial. If Cain were an infiltrator from Team Aqua, they would indeed be in danger. As for identifying old man Matsuda, the captain had probably seen him on the external cameras when the powerful trainers began to fight and caused large disturbances. After a moment, the sailor returned to the captain and whispered something in his ear. The captain's expression softened gradually. Earlier, his concern was that Cain could be a Team Aqua spy, but upon learning that Cain knew the Alliance expert fighting outside, he lowered his guard a bit. After all, not everyone can be recognized by an Elite 4 expert, and someone like that wouldn't stab others in the back. Once Cain's identity was verified, he was considered a passenger on the SS, and to the captain, every passenger was someone he had to protect. Only, these passengers had very varied skills. "I'm sorry, I'm the captain, and I have to be responsible for everyone in this room," the captain said with a touch of apology. Cain quickly brushed off the captain's gesture of apology and waved his hand, saying, "Captain, there's no need to apologize, it's what you must do." This gesture earned the approval of most of the sailors. To them, the captain was like a father, and the way Cain respected him made them accept him. "So, little brother Cain, what idea do you have?" "Can your slowpoke take us all?" asked the captain, unable to hold back after apologizing. After all, the ship's passengers were suffering, and as captain, it was hard to shirk responsibility for what was happening to them. Cain nodded. "Slowpoke can't take everyone at once, but he can do it in several rounds. Also, before coming here, I had Slowpoke leave a mark in a temporarily safe place. If we go now, there will basically be no safety issues." The captain's spirits lifted. "Could you take these passengers to the lifeboats first, so they can leave the SSN?" "Captain, to be honest, I don't support the passengers leaving first. We don't know if there are more enemy ships at sea. Leaving recklessly would be dangerous. Also, if everyone in the captain's room disappears, the remaining guards might disperse. We must remember that a large portion of Team Aqua's forces is here. If we can keep them here, it would be better to let them stay here." The captain pondered Cain's words, while the others remained silent, relying on the captain. "What's your suggestion, then?" the captain asked after some thought. "My suggestion is to leave some people to distract Team Aqua outside, at least to ensure they stay here. We can dress some up as the captain and sailors and make noise to make them believe they're still inside. Since they fear the captain, they probably won't dare to enter. It's more likely that they'll stay at a standoff, which would keep those inside safe. As for the captain and the sailors, I suggest they dress as passengers and attack Yamamoto's room. They might find something important there, or they could attack the area where Team Aqua is holding the passengers. However, my suggestion is to attack Yamamoto's room first, as there will likely be fewer people there. The Elite 4 experts are fighting there, so there should be few Team Aqua members left. If we attack what they're trying to protect, and if there's something valuable in Yamamoto's room, they'll surely send reinforcements. At that point, we can attack the passenger area, increasing our chances of success. Cain laid out his entire plan. Of course, this was in an ideal scenario if everything went smoothly. However, Cain didn't share all his thoughts. Aboard the SSN, in a secluded bathroom. It's the same bathroom Cain often used to leave coordinates on some small islands. After several uses of his Slowpoke's teleport move, he finally managed to bring the captain and some of the strongest sailors to this place. After this experience, the captain couldn't help but think he should catch a Pokémon that can use teleport in the future, as it is extremely convenient. When he brought them here, Jean requested to join, but both Cain and the captain refused. In the end, Jean had no choice but to put on the captain's uniform and wander around the command cabin to distract the enemies. So far, Team Aqua had not started killing indiscriminately. They had only captured everyone, so Jean and his men's safety was assured. Additionally, the strongest sailor among the captain's trusted men stayed behind to ensure their safety. Ultimately, it was the captain who decided to take 2 men to attack Yamamoto's room, hoping to draw the enemy's attention, while the rest of the team would go directly to the ship's combat area to rescue the prisoners. Of course, if they failed to attract most of the enemies, Cain and the others should not act recklessly, as they could fall into a trap and not only fail to rescue anyone but also put their own lives at risk. After everyone arrived, Cain gave Slowpoke several high-quality Pokeblocks before it used Calm Mind. Although the distance wasn't great, the number of people was considerable, and transporting them in several rounds was still an effort for Slowpoke. The captain, along with 2 sailors, slowly exited the bathroom, asking the rest to wait there. Once they had successfully drawn the enemy's attention and launched a signal flare, they could act. He also told the group leader that if any problem arose, he could consult Cain. This showed the captain's growing trust in Cain. Although Cain might not be the strongest in the group, his ability to plan was unique. If they worked together, they could devise special strategies. After the captain disappeared down the hallway, Cain and the others blocked the bathroom door. They didn't mind the dirt and sat on the floor to prepare. In reality, it wasn't dirty. A luxury ship like the SS and kept all its bathrooms impeccably clean, without a single bad smell. But even so, several large men crowded into a small bathroom made for a somewhat strange scene. Especially the sailors next to Cain, who, due to their physical jobs, were incredibly muscular. Cain, in comparison, looked like a little kid. Although he was growing and had reached almost 1.7 meters tall, he was still much smaller than them. However, the others didn't think much of it. In a situation like this, they couldn't do anything but wait for the captain's instructions. After Yamamoto boarded the ship, Team Aqua had activated a signal inhibitor covering the entire ship, causing all communication systems to fail. Fortunately, the old man Matsuda noticed it in time and sent a message to the Alliance. Otherwise, the SSN would be in much greater danger. 10 minutes passed, and the captain had not launched the flare, which began to unsettle the sailors. "I'll go check. You all stay here. If I don't return in 10 minutes, attack Team Aqua directly," Cain said as he stood up. Slowpoke, after 10 minutes of using Calm Mind and with the help of the Pokeblocks, had already largely recovered. "Cain, it's very dangerous for you to go alone," said the head sailor who had been left in charge. "Don't worry. I have Slowpoke, who can use teleport. If anything goes wrong, I'll return immediately. I just want to make sure the captain is okay." As he spoke, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back, and the Pokemon's psychic energy enveloped them both, disappearing in an instant. "Sigh. I really need to get a Psychic-type Pokemon. Having teleport is too convenient," said the head sailor, expressing what many were thinking. In reality, not all Psychic-type Pokemon can learn teleport, and even if some do, they don't use it with the same skill as Cain's Slowpoke. Additionally, Psychic-type Pokemon tend to have an intelligence level comparable to humans, and due to their abilities, many do not consider humans worthy of their respect. Psychic-type Pokemon have their own pride, even more than most other Pokemon. In short, Not everyone can catch a psychic-type Pokémon. Especially these rugged sailors, they probably wouldn't have much hope of achieving it in their lifetime. Slowpoke's teleport moved Cain out of the bathroom, but instead of taking him directly to Yamamoto's room, it transported him to the combat area in the stands. It was the place where Cain had previously been hiding. The fact that the captain hadn't launched the signal could only mean two things. Either they were discovered right after leaving and began to fight, preventing them from launching the signal. Or they had not yet reached Yamamoto's room and encountered guards along the way, so it wasn't the time to launch the signal, or maybe they couldn't launch it due to location constraints. In any case, going directly to Yamamoto's room was too dangerous. Therefore, Cain had Slowpoke take him directly to the combat plaza. It was evident that, aside from the basic combat soldiers, all other Team Aqua members were no longer there. Even the leader who had been giving orders initially had disappeared. Several Corphish and Crawdonts surrounded the prisoners, keeping them under guard. Since their Pokeballs had been confiscated, the prisoners couldn't defend themselves, even though these Pokémon weren't particularly strong. The sound of explosions continued to echo on the ship's deck. The battle between the Alliance and Team Aqua leaders was still ongoing. Cain noticed that, aside from the guards, the protectors Yamamoto had left to guard the prizes were also gone. The captain's attack had likely taken effect, and they were urgently called away. The prize platform was about 100 meters from Team Aqua. If Cain moved quickly enough, he had a chance. Haunter, go first to the fire hydrant at the other end of the plaza. When I give the signal, break the fire hose and make as much noise as you can. Then, head to the prize platform, Cain ordered. Kikik. Haunter nodded, and using the shadows, slipped over to the hydrant on the other side of the plaza, leaving only his eyes visible, waiting for Cain's command. When Cain saw that Haunter was ready, and after observing Team Aqua members in the area, a chill flashed in his eyes. It would be better if they didn't stand in my way. Otherwise, I'll eliminate them if necessary to get those items. In any case, he no longer sensed any extremely dangerous presence nearby. With a signal to Haunter, he began to act. Boom, boom, boom. Haunter did not disappoint Cain and caused a great commotion on the battlefield on the other side. This drew much of Team Aqua's attention. Although some members stayed behind to guard the captives, the battlefield's defense was significantly weakened. Cain considered taking the opportunity to free all the captives, creating even more chaos. However, after thinking it through, he decided against it. Although freeing everyone seemed feasible, it would draw too much attention from Team Aqua, and then it wouldn't be so easy to get the rewards. He patted Slowpoke, who immediately understood the signal. Using the move Teleport, they appeared at the podium where the rewards were kept. Haunter, after causing the commotion, quickly slipped back into Cain's shadow. Cain, cloaked in his black cape, which also covered Slowpoke, approached the podium. Haunter used Shadow Ball, breaking the glass, protecting the rewards, and Cain quickly gathered the 4 moves inside. It was only when they heard the sound of shattering glass that some members of Team Aqua reacted. But looking up, they only saw the broken cabinet and a fleeting shadow. All the rewards inside the cabinet had disappeared. Team Aqua stirred a bit, but soon calmed down. To them, the positive thing was that the intruder had only stolen the rewards and hadn't freed the captives. If the captives had been released, the resulting chaos might have forced them to kill some to restore order, something their leader had said they should avoid to prevent provoking the League too much and risking their trophies. However, they knew that if another incident occurred, they would be much more cautious. They would prioritize protecting the captives. Taking advantage of a moment of calm, Cain changed his clothes and, once again using Slowpoke's teleport, returned to the bathroom. The sailors who had been waiting, visibly impatient, instantly surrounded Cain. Cain, encircled by these burly men, felt the air grow a little heavy. "Cain, what happened?" "Has the captain already made his move?" asked the head of the sailors, calming the others. Cain shook his head and, with a slightly hesitant expression, replied, "I didn't see what happened to the captain because there were too many enemies. But the captain managed to divert attention. Now we should be able to rescue the captives without any problems." The remaining sailors were quite confident. After all, they were men who had survived the harsh conditions of the sea. Without skills, one cannot survive the dangerous seas. Even on a luxury cruiser like the SS Anne, attacks by wild Pokémon and pirates were not uncommon each year, and each time the sailors played a crucial role in overcoming those dangers. According to the head sailor's introduction, he had recently reached the level of an advanced trainer, while the others were intermediate trainers. "Come on, let's get out of here. These Team Aqua guys are going to find out who we are," said one of the sailors, unable to contain his impatience. The others, equally eager to fight, stood up, tired of hiding in the bathroom. The head sailor hesitated, but seeing that Cain did not oppose, he finally gave his approval. "At any moment, the League will be here. We need to protect the passengers and make sure Team Aqua doesn't take them." When Cain heard that the League was about to arrive, he felt a small knot in his stomach. Not because he feared the League, after all, he had even conversed with the League leaders. What worried him was that, if the League intervened, they might check his space ring, and then he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had stolen those 4 TMs. This, in turn, could lead to the discovery that he had instigated the captain, which would ruin the relationship he had cultivated with old Matsuda. And if they suspected he had approached them with hidden motives, it would be even worse. Cain didn't want to destroy the relationship he had worked so hard to build, a relationship that could help him integrate into the League. If he achieved that, he was sure Giovanni would invest even more resources in him. Cain was thinking long-term. This relationship with old Matsuda could be key to his future. So, breaking it now was not an option. He needed to find a way to escape, but he had to do it in a way that wouldn't raise suspicion. His thoughts lasted only a moment, as he now had to lead the sailors in an attack on Team Aqua's detention area. The hallways were nearly empty of Team Aqua members. Some were guarding the prisoners, others in the submarines, and others had been drawn away by the captain. Cain knew that the Team Aqua grunts weren't too strong. He hadn't seen anyone above the level of an advanced trainer, so even if they couldn't free everyone, they could save some. With that determination, the sailors, led by their chief, charged straight into the battlefield. Cain, however, did not follow immediately. Instead, he reappeared on the observation platform. When Cain appeared in the stands, the sailors were already battling Team Aqua members. Kingler, Machop, Mahoke, Golbat, Psyduck, Primeape, and other Pokémon were all in the plaza, and the battle had turned into complete chaos. In addition to the first mate fighting directly against Team Aqua's temporary captain, the other sailors did not split up into different fronts, but instead faced Team Aqua's combatants together. Because the sailors were accustomed to fighting in chaotic battles against pirates, and after so much time together, their teamwork was far better than that of the Team Aqua members. Although Team Aqua had a numerical advantage, the sailors managed to stand their ground. However, the longer the battle lasted, the more Team Aqua's advantage grew, as their numbers meant they had more Pokémon and could endure longer. Cain watched silently from the stands for a moment, and once most of the Team Aqua members were engrossed in the battle, he slipped down with his Haunter and Slowpoke. Haunter, use hypnosis with all your strength and put as many Team Aqua members to sleep as possible. Slowpoke, use confusion to control those who remain standing. As for their Pokémon, if all goes well, we shouldn't have any issues. Cain instructed Slowpoke and Haunter. Both nodded, showing they understood the task. Haunter slipped into the shadows, and as soon as Cain gave the signal, both Pokémon began working together to neutralize the Team Aqua members. As one by one fell under Haunter's move, others noticed what was happening. However, before they could act, Slowpoke used confusion to immobilize them. Cain quickly moved to the first Team Aqua member who fell under hypnosis and took the Pokeball from his belt, capturing the disoriented Crawdon inside and locking the ball. Then, without further concern for them, he pulled several knives from his ring and began to free the captured people. He distributed the remaining knives among the captives, urging them to free the others. At that moment, Team Aqua's Pokémon who had been on guard started reacting. The Dark-type Crawdon broke Slowpoke's confusion, allowing all the Team Aqua members to regain mobility. Cain shouted, "Quick! If you know where your Pokeballs are, get them back." I'll handle the distraction. With that, Cain, along with Slowpoke and Haunter, launched himself at the Team Aqua members. However, Cain's strength alone wasn't enough. After all, there were too many opponents. At that moment, Cain pulled someone to the side and whispered, "I'll distract them. You free as many as you can. If things become unmanageable, save as many as you can and escape." The person Cain had pulled was, to his surprise, Kyoko, the same person who had cried after losing to him in the quarterfinals. Though Kyoko had tears in her eyes, she now looked at him with evident adoration. "Cain, I forgive you," Kyoko exclaimed unexpectedly. Cain was surprised to realize he had pulled Kyoko, but given the moment, he had no other choice. Remember, save as many as you can. If things get out of hand, retreat. The Pokémon League should be arriving soon, Cain said, cutting Kyoko off before she could say more. After that, he ordered Slowpoke and Haunter to launch a full-scale attack, then turned to dash out of the battlefield. Seeing that Cain's attacks had injured Team Aqua members, some of them pursued him. Cain ran down the hall, followed by several Team Aqua members who continued launching attacks with their Pokémon, though each was intercepted by Slowpoke and Haunter. A cold smile appeared on Cain's lips, and his dark eyes gleamed with restrained murderous intent. For a long time, Cain had pretended to be a compliant league trainer, limiting his true power in battles. Had he attacked with full force during the ambush, he could have neutralized 3 or 4 people instantly, which would have drastically changed the situation. But this outcome was exactly what Cain wanted. Infiltrating Team Aqua's ranks, freeing the SS and's captured members, and then drawing Team Aqua's attention to himself, facing the bulk of their forces alone. Didn't they see the look of admiration Kyoko gave Cain? If this story reached the Pokémon League, Cain would surely be praised. Not that he cared much for resources, but the Pokémon League wouldn't hesitate to grant him a medal or a banner of recognition. And if old Matsuda exaggerated a bit, maybe Cain would become the league's next rising star. A brave and selfless hero, with outstanding skills and the ability to train Pokémon. If Cain could hide his true identity, infiltrating the Pokémon League would be within reach. Then, with identities in the league, Team Rocket and the Hunters Guild, Cain would have access to all the resources he needed to grow. But first, Cain needed to get off the SSN. Although he was sure the Pokémon League would praise him, he preferred that to happen when he was safely on solid ground. By taking out these Team Aqua members, Cain had the perfect excuse to disappear. He had run far enough to no longer be followed. Cain took out 2 Pokeballs from his belt and, with a spin, entered a luxury suite that Slowpoke had opened with its psychic power. Since there were no cameras in the room, Cain could operate securely. Once inside, he released 2 Pokeballs, and Sneasel and Murkrow appeared in the room. "Sneasel, Murkrow, take them down quickly. Focus on finishing them off." Cain dodged an attack from a Team Aqua Pokémon and gave the command. Since the room's door was narrow, the Team Aqua members couldn't fight side by side, nor could their Pokémon enter in groups. In an instant, Sneasel and Murkrow began taking them down one by one, while Slowpoke and Haunter worked together to control and put enemy Pokémon to sleep. The Team Aqua members, who had entered so eagerly, now lay in pools of blood. Cain quickly collected the Pokeballs from their belts, capturing their Pokémon and locking them. "Slowpoke, Sneasel, clean up the blood. Murkrow, break the window with your strongest move. Haunter, check the room for an oxygen tank. There should be an emergency kit in a luxury suite." Cain gave orders calmly. He stowed the Team Aqua members' tools and Pokeballs without taking the time to examine his gains. The most important thing now was to disappear without a trace. Murkrow used the Dark Pulse move at full power, directly breaking the window. Haunter also found the oxygen bottle hidden in the room, which Cain immediately stored in his ring. "Slowpoke, mark a coordinate on my body. I'm going to jump out, and then you'll use your psychic powers to throw these bodies out one by one. Remember, heads down to make it look realistic," Cain instructed. "Yadong." Slowpoke nodded with effort. Cain then returned Sneasel and Murkrow to their Pokeballs, while Haunter slipped back into Cain's shadow. Standing at the window, Cain signaled for Slowpoke to be ready. With a leap, Cain jumped straight out the window. Afterward, Slowpoke used its psychic powers to throw the Aqua team members' bodies one by one, as if they were pursuing Cain. When everyone was in the water, Slowpoke used the move Teleport to vanish from the room. Old Matsuda and Archie had been clashing for over half an hour, fighting intermittently, both attempting to buy time. Until a man dressed in Aqua Team uniform arrived on the upper level, cautiously approached Archie, and whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Archie became furious. "Yamamoto, give me the item. We have to retreat immediately. You, go tell everyone not to worry about those who escaped, catch as many as you can and pull out," Archie yelled. Old Matsuda observed Archie's enraged expression. Although he didn't know the reason, he understood that Archie was starting to grow desperate. With a cold smile, old Matsuda ordered Aerodactyl and Charizard to attack at full strength, initiating a true battle. Since the enemy planned to retreat, old Matsuda only needed to hold them off without worrying about the reason for their retreat. "Leader, if I retreat now, I fear I'll never be able to return to the League," Yamamoto said, hesitant, without immediately fetching what Archie needed. Archie, withstanding old Matsuda's fierce attack, narrowed his eyes and slowly moved his right hand to his belt, a cold glint flashing in his eyes without attempting to hide it. Yamamoto immediately felt his hair stand on end, sensing imminent death. He quickly forced a nervous laugh and said, Leader, it was just a slip. What you need is most important, what you need." Saying this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly ran towards the room. His clothes were completely soaked, clinging to his body from sweat. After a moment, Yamamoto returned with a silver briefcase in hand, handing it to Archie. Archie took the case, and though he was still furious, the joy on his face was undeniable. "You don't have to go back to the League anymore. Your family isn't of much importance anyway. This time, come with me to Aqua Team's base. Soon, we'll reveal ourselves to the world." Yamamoto nodded, feeling deeply affected. He had invested great effort in growing his family from a minor third-rate clan to a first-rate one, spending countless resources. Now, being told he had to abandon it all, how could it not pain him? Not to mention that his family's current funds would be enough to train several elite-level trainers. That was his foundation, but now he could only give it up. In the future, he'd likely have to settle for Aqua Team, without knowing when he could return to the League. Archie didn't care what Yamamoto was thinking and spoke again, full attack. "First, let's take down this old man, then we'll retreat quickly. The League must be about to arrive." Archie threw out 2 more Pokeballs, releasing a Pelipper and a Ludicolo onto the ship. With Pelipper's appearance, a gentle rain began to fall, and soon, the drizzle turned into a downpour. Aerodactyl and Charizard, flying in the sky, were affected. Aerodactyl, a rock and flying type, and Charizard, a fire and flying type, suffered from the impact of the rain, making it difficult for them to fight. Old Matsuda's face turned serious at the sight of the Pokémon Archie released. "It seems he's serious," old Matsuda muttered. Although Archie wasn't very well known and few knew his strength, old Matsuda had seen many things in his life. The Pelipper with the ability Drizzle and the Ludicolo with the ability Swift Swim formed a classic rain team, showing that Archie was now bringing out some of his strongest Pokémon. If old Matsuda chose to keep fighting, Archie would undoubtedly call out the rest of his team. They were on the sea, and old Matsuda's Pokémon already had a type disadvantage. If he continued the battle, the outlook wasn't good. Suddenly, old Matsuda found himself at a crossroads. Should he keep holding them off? After jumping out the window, Cain saw the bodies of Aqua Team members being thrown into the water one by one, as if they were in pursuit of him. In reality, no one was paying attention to Cain at that moment, and the ship's security cameras didn't capture the entire scene. But Cain did this to be sure. Once in the water, Cain quickly took out the oxygen tank from his ring and placed the respirator in his mouth, taking a deep breath. Then, a ripple in the water revealed that Slowpoke had appeared beside Cain. Cain grabbed onto Slowpoke's shoulder, signaling for it to move him out of the area. Shortly after Cain fell into the water, it started to rain, but for him, already in the water, it made little difference. After Slowpoke moved him a certain distance, Cain slightly surfaced and saw old Matsuda and Archie in combat. In the torrential rain, Ludicolo moved quickly in the water, nearly invisible. Meanwhile, old Matsuda could only hold his ground by using his advantage in the air. Finally, when he couldn't hold back any longer, he released another Pokémon. A Lapras landed in the water, facing Archie's Pelipper. Although old Matsuda managed to maintain a standstill, he was starting to struggle. It wasn't that old Matsuda was no match for Archie. Rather, Archie was fighting without concern for the SS, and, while old Matsuda had to protect the ship. Furthermore, Archie's Pokémon were strategically organized, with support from Yamamoto's team. Old Matsuda had only brought 3 Pokémon, thinking they would be enough, but Archie had appeared suddenly. This is troublesome. I can't hold out much longer. If I had known, I would have brought all my old friends. Getting outmatched by a youngster like you, if the old league guys knew, they'd laugh at me, old Matsuda thought with resignation. I'm getting old. No more. They said they'd be here in an hour and 45 minutes have passed. Thinking this, old Matsuda ordered Aerodactyl to rise, facing only Crobat and Pelipper, ignoring the other Pokémon for now. Cain observed the situation for a moment before submerging himself back into the water. Knowing old Matsuda's strength, he knew that even if he couldn't win, he could escape without trouble. The important thing was to see if he could delay Aqua Team's retreat. Cain had Slowpoke guide him a bit farther, noticing that the number of Pokémon around him was increasing. He decided to summon Gyarados, instructing it to stay underwater and not surface. This was what Gyarados did best. Swimming below the surface was its specialty. Cain asked Slowpoke to locate the nearest psychic coordinates. Gyarados swam quickly, facing no major threats in the sea. On the deck of the SS, old Matsuda and Archie continued their battle at full force for 5 minutes, until Pokémon League reinforcements arrived, an Elite 4-level expert. However, their arrival was too late. Aqua Team members had already boarded the submarine. Some of the ship's passengers were even captured by them. If it weren't for Cain's interference, they likely would have captured more people. The League expert, aware of his responsibility, launched a fierce attack. But as he had just reached Elite 4 level, he was no match for someone like Archie. He only managed to separate Yamamoto from the fight with Matsuda, but couldn't alter the course of the battle. When Aqua Team's submarine disappeared underwater, Archie and Yamamoto also leapt into the water, laughing. Their Pokémon followed them and were returned to their Pokeballs as they hit the water. Once underwater, Archie summoned Sharpedo, and with reinforced gloves and oxygen tanks, they quickly vanished into the sea. Neither old Matsuda nor the newly arrived League expert had any way to stop them. Although Matsuda had a Water-type Lapras, it was only a Pokémon from his second team. The main Pokémon he had brought along for this occasion were Aerodactyl and Charizard, but neither could fight underwater. The newly arrived expert found himself in an awkward position. He had the means to pursue them, but knew that facing Archie and Yamamoto would be suicidal. He stood no chance of defeating them. Matsuda looked at the League expert with frustration and let out a snort. He had managed to keep 2 Elite 4 level trainers at bay, and if reinforcements had arrived a bit earlier, he wouldn't have had to do much. Even if they had just eliminated the Aqua Team soldiers, he would have been able to fight freely. At the very least, he would have caught Yamamoto. But now a group of trainers had been captured by Aqua Team, and he wasn't sure if Cain was among them. Matsuda turned and walked away, saying nothing to the League expert, who could not express his frustration. 20 minutes later, the League reinforcements arrived, albeit slightly late. They were also reprimanded by Matsuda, who was furious with himself for not bringing enough Pokémon and for being outmatched by a younger opponent. Furthermore, the fact that Aqua Team had captured several trainers only worsened his anger. He considered all this a great disgrace. His mood worsened when, upon reviewing the list of missing persons, he found out that Cain was among them. Just as Matsuda was about to unleash his anger on the unfortunate League expert, the ship's captain approached. Mr. Matsuda, Is this Cain a young man around 15 or 16, accompanied by an unusually colored slowpoke? The captain asked cautiously. Matsuda looked at him, trying to contain his anger. He had considered taking Cain as his apprentice due to his exceptional talent. Training such a youth would have given him great prestige among his old friends, who always boasted about their own apprentices. But now, with Cain's disappearance, all his plans had fallen apart. Have you seen him? If it's him, yes, I've seen him. Here's the story. The captain proceeded to recount how Cain had entered the control room, presented various plans, and then helped prepare the crew for the situation. Later, the first officer and others rescued by Cain, including Kyoko, appeared. Though Matsuda showed no pressure, knowing he was in front of an Elite Four expert, everyone was a bit nervous as they recounted the details of what happened. Finally, Cain told us he would draw the attention of the villains, giving us more time to rescue others and retrieve our Pokeballs. I saw him face several enemies, but he eventually had to flee, giving us a chance to escape, said Kyoko, tears in her eyes as she recalled how she had misjudged Cain during the competition. She felt guilty for hating him, and now Cain had disappeared after saving them. Wah! Cain, I'm so sorry. Kyoko began to cry again, while old Matsuda rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He gestured for someone to take Kyoko to calm her down. A sailor approached and whispered something in the captain's ear before quickly leaving. Mr. Matsuda, they just checked the security cameras, and it seems Cain jumped into the sea, followed by several Aqua team members. We haven't seen him resurface, so we suspect he wasn't captured, but we don't know where he is now, the captain reported. Matsuda rubbed his temples, recalling that Cain had left the ship at night over the past few days, though he didn't know what he'd done. However, now he had a suspicion. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. That boy is truly clever. Seeing Matsuda's smile, everyone present sighed in relief. Old Matsuda, when angry, was like a child. There was no way to calm him down. Hey, you. Later send someone to search the nearby islands to see if they find him. And also notify the coastal cities and ships in the area. If they find a young man named Cain, inform me immediately. And remember, tell me first. Sir, do you think the boy is all right? The league expert asked cautiously. Matsuda kept an enigmatic expression, without answering. It seemed that the confirmation that Cain was safe was accurate. Old Matsuda warned everyone to keep Cain's matter a secret, allowing it to be made public only once Cain reappeared. Though the others didn't understand why they had to do this, in the face of old and powerful Matsuda's warning, or was it pressure, they had no choice but to comply. Old Matsuda obviously wasn't going to tell them that this excellent and promising young man should be accepted as his disciple before others found out. What if someone else got ahead of him? With Cain's talent, he would only need a bit of training to pass the intermediate breeder exam. After about 7 or 8 years of training, he might even become an advanced breeder. By then, Matsuda could boast about having 2 advanced breeders in his family, making all his old friends envious. Every time he saw them, he could flaunt his accomplishments. Now it would be his turn to brag. Thinking about this, old Matsuda's stern expression transformed into a dreamy smile, almost drooling. The others, observing how quickly he changed his expression, decided it would be best to withdraw before he issued another order. When old Matsuda awoke from his fantasy of having 2 advanced breeders in his family, he realized everyone had already left. No vision, he muttered with disdain. Though, that boy Cain, with his cunning, shouldn't be dead, right? Matsuda thought with some concern. However, recalling Cain, who had approached him cunningly from the start, he smiled again. That boy probably figured out my identity from the beginning, yet pretended ignorance. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he pays for that. In the ocean, on an unknown island. Achoo! Cain sneezed just after reaching the shore. Slowpoke looked at him curiously. Since he had known Cain, he had never seen him get sick. Could he have caught a cold this time? Cain rubbed his nose as he walked along the beach, sitting in the grass and murmuring, "Who's thinking about me? Could it be that old man Matsuda?" Sometimes intuition is accurate. Cain might not have known, but he managed his goal of getting close to old Matsuda, even surpassing his expectations. However, if someone were to investigate Cain's identity thoroughly, especially someone of high rank, he might not be able to keep his true identity hidden. Luckily, old Matsuda, eager to take the lead in accepting Cain as a disciple, decided to keep all matters related to him a secret. Cain pulled a sea chart from his ring, specifically bought on the SSN. Since learning about the dangers aboard the SSN, Cain had begun marking coordinates on each island he visited and purchased the map in preparation for a possible retreat. Although these types of maps weren't always entirely accurate, the general orientation was fairly reliable. On each island where Slowpoke left a coordinate, Cain made a mark on the map to avoid getting lost in the vast ocean. He put the map back in his ring, now knowing where he was. His current position was delicate. Both returning to the Hoenn region and going back to the Kanto region would mean covering similar distances. Cain needed to decide carefully which way to go. In any case, he couldn't show himself at sea for now, as it was highly likely he would encounter League agents searching for missing people. So he decided to stay on the island for a while before departing. This island was one Cain had marked as favorable. Not for any special reason, but because the island was relatively large and uninhabited, and it also hosted some wild Pokémon. This indicated it hadn't been explored much by various factions. With a bit of luck, he might find something valuable. Cain returned Gyarados, who had finally come up for air, and then summoned Murkrow. In an unfamiliar environment like this, it was essential to have a flying Pokémon like Murkrow to scout the surroundings. He even released Fiero and asked Slowpoke to explain via telepathy what he needed to do. Compared to Gyarados, who still showed some resistance, Fiero, who had already been tamed, was much more docile. This was one of the few times Cain had brought him out, and the last time was when he captured him and had just met him. After Slowpoke explained to Fiero, he sought Cain's approval before soaring into the sky. This showed that the person who sold Fiero had really tamed him well. He wouldn't act without his trainer's consent. For a flying Pokémon that transports people, good taming is crucial. Otherwise, if it suddenly got angry mid-flight, the trainer could be in serious trouble. If there was no second flying Pokémon available, the trainer could fall and die. It's not the same with water Pokémon. Even if a water Pokémon lost control, at least the trainer wouldn't drown immediately. He could try to survive a bit longer, though it might not make much difference. But for someone like Cain, who always prepared with multiple safeguards, it wasn't a problem. Cain often thought he didn't have many virtues. If he had one, it was his fear of death. Out of fear of death, he always planned every detail before acting. Out of fear of death, during missions, he always ensured he had an escape route, guaranteeing his personal safety even if the mission failed. Out of fear of death, Cain demanded absolute loyalty from the Pokémon he considered tools, even above their level, abilities, or combat power. Cain also released Sneasel and Miltank. In an unknown forest, you never know what level the wild Pokémon will be. It's safer to enter with the protection of all his Pokémon. After waiting a few minutes, both Murkrow and Fiero returned. Through their descriptions, Cain discovered that the island was larger than he thought. In comparison, it might be the size of Cinnabar Island. Cain returned Fiero and, accompanied by his 4 Pokémon, slowly entered the forest. It was nighttime, and the sounds of insects echoed throughout the forest. Entering an unknown forest at night isn't ideal, but Murkrow and Haunter had night vision, and Sneasel wasn't bad at moving at night either. Additionally, the system performed real-time scans. As long as the opponent's strength didn't greatly exceed Cain's Pokémon, they could handle it. In the worst-case scenario, Slowpoke's teleport move would be Cain's last line of defense. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, on a nameless island in the middle of the ocean. After advancing a bit, Cain stopped. The previous night, he had stayed awake to prevent a surprise attack from Team Aqua and hadn't slept at all. This unknown island could harbor many dangers, so to have more energy during the day, Cain decided to get some sleep first. The beach environment was too humid, and at night, the sand became very cold, which wasn't ideal for sleeping. After venturing into the forest, Cain found a large, ancient tree. It wasn't clear how many years it had been growing, but its trunk was large enough to serve as an improvised bed. Haunter was designated to keep watch during the night, and Cain, exhausted from the previous night, soon fell asleep. At noon, after finishing lunch, Cain and his Pokémon began to explore the island in earnest. There had been several attack attempts by wild Pokémon, but Slowpoke and the others took care of them. Cain noticed that the Pokémon on this island were relatively high level. The first to attack was a level 23 Dustox. Although it wasn't exceptional in terms of development, it was decent in other aspects. However, being a bug and poison-type Pokémon, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of Slowpoke and Murkrow, and it soon lost its life. Then, Cain threw the Dustox's body to one of the green-quality Grimer he had bought in Vermilion City. These green-quality Grimer were at a lower level than Dustox, so the energy within it was quite substantial for them. Also, since Cain had bought them, they hadn't eaten anything, and they even seemed to have shrunk a bit. As Cain delved deeper into the island, he realized that all the Pokémon he encountered were native to the Hoenn region. Since the island was located between the Kanto and Hoenn regions, it was possible to find Pokémon from both regions. However, so far, Cain had only encountered Hoenn Pokémon on this island. Most of the Pokémon he'd seen were Dustox, Beautifly, Swellow, and Wingull. There were a few other types of Pokémon, but most belonged to these species. Although the island wasn't very large, it took Cain the whole day to explore it. He discovered that the Pokémon on the island were mostly at levels above 20, and in some larger groups, there were even Pokémon at level 30 or higher. For instance, in the forest on the southern end of the island, there was a group of Seedot and Nuzleaf, led by a level 35 Shiftry. To Cain's surprise, Shiftry is a Pokémon that needs a Leaf Stone to evolve. Could this mean there were Leaf Stones on the island? On the western side of the island, there was a small hill where a large group of Shroomish lived. Their leaders were two Breloom, a male at level 34 and a female at level 33. The Breloom group and the Shiftry group were the two strongest forces on the island, and they seemed to be at odds with each other, in a state of hostility. In the northern part of the island was the territory of the Dustox, and in the eastern part, the Beautiflies. Although both groups descended from the same species, they despised each other and were in constant conflict. Cain had entered the island at the border between the Beautifly and Dustox territories, which was why he had encountered both Pokémon at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found Dustox in Beautifly territory. These two Pokémon were natural enemies, like Beedrill and Butterfree. This place turned out to be a perfect training site. Not only were there no other humans to interrupt, but the wild Pokémon were high level, which was ideal for training Cain's Pokémon. For this reason, although he had initially planned to leave if he didn't find anything interesting, he decided to stay on the island for a while. After all, he had already planned to survive in the wild for a while, so he could start here. As for heading to the Hoenn region, Cain was in no rush. These high-level wild Pokémon provided considerable experience for his Pokémon. Cain also discovered that there was a freshwater lake in the center of the island. Many of the island's Pokémon had likely survived thanks to this lake. So he decided to set up a small camp by the lake. Just as Cain was about to start building his camp, a large shadow covered the sky above him. If it hadn't been for the quick reaction of his Pokémon, who used the move Protect to block the impact, Cain might have been in serious danger. Finally, thanks to Slowpoke's teleport move, Cain and his Pokémon managed to escape. Back on the beach where he had initially landed, Cain used seawater to wash the mud and dirt from his face and body. "I didn't expect such a powerful Tropius to be on this island," Cain said, with a grim expression. The appearance of the Tropius had been so sudden that, if it weren't for Slowpoke, things could have gone very badly. At the moment the shadow appeared, Cain instinctively used his system to obtain data on the Tropius. Pokémon, Tropius, light green. Gender, male. Level, 40. Type, grass plus flying. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, leech seed, dragon dance, synthesis. Basic moves, leaf storm, leer, gust, growth, razor leaf, sweet scent, stomp, magical leaf, Whirlwind, Leaf Tornado, Natural Gift, Air Slash. Learned moves, Tailwind, Dragon Pulse. TM moves, none. Seeing Tropius's level, Cain understood that this was the true king of the island. The strongest Pokémon of all. Although Tropius had the word dragon in its name, it wasn't a dragon-type Pokémon, as it lacked that type. However, like Charizard, which was fire and flying type but had dragon blood in its veins and could learn some dragon-type moves, Tropius also had some dragon blood. If one of Tropius's parents was a dragon-type Pokémon, it would be able to learn some moves of that type. The fact that this Tropius had Dragon Dance as an egg move indicated that one of its parents was likely a dragon-type Pokémon. This significantly boosted both its combat power and its value. Cain sat on the beach after a short break, crossing his legs over the sand. The sun was about to set, and the tide was beginning to recede, leaving the beach dry. How can such a small island sustain so many Pokémon? And not only survive, but these Pokémon grow so well and reach such high levels, Cain thought silently. Unlike Pokémon captured by humans, who gain experience more quickly by battling other Pokémon and thus level up, wild Pokémon usually level up as they age and absorb various types of energy. If wild Pokémon knew how to train, they might level up a bit faster. However, the Pokémon on this island didn't seem to be in any special situation. It was a completely normal forest, except that the plants were quite ancient. There was nothing particularly special about this place, but the levels of the Pokémon here didn't seem to match reality. There was even a level 40 Tropius in the center of the island. Though not a true Dragon-type Pokémon, it was still a formidable opponent. In fact, Cain was considering taking complete control of the island. If he managed to defeat all the Pokémon, his own Pokémon's levels could increase significantly. Even as unrealistic as it may sound, if he could capture that Tropius, he wouldn't need to keep using Fearow as his airborne transport. Cain had only used Fearow a few times, but to be honest, he found it a bit ugly. Although Cain isn't a trainer who cares about his Pokémon's appearance, being a practitioner of utilitarianism, the comparison between Tropius and Fearow is obvious. Anyone would know which one to choose. The most important thing is that if Cain had both Tropius and Gyarados as mounts, he would look incredibly impressive while flying or sailing. Just thinking about it felt grand. Cain patted himself on the head, scolding himself for having such fanciful thoughts. At this moment, his highest level Pokémon is Slowpoke, who has barely reached level 27, and he's already considering facing a level 40 Tropius. Lately, I've been surrounded by people with no common sense, and it seems like I'm catching it, Cain thought, recalling Jean from the SS and an impulsive and energetic guy. At first, Cain wondered how someone like Jean, without the luck of being the protagonist like Ash, managed to survive. In the end, he discovered that Jean had an uncle who was the captain of the SS and making him a junior officer. Cain slowly stood up, brushing the sand off his body, murmuring, "I originally thought about setting up camp in the center of the island, but it seems the Beautifly territory is safer." Although the island is mostly populated by 4 types of Pokémon, that doesn't mean there aren't others. Without other Pokémon, the ecosystem would be unbalanced. There are just fewer of them, not in the same numbers as the main groups. Additionally, each group allows other Pokémon to enter, except when it comes to rival groups. When Cain and Slowpoke entered the Beautifly territory, they weren't much bothered. Beautifly didn't pay attention to Cain and his Pokémon. Only other wild Pokémon, who had never seen a human before, launched the first attack. However, they were all defeated by Slowpoke and Murkrow, losing their lives. Even their bodies were devoured by Grimer, turning into nutrients. Leaning against a large tree, Cain took tools from his ring, and with the help of his Pokémon, he quickly set up a small camp. The tent was next to an old tree, sturdy enough to withstand the wind. Slowpoke and Miltank also prepared the campfire and food. The recently released Skorupi had calmed down a lot. As a bug-type Pokémon, he could sense other Pokémon of his type and realized that there were too many stronger Pokémon on the island, which led him to restrain his mischievous behavior. Cain's Pokémon, who had spent long hours in daily training on the SSN, had now reached a higher level of mastery over their moves, urgently needing some battles to test their progress. Moreover, the prolonged training had brought their bodies to a state of limit, and a few intense battles would help them level up. The aroma of roasted meat spread through the forest, attracting many wild Pokémon to watch. Some, unable to resist the temptation, attacked, but were defeated by Murkrow and the others, leaving several powerful Pokémon bodies on the ground. With this display of strength, many other Pokémon decided not to cause trouble. As the sun set, the campfire became the only light source in the forest. The Pokémon sat around the fire, enjoying the delicious roasted meat. For them, this life, where they could always be outside with their trainer, is what they love most. Though battles might be more frequent, who among them isn't a fan of battles? After dinner, the Pokémon played around the campfire. Slowpoke and Miltank played with Skorupi, while Sneasel and Murkrow trained together, discussing combat techniques and move usage. Sneasel had just learned the move Dark Pulse, but still had a lot to master, whereas Murkrow had learned that move a while ago and, under Cain's guidance, had mastered it quite well, though not completely. But Murkrow still had enough skill to teach Sneasel. On the other hand, Sneasel also handled the move Taunt well, and Murkrow asked him about using that move. The two Pokémon trained each other, quickly developing a strong bond. Although Sneasel is stronger in battle than Murkrow, in terms of Dark-type skills, Murkrow is superior. After all, Sneasel's greatest talent lies in the Ice-type. Meanwhile, Haunter didn't join the group. He stayed close to Cain, faithfully performing his role as a guardian. Although Cain allowed him to join the others, Haunter refused, considering his duty to be protecting Cain. Unable to convince him, Cain let him be, as he knew that in the wild, danger could arise at any moment, and having Haunter nearby guaranteed his safety. After watching his Pokémon play for a while, Cain fell into deep thought. He was determined to thoroughly explore this island and help his Pokémon level up. After days of training, they had accumulated enough experience and only needed a few more battles to achieve it. Cain soon set his sights on one of the island's 4 major groups, the Dustox group. Dustox is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, doubly vulnerable to flying, rock, fire, and psychic-type moves. Slowpoke and Murkrow can serve as the main Pokémon to attack. Sneasel and Haunter can assist offensively by restraining the enemies. As for Skorupi, the level of the Pokémon here is too high for it, so it's not very suitable for it to participate in the battle. And Miltank isn't quite up to the team's level, so this is a good opportunity to train it a bit more. The next day, on an unnamed island, Cain led his Pokémon into Dustox territory. The Dustox aren't as easy to handle as Beautifly. Cain was attacked as soon as he entered. Additionally, the Dustox forest is filled with fine dust everywhere. If you accidentally inhale too much, you can become paralyzed, poisoned, or fall asleep. At that moment, you would become food for the Dustox. After defeating some Dustox acting as guards around the area, Cain finally formally entered the Dustox forest. As they went deeper, numerous pale white cocoons could be seen on tree branches, in bushes, and even directly on the ground. There were so many that it was impossible to count them. Although these cocoons look very similar to the ones in the Beautifly forest, there are slight differences in color. The cocoons in the Beautifly forest are called Sulcun, while those in the Dustox forest are called Cascoon. Though both evolve from Wurmple, due to differences in their personality values, the evolutionary path differs. Additionally, along the way, Cain encountered more Wurmple than anything else. In these giant trees, every leaf has tiny bite marks. The sunlight filtering through these small holes, already divided by the leaves, creates spots of light on the ground covered with dry leaves. It resembles a star-filled night sky, countless and dense. Cain did not attack the Wurmple and Cascoon, as they have not yet evolved into Dustox. Their level is low, and they do not provide much experience for the Pokémon. However, as they went further in, the number of Dustox increased, and Slowpoke and Murkrow began to attack frantically. Sneasel used the move Icy Wind to reduce the Dustox's speed. Although Dustox isn't a flying type, It's still a Pokémon that can fly, so Ice-type moves have a good effect. When its wings become slightly damp, Icy Wind forms small ice crystals on them. Although this doesn't prevent the Dustox from flying, it significantly reduces its flying speed. Additionally, although Miltank is a normal-type Pokémon, its hidden power move is Fire-type. After training this move for a long time on the SS, it now uses it with great skill. While the hidden power move might not cause many casualties, besides the Dustox in the center of the explosion being taken down immediately, the Dustox hit by the shockwave are quickly taken out by Murkrow and Slowpoke. Cain released Murkrow from its weights, and after applying Tailwind to the entire team, a single use of Wing Attack was enough to defeat a Dustox. The Pokémon with the fastest attack speed and strongest effects was still Slowpoke. After using Calm Mind, it alternated between Confusion and Psyshock, dealing area damage and direct eliminations. Nearly half of the fallen Dustox were defeated by Slowpoke. Each time it exhausted its psychic abilities, Cain gave it some high-quality poke blocks, and after meditating a bit, once its powers were restored, it caused even more damage. As for Haunter, it didn't attack directly. It only took out a few Dustox that tried to attack Cain from behind, and then it obediently stayed by his side. Sometimes, Haunter handed some dying Dustox to Skorupi, who was at Cain's feet. Skorupi had no problem finishing off the injured Dustox. It knew that only by growing quickly could it be useful to Cain and the whole team. However, when Skorupi killed the second Dustox that fell before him, it paused. It tugged on Cain's pant leg to get his attention. Then, it used its sharp pincers to pierce the Dustox's head, slowly extracting a small, dark purple particle about the size of a fingernail. Cain's face showed surprise as he took the particle Skorupi offered. He took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed it a bit, and held it in his palm. It looked like a black and purple crystal, reflecting light like a tiny diamond. "System, scan this," Cain ordered mentally. Beep. After a beep sound from the system, a data graph appeared before Cain. Object: Energy Crystal, small. Type: Poison. Effect: when ingested by a Pokémon, it can slightly increase Poison-type energy. If used in large quantities, it could even enhance the Poison-type abilities of the Pokémon. Origin: after consuming a considerable amount of pure energy, there is a chance that an energy crystal will form in the body. A small object like this is an energy crystal, and continuous use of them can improve a Pokémon's Poison-type abilities. Cain murmured to himself while observing the Poison-type energy crystal in his hand. If there are small energy crystals, there might also be medium or even large energy crystals. Suddenly, Cain seemed to have thought of something. Wait, is this Dustox the only one with an energy crystal? Or do all the Dustox here have it? Could this be related to how this small island can sustain so many Pokémon? The more Cain thought, the more his eyes lit up. Several Dustox corpses already lay on the ground, and even more Dustox were gathering. Furthermore, do only the Dustox produce energy crystals? What about Beautifly? And other Pokémon here? Cain's mind filled with questions. However, since the Dustox were not low-level, even with the strong synergy of Slowpoke and the others, they were beginning to struggle. Skorupi, check the other Dustox to see if they have energy crystals. If they do, gather them all, Cain ordered Skorupi. Skorupi kept staring at the energy crystal in Cain's hand. It could feel the large amount of Poison-type energy within it, and it knew that consuming it would be very beneficial. But due to Cain's order, it held back and began searching through the Dustox corpses. Probably because Dustox is a bug and Poison-type Pokémon, and Skorupi is also bug and Poison-type, it could sense the energy crystals within the Dustox bodies. Among nearly 100 Dustox corpses, Skorupi found a total of 30 energy crystals, 19 Poison-type and 11 Bug-type, all small in size. It did not find crystals of other sizes. As for the corpses, 2 Grimer handled them. Murkrow, use Gust to the maximum. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Slowpoke, Confusion. Use all your power. We're leaving, Cain ordered. With more and more Dustox appearing, Cain decided to retreat.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.